Hello everyone, welcome to What If Bell Was Rejected by Aiz and Ended Up with Ryuu Lion movie. Before we start, please go support tenma-sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Bell is a male. Bellxryuu, this story will begin after Bell and Ryuu manage to escape from hell, and Bell rose to level 4, both become closer to the point where something awakens for the other, but Bell decides to follow his feelings for Aiz and declares his love for her. But she rejects him, and Bell ends up devastated and a little depressed. Ryuu helps him with his depression and quickly the feelings they both had for each other increased. Start, 01. Bellcranel, level 4 adventurer of the Hestia family, someone recognized as the record holder and also as a hero by many people, especially girls, was someone generally happy and shy, who would not hesitate to risk his life for others. Some might call him an idiot or deluded, but that was Bellcranel. Someone undoubtedly unique that thousands of women would kill for him, and I say it literally, Amazons, beast men, elves, Palom, dwarves, even goddesses had insinuated themselves to Bellcranel, although he rejected each and every one of them because of the love he feels towards a certain golden-haired woman, or at least the one he felt. What was Bellcranel doing right now? He stood on the wall of the Riveria with his gaze downcast while mentally reprimanding himself for being so stupid. What had happened? Simple. He had just been rejected by the Sword Princess, that woman he tried to reach months ago and who rescued him and looked at him in such a pathetic state. If that same woman was standing in front of him looking at him calmly after rejecting him. Aiz. I'm sorry Bell, expressionless. Bell. And never mind, smiling, I knew I wasn't up to it he, scratching his neck. Aiz Bell you see I. Bell. You don't need to comfort me or anything, shaking his arms, I was just a silly kid to think we'd have a future, I'm sorry, bowing. Aiz B. Bell. Sorry, I have to go, scratching his neck. Let's train again later, shall we? Smiling. Aiz couldn't say anything else and just watched as Bell walked away very calmly while she extended her arm towards him. She felt like she had lost something very valuable, and so it was. Aiz stared into space before wailing and falling to her knees with crystal clear eyes. Because she felt love. Love for that white-haired adventurer who had proven his worth more than once. But if she loved and admired him so much, then why did she reject him? Simple, that's why she couldn't accept him, she wasn't worthy of someone as pure as him. Also, she had to fulfill her revenge and rescue her mother. At least if she managed to do that, she could be with Bell. Only then could she be by his side. That alone motivated a reason to kill the Black Dragon. Only then could she be with Bell and rescue her mother. Only Bell had to wait for her until then. But the Sword Princess forgot something important. She is not the only one who feels this incredible and hateful feeling called love for the rabbit. Many more girls also felt the same as her, and unfortunately for Aiz, among them, there was an elf with blonde hair and blue eyes, who, since a few days ago after they managed to survive hell, had become much closer. Bell was walking through the dark streets of Riveria completely alone and depressed. He hadn't returned to his family after getting his heart broken, on the contrary, he didn't want them to see him in such a pathetic state, so he went to his old house, the abandoned church where he let out his heart in silence, having to smile and pretend like nothing had happened. After getting your heart broken wasn't easy, you know. After several hours of doing absolutely nothing, mentally berating himself for being such an idiot and thinking that he would be anything more than a friend to Aiz, Bell finally decided to leave since it was getting dark. Bell continued walking, staggering with every step he took, but he didn't wait for someone to speak to him. Bell. Bell turned his gaze and gave a sad smile to the person in front of him. It was a beautiful elf with blonde hair and blue eyes who looked worried. She was wearing her green waitress outfit. Bell. Hello Ryuu, smiling sadly. Bell fell to the cold floor and watched Ryuu run towards him. Ryuu Bell. Helping him, are you okay? Worried. Bell. If I'm okay, standing up with help from Ryuu, I'll just go to the fireplace mansion, walking slowly. Ryuu. What the hell are you talking about? Grabbing his arm, you look terrible, what happened to you? Alarmed. Bell Ryuu, please leave me alone, looking away. Ryuu. What the hell are you talking about? Let me help you, worried. Bell Ryuu. Let me go. Screaming. Ryuu flinched upon hearing Bell's sudden scream, but was shocked to see that he was crying a little and had red eyes. Bell was about to walk again if it weren't for Ryuu hugging him affectionately and whispering a few words to him. Ryuu. You have helped me so many times, please, now let me help you, hugging him. Bell stood there for a moment before hugging back and sighing in frustration. Ryuu. Let it all out Bell, stroking his back, will you tell me what happened? Smiling affectionately. Bell calmed down and wiped his tears before nodding slowly and walking with Ryuu towards the host of fertility. Time skip. Bell was at the fertility hostess's bar which was full of adventurers who were celebrating getting out of the dungeon alive again. Bell had his head buried in the bar, while 3 large glasses of beer sat empty next to him. Beside her was Ryuu thinking about the situation. Bell had declared himself, which made her jealous. She shook her head when she noticed his thought. She couldn't think about that now, she had to help Bell. He had declared his love to the dog, I mean to the sword princess who had coldly rejected him without hesitation. Ryuu was furious. How could anyone in their right mind be capable of breaking the heart of the kindest and most caring person in the world? It was simply stupid. She had to help Bell at any cost, who was already under the influence of alcohol after Mamma Mia ordered Ryuu to give him a beer. Mamma Mia knew she needed it. It was the cure for all evils except health. Bell. Another one please, hiccup, with a blush on his cheeks. Ryuu. You've already taken too much, Bell, rubbing his back. Bell. Just another one, Ryuu, begging. Mommy. You heard it, Ryuu, you can't deny this to a client, smiling. Mommy left the beer jar in front of Bell, who began to drink it slowly to enjoy it while he immersed himself in his sorrows. All this in front of Ryuu's visit, who remained at his side with Mamma Mia's permission to comfort him. All the waitresses were near Bell still working, but near him, they knew him, for them he was the purest boy in the world, and they knew from Ryuu and from the mouth of a drunk Bell that the princess of the sword had broken his heart, undoubtedly something unforgivable for them. Sir tried to approach to comfort Bell, but Ryuu had already gotten there and was already there hugging him, caring little about the smell of alcohol that Bell emanated. Bell. Ryuu hiccup, why was I such an idiot? Lowering his head, I knew this would happen. What makes me different from the many others who tried to be with her? I was just another one of the bunch, hiccup, depressed. Bell was really depressed. His unyielding wish skill was starting to fail and finally deactivated. He no longer had a reason to become strong, he had lost it. Although I would soon get a new one. Ryuu. That's not true, smiling. Bell. Raising his head. Ryuu. You're unique, Bell. You're the kindest person I've ever met. You accepted me just the way I am, not just me, but everyone else. Looking at the other waitresses, who smiled approvingly at Bell. Anya. You're not just another one of the white-haired bunch, Naya, smiling. Lunwar. Yes, Bell-san, you are a wonderful person who has faced great challenges, smiling. Sir. Don't let one rejection affect all that, Bell-san, motivated. Chloe. You have to move on, smiling, besides, I wouldn't want to pet a sad rabbit, flirty. Bell blushed slightly at Chloe's words, which received a glare from Sir and Ryuu. Mommy. Don't let one rejection discourage you, kid. Smiling, besides, if you want, because you're such a frequent customer, I might let you go on a date with my girls, huh? What do you say? Smiling. They all looked at Bell, who looked at Mamma Mia with a silly face before laughing amusedly. Bell. It's a good joke, my mom, smiling. My mom. It's true that I fooled them, making fun of the others. Anya, Chloe and Lunwar shrugged their shoulders. They didn't feel that way about Bell. To them, he was a good friend who was extremely kind and caring, a godsend in other words. Although they wouldn't deny that the idea of a date was interesting, on the other hand. Sir and Ryuu looked angrily at Mamma Mia, who smiled even harder when she saw the look on both of her waitresses' faces. My mom. Although tell me, Bell, smiling, if the proposal had been real, who would you have liked to go with? Looking at everyone. Again they all looked at Bell waiting for his answer. Obviously the most impatient were Ryuu and Sir, who looked at him attentively. Bell. If it were true. Hiccup, thinking, I think it would be with Ryuu, starting to drink. Mamma Mia started to laugh, while Ryuu lowered her head blushing and played with her fingers. Bell looked at her out of the corner of his eye and began to rub her head affectionately. Bell. I wish I had confessed to you, you're prettier than her, and I love you too, smiling. Ryuu's blush covered his entire face as well as his ears, while smoke was coming out of his head in abundance. Ryuu be Bell, suggesting his cheek. Ryuu was going to say something, but Bell fell exhausted onto the table. He was fainted. So much alcohol for someone who had never drunk was not a good idea, and that made him lose consciousness. Bell slowly opened his eyes before holding his head in pain. Bell. So this is a hangover, huh? It's the first time it's happened to me, holding his head. Bell was shocked for a moment before looking robotically to his side. There was a beautiful elf in white pajamas with pink stripes, although her shirt had some buttons undone, revealing a bit of her breasts. Koba B. Bell blushed hard at this and looked away in embarrassment. Bell. What is Ryuu doing lying next to me? Blushing. Bell began to remember all the events of last night, from her rejection to when she told Ryuu that she wished he had declared his love to her. Well, from then on he doesn't remember anything. Bell blushed and got scared, thinking that maybe he had done something bad or indecent to Ryuu while he was drunk. Bell turned pale, imagining that Ryuu would hate him for all eternity for taking advantage of her. Nothing could be further from the truth. Bell was scared when he saw that Ryuu was waking up and jumped out of bed to the floor to do a doggies. Bell. I'm so sorry. Bell hit his head against the ground and waited nervously for Ryuu to say something. Why Ryuu? She looked at him sleepily with a little saliva falling from her mouth. Ryuu. A bunny. Rubbing his eyes. Bell was embarrassed by Ryuu's words and looked at her to complain, but blushed when he saw a bit of her breasts through her half-unbuttoned shirt. Bell. See, cover yourself. Lowering his head. Ryuu. Mirandolo. It was at that moment that Ryuu woke up completely and realized the situation. Ryuu. And no way. Very sorry. And. Discomfort, 02. At the bar known as the Fertility Hostess, our two future lovers were at the food counter chatting after this morning. Ryuu. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding this morning, Bell, blushing. Bell. And don't worry Ryuu, smiling nervously, thank you very much for helping me with my problem, laughing nervously. Ryuu. Are you better? Looking at him. Bell, of course, smiling. Ryuu. You're a terrible liar, you know, hugging him, if you need me I'll be there for you, smiling kindly. Bell. Thank you very much Ryuu, returning the hug. While this scene was happening, Sir looked at her with slight jealousy, but she didn't want to intervene, after all right now she was sure that Ryuu was the best to heal Bell's soul. Heal? Yes. His soul had a dangerous black stain that began to dull its beautiful white glow, although Ryuu inadvertently returned that light to Bell little by little. Sir. I guess I'll leave it for now, sighing in disappointment. Ryuu. I still can't believe you're okay, so I'll go visit you at the fireplace mansion, okay? Raising an eyebrow. Hi, and I'm Droplet. Ryuu. Okay, smiling, take care Bell, and don't let the harpy princess of the sword make you feel bad for being rejected, hugging him. Bell. I promise, smiling, thanks Ryuu. Lendis. Ryuu just stood there at the entrance looking with a smile in the direction where Bell had gone, she knew it, she was starting to feel something more than friendship for Bell, and Sir hadn't made his move, and the sword princess had destroyed him, did that leave the path clear for her? That simple thought made Ryuu have a radiant smile capable of defeating battalions and melting the heart of the coldest man. Sir. They seem to get along well, smiling. Ryuu. Sir, surprised, well after what we went through in the deep floors anyone would be close, looking away blushing. Sir, but are they just close or something much more than that? Mischievous. Ryuu blushed at that comment, her mind flashed back to when she and Bell were in hell, her clothes were destroyed, and Bell only had his pants, at that rate they would have died of cold if it weren't for Ryuu taking off his green hood, which was the only thing that prevented his almost naked body from being seen and gave it to Bell, although in the end they shared it and ended up burning each other, sticking their naked bodies together while covering themselves with the green hood. Definitely a good memory of that horrible place. But above all Bell's body. Ryuu had a small trickle of blood run down her nose when she remembered the sensation of her body, feeling Bell's marked body in detail. After being on the verge of death so many times she had developed a good body for any woman, and she was no exception. Sir. Are you blushing? What's going through that perverted mind of yours, Ryuu-chan? Smiling innocently. Ryuu blushed like a tomato while smoke escaped from her head and ears before shaking her head repeatedly and returning to work totally embarrassed while in her mind she followed the image of Bell's marked body. Ryuu. I won't deny that I wanted to touch his muscles at that moment, blushing. Where were you Bell-kun? Gamenesai, embarrassed. In the fireplace mansion, the home of the Hestia Familia, an angry Hestia could be seen pulling Bell's ear while they were watched by the other members of the Hestia Familia. Welf. Come on Hestia-sama, Bell had to have his reasons, didn't he, Bell? Smiling. Bell nervous, sorry, Kami-sama, bowing. Hestia. Well, sighing, it doesn't matter anymore, where were you all night? Looking at him. Bell. Sweating, well, I was at the fertility hostess, scratching his cheek. Hestia. Did you rent a room? Raising her eyebrow. Bell. Why yes, smiling. Hestia Bell-kun you can't lie to a god, smiling innocently. Bell gulped before looking shakily at Hestia. Bell. Well, I slept with Ryuu-san. Punch. Everyone stared in silence at Heraham's fainted body, who had a blush all over her face, while smoke came out of her head. Makoto. Bell no, I didn't know that, blushing. Hestia. Lily. In shock. Welf. Damn, I thought you were just a kid, but you're more of a man than me, and I'm tears. Bell. Not understanding. Hestia Bell-kun, dark look, Bell womanizer. Hitting him. Hestia tried to hit Bell in the stomach, of course it was no use, since she felt as if her arm was going to break, yes, that was the resistance of a level 4 in all its splendor. Hestia rubs his hand. Bell Kami-sama. It's fine, rubbing his hand. Hestia. Why yes, I think I just bent my hand, small tears. While Hestia looked like a puppy with a splinter in her paw the other members of the family were talking. Lily. It had to be that elf. Bell-sama would never be capable of doing that. Stomping her feet. Well, I have to agree a little, I never imagined Bell like that thinking, but it's not like he's going to complain, having an elf in his bed is every man's dream, smiling proudly. Lily. Shut up. Hitting him. Lily, due to her short stature, didn't realize where she hit, but Welf did. Welf could only see the fist in slow motion go toward her lower area. Punch. Welf ugh. Lying on the ground. Welf fell to the ground with a thud as foam came out of his mouth. Makoto. So what shall we do? Looking at Lily. Lily. Isn't it obvious? Lily won't allow Bell-sama to return to that place, or that elf will desecrate it again. Grumbling. Makoto. I see, and I'm Droplet. Tell me what happened. I don't know. Makoto and Lily turned their gaze to see Hestia scolding Bell, who was doing a perfect doggies. For some reason Makoto looked at him with pride. Hestia. There's no lie in you, but there's no truth either. What did you do that night? Impatiently. L. And I don't know, and I'm tears. Hestia. Bell, dark look. L. I was drunk. Hestia. Huh. L. I have no idea what happened, but I was drunk, embarrassed, I only remember waking up the next day next to Ryuu, blushing. Hestia remained silent processing the information until she approached Bell trembling. Hestia, and you didn't do anything wrong, right? Trembling. L.A. Bell's mind flashed back to Ryuu sleeping in her striped nightgown that left her B-cup almost C-cup breasts a little visible. Bell's face blushed like a tomato while a little smoke came out of his head and that made Hestia misinterpreted. Punch. And so, in a single day, there were 3 bodies passed out in the fireplace mansion, the Castrosa goddess, the innocent Renard, and the one without inheritance. A minute of silence, and leave your Bell. How do we change the environment so quickly? What did Bell mean? Simple, now all the members of his family were hugging him with affection. What happened? Simple, he was a terrible liar, and he ended up spilling the beans about yesterday, and what upset his family the most was Aiza's rejection. Even worse, Hestia was the one who got the most angry, she was a goddess, she knew perfectly well that Aiz had feelings for Bell, maybe not as strong as Bell's, but she had them, at least, she didn't feel anything similar or the same with another person other than Bell, that's why she was confused and angry. Of so many women who chase him for this, and that was the only one who had his love, and he threw it all away. How miserable. Hestia was about to leave the fireplace mansion to reprimand that stone-faced blonde and that table if it weren't for Bell stopping her by pulling her by the arm so she wouldn't go to the Twilight Mansion to do something stupid against the second strongest family in Arario. Riveria. Silly girl. Punch. Aiz. With his head down. What happened? Simple. Aiz had arrived at the Twilight Mansion last night with a dead look on her face and completely discouraged. That was something very strange, since normally she didn't show her feelings, much less expressions, she just had that same expressionless face, and now she looked so discouraged and depressed that you could almost say you felt her sadness. At the end of the night Aiz simply went to her room and started sobbing, she accidentally left the door ajar and didn't even bother to close it properly, Riveria heard her as she passed by and immediately entered, surprised to see the image of Aiz, she was about to burst into tears, definitely something unusual. After lying down next to her and comforting her, Aiz fell asleep and Riveria covered her with the blankets to let her sleep, wondering what had happened for Aiz to be like that. The next day Aiz was calmer but still looked depressed. Riveria asked her why several times, but she didn't say anything, at least not until she threatened to throw her into a deep pond. Aiz started to spill everything without hesitation. And that's how they got to this situation, with her combing Aiz's hair while scolding her for her love problems that she herself caused. Of course he also hit him when he heard Aiz's words. Aiz. But Bell is fine, she looked normal when she rejected him, I think she's just a little sad because she rejected him, looking at her. Punch. Riveria. Silly girl, I don't know the boy very well, and that's enough to know that he probably pretended so you wouldn't worry, sighing in disappointment, I thought that having someone special would take you off that path, and maybe it would have if you hadn't ruined it yourself, shaking her head. Aiz, but the dragon. Riveria. Aiz, that dragon will fall sooner or later, and you'll finally finish your revenge, but what about Bell? Do you think you'll really wait that long? Even worse, don't you think another girl loves him too? After you rejected him, he'll be very sad and one of them will comfort him, and it's very likely that Bell will start to feel something for her, braiding her hair. Aiz. No one can take it away from me, looking sharply at Riveria. Riveria. Are you sure? I also heard from Tiona that she was very interested in that boy. If she finds out about this, she might go comfort him, and who knows, there might be a spark, glancing at her. Aiz was alarmed at the thought of Tiona giving Bell lap pillows while they laughed happily, undoubtedly something unforgivable to her. Aiz. I refuse. Turning around sharply. Aiz was going to say something if Riveria hadn't pulled her hair with an expressionless look. Riveria. You decided on the braid, dark look. Aiz sorry, shaking slightly. Riveria. It doesn't matter, sighing, I just hope you solve this problem before it's too late, it would be. Aiz. Lowering his head. Riveria. I don't know your parents, but I can assure you that they would have wanted you to live a happy life with the person you love, rather than kill you training or facing a beast that not even they could defeat, closing her eyes. Aiz. How are you so sure? Sharp look. Riveria. Simple, smiling, because to me you're like a daughter, rubbing her head. Aiz. Surprised. Riveria. I have to go see that Loki doesn't do any of his stupid things, opening the door. Aiz. Riveria thank you, looking at her. Riveria smiling, close the door when you leave, going. Aiz smiled at nothing and a strong determination grew in her eyes, she had to fix things with Bell, and if possible, declare her love. Aiz blushed at the thought of Bell and her embracing before putting their faces too close and. Aiz shook her head several times with a small but noticeable blush on her face, without a doubt, only Bell was capable of making her have these fantasies in her mind. She also had the help of Mini Aiz, who kept sending her images of her and Bell doing everyday things, like brushing their teeth together, waking up together, having lunch together, training together, Bell giving her a lap pillow, without a doubt the last thing is what she wanted the most. After a while of fantasizing about her bunny, Aiz gave a slight happy smile that completely counteracted her previous depressed state and left the room, not before closing the door as Riveria said. She already had a goal, one even above the black dragon, the love of Bell. While the blonde half-spirit was getting excited elsewhere, and Alf had already had one of Aiz's fantasies, and right now she was remembering how she and Bell woke up together in a bed as a couple with a slight smile. Of course this did not go unnoticed by anyone, mainly the customers and my mother who saw this as a golden opportunity to earn more money, and it worked because the customers, upon seeing the beautiful smile that Ryuu gave, without realizing it, immediately paid for more food so that Ryuu could bring it and they could see that smile. And one of the many lucky ones was exactly the one who caused that smile. The Hestia family had arrived at the fertility hostess, mainly Hestia insisted that they go since she wanted to thank Ryuu for the gesture he made for Bell, as jealous as it made her, she was glad that her favorite son was better, so she had to thank the elf, of course, she also took advantage of this to come and eat one of the delicious meals from the bar, they were definitely worth every penny. Anya. Welcome Naya, smiling, oh. White-haired Kun, come in, smiling. Anya led them to an unoccupied table before running off without even taking down their orders, which confused the Hestia family until someone else arrived. Ryuu. What is your order? Smiling. Ryuu continued in her dream world imagining herself doing couple things with Bell, so much so that she didn't even realize who she had in front of her. Ryuu. Ryuu blinked in surprise upon hearing the voice of the person who had her as if she were a schoolgirl in love, she first looked at Bell without knowing what to say before smiling hard while smoke came out of her ears. Bell. Hey, are you okay? Blushing. Ryuu simply raised her small notebook to write down orders trying to hide her face, Bell almost had a stroke at such an adorable sight, never in her life did she expect to see Ryuu act so shy like now, without a doubt, he was grateful to be alive, because it was definitely worth it. And without realizing it, Bell had a slight smile on his face, the members of the Hestia family smiled, they were happy to see Bell acting more normal than before, now he almost looked like his usual self, unlike before when he looked very depressed, of course, despite being a bad liar, he was good at changing his face, so it was hardly noticeable that he was depressed, but you can't lie to a god, and Hestia quickly discovered his farce, although that only increased her desire to kill Aiz. Ryuu quickly wrote down the orders and went with my mom to order them. The Hestia family only had to wait a few minutes before several plates of food, some special drinks and etc. arrived at their table, the food looked delicious, and they were sure it was, they quickly began to eat the delicious food, without being able to pay attention to their surroundings. Everyone except Bell, who offered Ryuu a seat to sit with them and talk. Ryuu looked at my mom asking for an answer, and my mom seeing that her pockets were already full of money, gave Ryuu a thumbs up. Ryuu smiled slightly before sitting next to Bell and starting to talk about unimportant things, all in front of Sir who was hidden with a kind smile on her face, but with a dark aura around her. Things continued like this until Ryuu noticed how Bell was eating his food with difficulty, mainly with his right arm, probably because he was still recovering. It wasn't long ago when they fought against a juggernaut and he lost his arm. If it weren't for the mermaid's blood, Bell would have been left without his right arm irremediably. NT. The one with the handjobs XD. Ryuu. You still can't move it well. Worried. Bell. Don't worry, smiling, Naza-san says that in a few days I should be able to move it completely and without pain, looking at his arm. Ryuu. Don't overexert yourself, taking a fork. Bell was confused when he saw that Ryuu took some of his food, but he quickly became embarrassed when he saw how she was extending it towards her mouth. He knew perfectly well what she wanted to do. Bell. No need, smiling nervously. Ryuu opens, extending further. Bell. But. Ryuu opening his mouth. Bell was embarrassed and watched out of the corner of his eye as his family looked at him, all with different expressions. Bell sighed defeated before opening his mouth, and Ryuu began to feed him with a smile on his face. Hestia looked at them seriously, mainly at Ryuu. She knew that several girls were after Bell for various reasons, only a few had real reasons like love to go after him, and among them, she knew that Ryuu was there. Hestia sighed at seeing an answer to cure Bell's depression. Hestia. Well, I've known for a while that Bell didn't look at me that way at all, sighing. Hestia was about to get up from her seat and go talk to Ryuu about important issues if it weren't for a familiar calling them. Argonaut-kun. The Hestia family turned their gaze and saw 4 girls there, Tyan and Aiz, who looked at them in surprise. Girls. Surprised. Tyan. Rabbit. Surprised, how are you? Smiling. Well I'm fine, smiling uncomfortably. Leonina, I heard about your level up Argonaut-kun. It's amazing. You haven't even been here a year and you're already level 4. Smiling. Thank you, Tiona-san, smiling. While the Amazon sisters began to casually support Bell, Aiz stood a little apart while taking a deep breath to calm down. She had to go there with Bell and fix everything, unlike when she rejected Bell. Now she realized that he looked a little down, surely because of her. Aiz lowered her head slightly at that thought, as she didn't realize that Bell was pretending to be fine when she rejected him. She was a fool, but that didn't matter now. She had to talk to Bell and nothing and no one was going to impay. Where is Bell? While a swordswoman was frantically searching for Bell in the bar, confused at not seeing him anywhere, that rabbit had just left the bar while being pulled by the hand by Ryuu. What happened? Simple, Ryuu noticed how the Amazon sisters had started talking about Aiz, making Bell uncomfortable, who wanted to remember her the least. Don't get him wrong, he didn't hate Aiz, but it still made him sad to remember how she was, and he rejected him without hesitation. He wanted to get away from there, but he didn't want to be rude to both sisters, who seemed to be unaware of his rejection, so he simply responded with yes or no when they said something about Aiz. Although Bell got a little excited when they both started joking about when he would propose to Aiz, or if they would be boyfriend and girlfriend, as he suspected, they didn't know about his rejection. That was good, so he would keep the embarrassment to himself, but with each second the conversation kept getting more intimate about whether he was going to have a relationship with Aiz, or if he was going to propose. Ryuu immediately noticed Bell's discomfort when talking about this and whispered something to Anya, who passed right by him to leave some plates of food. Anya nodded and easily approached the 2 Amazons who had not sat down or ordered anything. Anya. Excuse me, Naya, smiling. Leona and Tyan turned their gaze and found Anya. The Yal had a notebook in her hand. Anya. You have to sit down and order something please, Naya, smiling. Tyan. Surprised. Leona. Oops, how silly, scratching her head, waltzed to the bar, looking at her sister. Tyan. Okay, hey Rabbit, let's keep talking about A. Surprised, where is it? Just at that moment Aiz also looked at her and was going to walk towards Bell to talk to him, but just like Tyan, she realized that he had already left. And that was because a blonde elf had taken him by the hand without anyone noticing and led him away from the bar to who knows where. Mama sighed, but there was nothing she could do. She just hoped this wouldn't happen again. She didn't care if Bell and Ryuu started a relationship and became lovers or boyfriend and girlfriend. In fact, she would be happy. She knew Bell a little, and she knew he wouldn't hurt Ryuu, but she hoped Ryuu wouldn't put work aside or get too distracted from it just to see Bell or run away with him. Anyway, today she would have had a good profit, so it didn't matter. She just watched him used as the dumb blonde, and the Amazon started asking about Bell to the Hestia family, who played dumb and said they hadn't seen where he went. While with Ryuu and Bell. Bell was surprised as he looked at Ryuu's back, which had his hand firmly grabbed and pulled him to who knows where with a slight blush on his face for taking Bell's hand like that. Bell also blushed a little before laughing amusedly and starting to run at the same speed as Ryuu, both being on par. Ryuu was surprised by this, but then again he remembered the level 4 boost Bell had gotten, so it wasn't too surprising that he managed to catch up to her. They both continued running through the streets of Riveria without realizing that they were still holding hands. End. Chapter 3v. Bell and Ryuu were running through the streets of Riveria blushing and with smiles on their faces, both still holding hands, although it's not like it bothers either of them. They had no fixed direction, they were just running with their hands intertwined like a couple. Although they accidentally almost collided with a beautiful brown-haired half-elf who looked at them in surprise. Bell-kun. L.A. Sorry, Ina-san. Bell continued running before Ina's surprised gaze, mainly because he was holding hands with a beautiful blonde-haired elf. Thanks to their level 4 speed, the pair disappeared from Ina's sight in a couple of seconds. Ina sighed reluctantly, she already felt that there would be problems, and as if it were an everyday thing, Ina looked as the Princess of the Sword was also running through the streets of Riveria, with no apparent direction, and looking for something or someone. Finally, Aiz saw white hair in the large crowd and ran towards it, but ended up getting lost in the large crowd that had appeared out of nowhere, as if a diabolical entity wanted to block his path using civilians. XD. Ina watched with a drop of an eye as Aiz raised her hand in a form of help while she sank among the large crowd of people in a comical way. Ina. Whenever there are problems, he has something to do with it, sighing, he's going to get into big trouble, I can already feel it, shaking her head. Tenma. I feel it too. Ina. Who are you? Tenma. Millimeters. Shit, bye, fades away. Ina. I had to do it someday. Now the elf and the rabbit were in the middle of a Jag-American stand and a crepe stand and they were fighting. Bell. Come on. Jag-American are better. Trying to persuade Ryuu. Ryuu. No. Crepes are more delicious and cheaper, so it's more convenient for us, trying to pull him. Just like Ryuu, Bell also tried to pull her towards the Jag-American stand. And? They were arguing over which food stand to go to. Why didn't they just each order their own? Simple, they both wanted the other to try their favorite food. I didn't know what Ryuu's favorite food was, so I put crepes, if I'm wrong then bucket and if not then good V. Bell. Come on Ryuu. Pushing harder. Ryuu. Let's go to the crepe place. Pulling harder. A stupid but entertaining fight for the civilians and adventurers who were passing by, who stayed to watch the spectacle that the elf and the rabbit put on, and they continued to do so for quite a while. Bell and Ryuu were sitting on the edge of a fountain, both of them were a meter away from each other, while eating their food with a pot. What happened? Well, they couldn't decide, and in the end, they both ended up buying their favorite food for themselves. Bell was eating his Jag-American, and Ryuu was eating a crepe. They were both annoyed with each other, and that could be seen when, from time to time, their gazes collided and they looked away in an instant with indifference. Of course, neither of them could stay like that for long, and they surreptitiously approached each other until they were sitting just a few inches away. Bellxryuu oi. Bellxryuu. I wanted to know if stop copying me, no, you stop copying me. Ha 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 ha. Bell. Ah, sorry, you talk, scratching the back of his neck. Ryuu laughed a little at Bell's nervous attitude and spoke. Ryuu. Try it, spreading his crepe. L.A. Surprised. Ryuu. Maybe you like Jag-American more, but this is not far behind, go on try it, extending it to Bell. Bell looked at him for a second before taking the crepe and looking at his Jag-American. Bell. Then you try it too, giving him his Jag-American, I assure you it's just as good or maybe even better than your crepes, smiling proudly. Ryuu shook his head in amusement and they both looked at each other for a second before smiling and taking a bite of the Jag-American crepe. Ryuu. Bell. It's delicious. Smiling. Ryuu. But I still think my crepe is better and cheaper, biting the Jag-American. Bell. Hey. It only costs 200 valis more than your crepe and it's worth it, grumbling, although I admit your crepe tastes good, looking away. Ryuu. I told you, smiling slightly, well, the Jag-American isn't bad either, looking at the Jag-American, say ah. Bell was surprised when Ryuu extended the Jag-American towards his mouth wanting him to bite it. Bell. Huh. But. Ryuu. Come on, it's supposed to be yours, right? Bell. Well yes, embarrassed, ah. Ryuu smiled as he saw Bell open his mouth and put the Jag-American in his mouth for Bell to bite. Neither stupid nor slow, Bell bit the Jag-American right where Ryuu had bitten it. Although Bell didn't notice that, Ryuu did and a small pink tint invaded his cheeks, giving Ryuu an adorable image. Of course this was also being seen by a certain swordswoman who had just arrived at the source, just at the exact moment to see that painful scene that gave her a great pressure in her chest. Once Bell finished the piece of Jag-American he ate, he extended the crepe towards Ryuu's mouth, who looked at him literally surprised and embarrassed. He knew what Bell wanted him to do, and he did it. Ryuu took a small bite of the crepe as the blush on her face intensified, even her ears were red, she felt somewhat like a little girl. Bell laughed a little at the embarrassed elf who pouted cutely when she saw that Bell was laughing at her. Ryuu. What are you laughing at? Putting the Jag-American in Bell's mouth. Bell ugh. Surprised. Bell was about to fall into the fountain and in surprise he grabbed Ryuu's hand pulling her along with him. Ryuu. Surprised. Splash. Thick effects. You can already imagine what happened, right? and unfortunately for some, a golden-haired girl had seen the whole scene in shock, while the pressure in her chest increased, and also, she saw in slow motion, how the lips of the person she loved slowly joined with those of a beautiful elf. Neither did anything to separate themselves. They both stayed like that, with Ryuu on top of Bell with her clothes wet and with their lips joined by a small and inexperienced kiss. Without a doubt a beautiful but painful scene for the golden eyes of Aiz, who felt tears begin to fall down her eyes before running away at full speed. The people who were there watching the scene of Bell and Ryuu could only see how the princess of the sword disappeared in a golden blur. They had broken a princess's heart. Some might call it karma for having rejected and broken the hearts of over 1,000 men without even hesitating. But it was simply the result of a bad choice due to his clumsiness, a small mistake with terrible consequences for his happiness. And unfortunately, I didn't give a damn. Let's turn the coin over and see the bright side. I sacrificed the happiness of the sword princess to give it to the beautiful forest fairy who had already suffered a lot. She saw her friends and those she considered her sisters die right in front of her eyes while she watched helplessly. To all her companions, she being the only one who survived, and she got so involved in revenge that her hands were stained with blood, the blood of all those she killed to fulfill her revenge, those responsible for the death of her family. She had already resigned herself to dying after fulfilling it, and even after being saved by Sir she felt empty. She helped and protected Sir because she owed her life to him and because she was a good person in her words, but she had no reason other than that to live. Knowing this, I don't regret breaking Aiz's heart one bit. Although she also suffered, it was not as much as Ryuu. And now Ryuu had the opportunity to be happy, and unlike Aiz, she was not going to waste it. That's why when Bell tried to separate himself from her thinking that she would get angry for kissing her, she grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and forced him to continue kissing. Bell simply let himself go and ended up reciprocating the kiss of the elf whose heart was slowly beginning to love him. And idle you're looking at me V04. Love is something so simple and at the same time so complicated, and not only that, it's something so wonderfully beautiful and so sad. To love you need to feel pain, and to feel pain you need to love. It takes a little bit of the bad and a little bit of the good. Sometimes you succeed in love, and other times you fail. From there hundreds of things can happen. You can succumb to the pain and become bitter forever, or succumb to it, learn from it and overcome it. Those are the ones who fail, but for those who succeed they can live a beautiful fantasy forever where everything is perfect and where they can't feel pain. But it will be nothing more than something false and without beauty for true love. You need a little bit of both to be happy and sad at the same time, a balance that only a few manage to achieve. Fortunately in this story our main couple is right now going through the beginning of a difficult path that they will have to go through together. If they succeed, they will live what many long for and few can obtain, and it is more than certain that they would face all the challenges head on to have a beautiful love in the end. But there is also someone else in this story, the person I decided to use in some twisted way, so that the love of that elf and that boy with the appearance of a flower rabbit, a beautiful princess and warrior with hair as golden as the sun who had made a mistake that would cost her dearly. She could have also achieved and obtained love, but for a foolish decision she chose the path of loneliness. And right now that same princess was reprimanding herself for being so foolish and having wasted her chance to be happy. Who am I talking about? Isn't it obvious? Aiz Waldstein. The princess of the sword. And where was that princess right now? Well, she was in her room right now, doing what anyone would do in her situation. Cry in silence. That beautiful woman, considered one of the strongest and most beautiful, was in her bed, lying down and covered with her blanket, while she tried to stop her tears and screams with a pillow, in vain. Without her knowing it, on the other side of her bedroom door, she was being heard by her friends who hated to see her like that, 2 Amazons, a high elf, a lesbian elf, and a lesbian goddess. Each one with different thoughts. Loki was furious and would have declared a family war on Hestia if she hadn't been calmed down and beaten by Finn and Riveria. Aiz was in a very bad state and fighting the person she loves isn't helping much. Loki might hate Bell, but he would rather see Aiz and Bell together than see his precious Aiz in that state. Lefiya and Tyon were in a similar state to Loki. And if it weren't for Riveria and Tiona they would have gone to beat Bell. Tiona and Riveria were sad for Aiz. At first Tiona was a little angry, but after Riveria explained how all this happened her anger went away. It wasn't Bell's fault, he declared his love for Aiz, and Aiz rejected him. As ugly as it sounded, it was Aiz's fault. They all couldn't help but shudder when they heard Aiz's crying increase for a moment before she cried silently again. And you don't know how much I'm enjoying watching this. Anyway, ignore what's up above. I tried to make some kind of poem. I'm not sure but it didn't work out. Let's focus on what everyone is interested in. They look very lovey-dovey Naya. Yes, they make a nice couple. Hey. Get back to work. Hi. We are now at the Hostess of Fertility, a place well known to all. The place right now was almost empty since it was morning, there weren't many people during the day, so a certain elf was able to take a short break and sit at one of the tables next to a white-haired man with red eyes. What were they doing? Well, they were talking, each one very close to the other, with their shoulders pressed together as they talked about trivial things, like things that had happened at the chimney pot or things that had happened here at the fertility hostess. Ryuu. And I tell you, that beast man was really good at cards, but you should have seen his face when Sir defeated him in less than half an hour, moving the mandos as if shuffling a maximum of cards. Bell. Sugoi, Sir is very good at card games, huh? Surprised. Ryuu. Yes, but I'm sure you can beat him, nodding to herself. Bell. And I don't think so, scratching his neck, she's a very good player. Now, are you talking about me? Elf and Rabbit turned their heads to look at a grey-haired girl with a smile on her face and a deck of cards. Sir. Do you want to test your Bell ability? Smiling. Bell? Huh? I'm not sure. Ryuu. You can do it, smiling at him. Bell blushed at Ryuu's smile and nodded more motivated. Bell. Let's play. With a twinkle in his eyes. Sir Gigi, wait a second, we haven't decided yet what happens if you lose or win, smiling. Bell. Oh right, looking at her. Sir. Let's see, thought, I know. Smiles, if you win, I'll give you a picture of Ryuu while he's sleeping, smiling confidently. Ryuu. Sonrahata. Bell. Done. With stars in his eyes. Sir Gigi, but if I win, you'll help me wash the dishes, smiling sweetly. Ryuu. Haven't you washed them yet? My mom supposedly gave you that task an hour ago, looking at her. Sir Teehee, scratching the back of his neck. Bell. Deal. Smiling. Sir. I like your motivation. Smiling, okay, shuffling the cards, let's play, smiling in a scary way. The game had started unevenly. Sir was controlling everything, and it seemed like he had victory secured, at least that's what it seemed until Bell somehow started to have things in his favor. The Sir's nervousness, she couldn't read Bell's face. Bell looked like a rookie, someone who had never played before, and Sir discovered that it was just a facade. No rookie could play like that. Every time she tried to see through Bell's face, it seemed like he didn't know what he was doing, as if he was just playing completely at random, but that was impossible, right? Ryuu watched everything carefully. She wasn't an expert like Sir, but she knew quite a bit about the game, and she could see how Sir got nervous when she saw herself against the ropes because of Bell, and all in half an hour. Sir looked at his maxim and gave a smile of victory, maybe and only maybe he could win. Sir. I'm going all in. Showing a poker of aces. L.A. Looking at her. Bell didn't know what to do, so he just showed his cards just like Sir, and Sir was stunned, while Ryuu was surprised. Ryuu. Straight flush. Sir 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, they are all stunned. Ryuu. Bell wins. Raising Bell's hand. Sir no, hitting his head on the table, I should have washed those dishes. Ryuu. Looks like Bell defeated you, huh? Smiling slightly. Sir. Yes, and she got a picture of you sleeping, smiling mockingly. Ryuu, motionless. Sir. Goodbye Bell, giving her a photo. Bell, thanks Sir. Smiling, bye. I'm going to the dungeon. I'll be back tonight. Saying goodbye. Sir bye, waving goodbye. While Ryuu appears. Ryuu. Hey. Give me that picture. Of Alan Abdus of Bell. Sir. Run Bell. Suggesting to Ryuu as best he could, run and don't look back. Ryuu bel. A certain rabbit was in the fireplace mansion, much more cheerful than before, looking at a photo in a wooden frame, a photo of Ryuu sleeping peacefully. Strange. Maybe, but hey, you seize your opportunity. Talk. Bell. Pass, still with a silly smile. Bell-sama. Bell. Oh. Hera, what do you need? Smiling. Hera. Did something good happen? Curious. Bell. Well, you could say so, smiling. Hera. What is that? Taking the photo. Bell. Huh. Wait Hera, don't watch that. Blushing. Hera. Bell-sama, I didn't know you had fetishes of that kind, blushing. Bell. Wait, you're misunderstanding. Taking the photo. Hera. Ha, covering her mouth. Belly. Still embarrassed. Hera. Nothing, it's just that I'm glad to see him happy again, smiling, that elf, Ryuu-san, is lucky to have him. Bell-sama, smiling. Bell. I think I'm the lucky one too, scratching his neck, blushing. Hera. Oh right, look. Taking out a card, it's from Wiene. Happy. Bell. Really? Great. Smiling. Bell smiled happily at the letter. It seemed that Wiene had been trying hard lately. Honestly, he missed her a lot. For him, she was like his little sister. Maybe Hera saw her more as a daughter, but Bell saw her as a little sister and loved her very much. It was a shame that she couldn't be with them on the surface, but he would make sure that one day the Xenos could live in peace on the surface. Bell. Maybe we'll be able to visit them soon, smiling. Hera. I miss her, looking at the floor. Bell. Don't worry, on the next expedition we'll go with them, smiling. Hera. But I. Bell. Don't worry, you'll go with us, smiling. Hera. Thank you, Bell, smiling. Oh. Bell. Hera. Shake the head. Hestia. It seems that you weren't satisfied with that beautiful forest elf, and now you're with a beautiful Renard, huh? Are you becoming a womanizer, Bell Kun? Feigning pain. Bell. It's not like that. Embarrassed. Hestia looking at him accusingly. Hera. I wouldn't mind being Bell-sama's lover if you allow me, blushes, playing with her fingers. Bell. Blushing, I have to get out of this situation before something bad happens. I'll make a strategic retreat. Hey, it's getting a little late, right? I think we should get ready to go out to the dungeon before nightfall. Scratching his neck. Okay, I'm going. Running out the door. Hestia. Hey, come back. Welf. You look much better, Bell, smiling. Bell. Do you think so? Smiling embarrassed. Welf. Of course. Also, believe me or not, you look much better with the fertility host's elf. Besides, haven't you seen her naked in the deep floors? Rogue. Bell. Blushing. Memories of an elf and him naked, using only Ryuu's green cloak to protect themselves from the cold while they burned, came to Bell's mind. Bell would have died of shame if it weren't for the situation they were in. Bell. Please forget that, embarrassed, I don't even know why I told you that, sighing. Makoto. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Bell Dono. Patting her back, no one here will question your actions. Lily. Yes, I still think they could have done something else instead of hugging each other naked, whispering jealously. Anyway, now that they are a couple it doesn't matter anymore, playing it down. Bell. See couple, blush. Lily. Please Bell-sama, many people saw them kissing in the fountain like two horny teenagers, smiling mischievously. Bell blushed again, he had already forgotten that they were right in front of a large number of people. Bell. Please, can we just continue with the expedition, lowering his head blushing. All hi, smiling innocently. Elsewhere. Fiona. Let's go, next to the door, let's go to the dungeon, that will make you feel better, smiling. Fiona. Ah, sighing. Riveria. How are you? Looking at her. Fiona. Terrible, I've been talking for hours, but he never answers me, sighing. Riveria. Ah, sighing, if only I hadn't rejected him, and Bell had waited a little longer, shaking her head. Fiona. It was a bad coincidence that she found them just when in the fountain scene, looking at Aiza's door, I think that made everything worse. Riveria. Yes, it is becoming more and more difficult to prevent Loki from openly declaring war on them, and that would put Aiz in a worse state, shaking her head, we must do everything possible to make them reconcile, it would be. Fiona. Huh. But that wouldn't make it worse, unsure. Riveria. There are two options, either I make everything worse, or we somehow manage to make them friends again and reconnect, that will improve Aiza's condition. She may still be a little sad for not being able to be with Bell, but at least she won't be like she is now, with a difficult look, let this stay between us, Fiona, don't tell anyone else, much less your sister or Lefiya, it would be. Fiona. Hi mom. Like a little soldier. And so a plan to prevent the Shattered Sword Princess from breaking completely was carried out, without knowing that the consequences could be terrible, but if everything goes well, Aiz would be happy again. But this is up to you. And. Out to crack a stone, 05. Hey. Epically enters the chat. Come back. Ha 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 ha. Hello. After a while, I rewatched a survey from the previous chapter and made a decision. It was a totally unequal survey, for those who want Aiz to suffer, they are sons of bitches I like them, do you want a marzipan? 3. I give them a marzipan. Anyway, leaving this aside I'm sorry, I'm a man of my word, and the polls ended in a tie. Yes, unfortunately for those of us who wanted Aiz to suffer, me in particular, they both reconciled, they will only be friends, but they reconciled but don't worry. Why did it end in a tie? I can't do anything very serious to him, since it was a tie like the suicide he had planned XD. No joke, I was planning to make him commit suicide. So I came up with something else D. I hope you enjoy haha. Let's dance. Ryuu grumpy. Sir Gigi, it's not easy, right? Smiling. Ryuu. They're just sandwiches, then why do they look so normal next to yours? Frustrated. Sir. I have experience, smiling with confianza. What were they doing? Well, yesterday Bell had come like every day to talk a little and receive his bento from Sir while he was talking with Ryuu. Ryuu saw that. And she got jealous. "Sir Gigi, you look adorable jealous," smiling. Ryuu shrank a little with her face and ears red with embarrassment. She had pouted as if she were a little girl. Bell had seen her and blushed. That day Ryuu had shame on her mind all the time. But leaving that aside, Sir offered to help him make a bento for Bell. Ryuu obviously accepted. And now they were in the kitchen after finishing their chores in the morning preparing a simple but delicious bento. In the end, they both placed their sandwich bentos in front of each other and inspected them for several minutes. "Ryuu. Yours seems to shine, depressive aura." "Sir. Don't worry, you'll get better with time." Smiling excitedly, "Now let's wrap them in some pretty cloth and give it to Bell," grabbing her bento. "Ryuu. Let's do it." Looking at her. "Sir. Well, you can call it a habit, but I always make a bento for Bell and one for me, and I already made mine, so we'll give him the one for both of us," showing a smile, plus sometimes he gives half of his breakfast to his party, rolling both bentos in a green blanket with flowers. "Ryuu. I understand," nodding. They both left the premises and waited for Bell at the exit while enjoying the fresh morning air. "Sir, oh?" Smiling, "There's Bell," pointing to the right. At a terrifying speed, Ryuu turned his head to look in the same direction Sir was looking. To his disappointment there was nothing. "Sir. It was a joke," smiling innocently. Sir stopped smiling when Ryuu grabbed her cheeks and started pulling them without showing mercy. "Sir Ryuu Duishal," trying to speak well. "Ryuu. Don't play with Bell's presence again," making a small annoyed pout. "My presence what?" Ryuu stood still at the familiar voice she heard right behind her. "Sir Hajla Besh." Trying to smile. Ryuu slowly turned his head, finding a very familiar white hair, and quickly the pink color reached his cheeks. Ryuu embarrassed. Bell couldn't even greet her when Ryuu let go of Sir and hid behind her in an almost futile attempt to hide from him. Bell got confused. "Sir. Oh sorry," ignoring Ryuu, extending him the double bento, breakfast, smiling. Bell. "Huh. It's bigger than normal," looking at her confused. "Sir Gigi, it's that Ryuu also made one for you," smiling. Bell. "Ryuu?" Blushing, "Really?" Smiling. Sir looked at Ryuu with a smile, and Ryuu stopped hiding her head behind Sir to look at Bell and nod her head embarrassed. "Ryuu. Enjoy it." Bell. "Why yes." Smiling happily. "Hey. If you're done, get back to work. Seconds you take are wasted money." "Sir. Oh. Wow, it seems like my mom is already listening to us," looking at Ryuu, "We better go back, but first I'll give you a moment," leaving with a smile. Bell and Ryuu looked at each other for a few seconds, both looked away in shame, they still clearly remembered that passionate kiss in the fountain in front of hundreds of people. Bell. "Hey, well, thanks for the bento," smiling, scratching his cheek, blushing. Ryuu. "Nothing, mine is the one below, you'll be able to recognize it, they're not as good as Sir's," lowering his head. Ryuu got a little excited when a hand a little bigger than his began to rub his head, ruffling his soft greenish blonde hair a little. "NT. I think I forgot to say it, but Ryuu has hair however you prefer, so imagine it's blonde or greenish blonde, whatever you want. In general, I got more used to Ryuu with greenish blonde hair." Bell. "Even if they tasted horrible, I would eat them. Why did you make them?" Smiling. At that beautiful smile and those beautiful words, Ryuu blushed and nodded, hiding his small smile. Bell. "See you tonight." Bell was about to run away towards the dungeon if it weren't for Ryuu grabbing him by the arm tightly. Bell. "Huh. What's th? Newark." Bell fell silent as he received a soft kiss on the cheek from an embarrassed elf. Ryuu. "Come back safely," smiling. Bell. "Why yes." Motivated. And so Bell ran to the dungeon with great motivation and an elf who would wait until night just to see him. Bell couldn't be more excited to get to the dungeon and eat his bento. "Are you sure, Bell-sama?" "Yes, old man, you can eat this if you want. I appreciate the food, but it's yours, Bell. Dono, you can have the best." In the dungeon, more precisely on the 5th floor, there was a small party of 4 members sitting quietly eating some sandwiches. 3 of them were eating some sandwiches that looked shiny and delicious. While the captain of the party ate some that looked a little normal but made and cut very carefully. Bell. "Don't worry, these are special," smiles, "you can eat the others, but save me some, I would feel bad if Sir-san found out that I didn't even eat anything from her bento," scratching the back of his neck. The 3 high. After a quick but delicious breakfast the small group quickly continued down more floors until they reached the 16th floor. Bell. "Ready, serious?" Welf. "Do you think we're ready?" Lily. "More than ready." Makoto. "We've done harder things." Welf. "Then let's go." The whole group started walking towards one place, the 17th floor, where the Great Wall of Pain was located. The agenda was to pass the first floors and have breakfast, then take some time to kill monsters from floors 10 down and collect the magic stones to finally reach the Goliath and defeat it. Then they would go to the 18th floor and Lily would be in charge of scamming someone stupid enough to buy her for 3 times her price. Although obviously they had to defeat Goliath first. And they were already prepared for that. Walking, seriously. Fiona. Finally, sighing in relief. Lefiya. How did you do it? Whispering. Riveria. Honestly, I have the same question, looking at the same as Tiona and Lefiya. What were the 3 of them looking at? Simple. The beautiful golden-haired girl killing rows and rows of monsters that rushed towards her uselessly. It was Aiz who, after a very long plea from Tiona and secretly a threat from Riveria involving water and a pool, Aiz came out of his room. Tiona. I think she still looks very discouraged. Fiona noticed how Aiz barely used a strength icon against the monsters. They were on the first floor so it wasn't necessary, but Aiz never held back, or at least before. Fiona. We are now on the 13th floor, looking around. How strange, it's a bit empty, noticing very few monsters. Riveria. It's likely that a group of adventurers has passed by before, let's continue, calm. All high. The 4 passed without much trouble to the 17th floor. Aiz seemed to forget her love problems for a few moments. Although they had to be very careful on the 14th, 15th and 16th floors to meet an Almrage, Aiz seemed to want to cry as soon as she saw one of those adorable monsters better known by the community as mini bells. In the middle of a fierce fight, Bell sneezed as he attacked Goliath's arm with quick deep slashes. Lily thinks Bell-sama is getting sick, pointing her crossbow at the Goliath's eye. Bell. Yes, I think you're right, smiling nervously. On the 17th floor. The group of 4 girls walked through the dune killing minotaurs. Again, these were a problem since Aiz seemed to have memories of the first adventure that Bell had with those monsters. Fiona. Seems to be a little better, but when she sees monsters related to her, she somehow becomes the same as before, whispering to Riveria. Riveria. That's better than being locked in her room all damn day, sighing. Jonah. And that. Surprised. Riveria. Someone who has defeated Goliath would be. Lefiya, who was nearby, gulped. Maybe she was a level 3, but she wasn't ready to defeat a Goliath yet, not even with a small party. Fortunately, she wasn't alone, and she was with 3 of the best members of her family, Tiona, her teacher Riveria, and her not-so-secret love Aiz. Even though she hated it, she wanted Bell and her to have something, at least that way she would get rid of that sad face she always had. Just as they were about to go to the 18th floor, they could hear a loud scream. Firebolt. Everyone could look in amazement at a gigantic ray of fire in the distance that hit the Goliath, who tried to protect himself with his arm, but it was useless. The ray of fire easily pierced his arm and exploded right in his mouth, destroying his jaw. As the firelight faded, Aiz stared wide-eyed at the person who had launched the attack. Right there. There was a white hair, as white as snow, and red eyes that seemed to shine as brightly as a ruby. There he was, Bellcranel, wearing shiny new armor, using his black knife and a white knife made from unicorn horn by Welf. Bell. Now. Seriously. A large purple magic circle emerged from the ceiling, and while the Goliath was distracted holding his jaw in a futile attempt to put it back together, a giant sword emerged from the magic circle. When the sword touched the floor, almost the entire area was covered in a violet circle, and the Goliath suddenly knelt down, trying not to fall completely to the ground. Immediately. More and more fire rays, a little weaker than the previous one, hit the Goliath all over his body. To the point that his skin was covered in severe 4th-degree burns. Just at that moment, a louder scream. Halich. The Redeed, carrying a large ice sword, swung it while saying his name. From it a large wave of frost came out, freezing and covering the Goliath's body completely. It only took seconds for the ice to begin to break, shattering the Goliath into pieces and leaving a rather large magic stone in the center. When something, a non-living object or a living being, had its temperature suddenly drop significantly and then suddenly rise, the sudden change in temperature could do surprising things, such as destroying a Goliath. Bell. 20 minutes, I feel like we took too long, putting a hand on his chin. Lily thinks you're exaggerating. Bell saw me last time with the Black Goliath, it took us an hour and a half or maybe more. Bell. If it's true, thoughtful, it doesn't matter, let's go to the 18th floor, let's hurry and come back, anxious. Welfo, I know what's going on, smiling mischievously. L.A. Welf. Here the gallant wants to hurry to see his girlfriend. Ball. Oh. A little far away, listening to their conversation, were 3 frightened women as they looked tremblingly at Aiz, whose hair prevented her eyes from seeing. Fiona. Aiz. Whispering. Riveria. Are you okay there? Worried. Aiz began to tremble, while her fist clenched tightly, digging her nails into the Lefiya. What do we do, scared? But the Bell group. Lily. Lily understands, so Bell-sama was thinking of going to visit that elf tonight, huh? Looking at him mischievously, who would have thought that Bell-sama was all grown up? LA. Blushing, come on guys say that, looking away. Lily. How easy it is to blush Bell-sama, sometimes he forgets that he is still a child, shaking his head. L. But you're younger than me. Lily A. L. Welf ha 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 ha. Laughing out loud. Lily. Callance. Hitting Welf. Welf. Calm down, Lilicuajo, when I was your age. Lily. We're almost the same age. Frowning at Welf. Welf. When I was your height. Lily. UHHHH. Hitting him in the crotch. Welf. Ugh. Making a pained expression. L, like the readers, made a pained expression and obviously left their F for Welf no S like that. L. By inheritance, looking at Welf. Lily. Let's go, going to the 18th floor. Welf. Hey. Don't leave me. Looking at Bell leaving, damn rabbit. I still have to keep the secret of that sleeping elf photo you have in your room. Pointing at Bell. Everyone stood still, not only the Hestia family group but also the Loki family group. L. W. Welf. You said you wouldn't say anything. Annoyed. L was embarrassed when he realized Mikoto was looking at him in surprise and Lily in shock. L. A. Besides, you stole the goddess Hephaestus's underwear. And I don't even want to know what you do with it. Pointing at him. Silence was the only thing that could be heard after that, even the humble Amazon, the semi-lesbian elf and the best MILF were surprised by those revelations. Unlike the matter with the photo, now Mikoto and Lily looked at Welf with indignation. Welf. Don't look at me like that. You don't know how much it cost me to convince Tsubaki to help me do that, pointing at the. Lily. Let's go now, walking. Mikoto. Yes, leaving. L. C fades away. Welf. Solo sullen alone. End. Like smashing a stone, 06. Aiz. Why did I do that? It was the question I asked myself that day when I made my worst mistake, rejecting the person to whom I had unwittingly given my heart and he to mine. I broke her heart because of my stupidity. And I'm paying the price. Why was his heart now being cared for and healed by an elf waitress and apparently former adventurer whom he never gave much importance to? Many nights I wondered why he had fallen in love with her. No, I can't even say her name without feeling like something squeezes me and leaves me speechless inside. I often wondered why he had fallen in love with her. I wanted to blame her, but I knew perfectly well that this was my fault. Did he fall in love with her because of her strength? Because of her beauty? Because of her swordsmanship? Because of her magic? Because of her stoic face? These and more questions were the ones I asked myself in my mind for several nights, some with more sense than others. I wandered in my memories of the few times I had seen that elf, and I looked for something about her that was better than me. Reason? I don't know, I just wanted to know why she. Maybe because she looked like me? It could be, after all, we both have a stoic face, great strength, we are both beautiful, or at least many people have always told me that I am beautiful, and great skill with the sword, well hers was superior to mine. Maybe that was why, for a while I thought that for that stupid reason Bell had changed me, and for a few days I left my room to the surprise of Riveria and the others, but I only left to train with my sword, trying to be better than the elf. According to what I heard from Bell, she is level 4. But she was better than me, that time when Bell fought against almost all of her area just to protect those monsters with knowledge and she and I faced each other, I realized that she was better than me. If she had been level 5 she would have defeated me, and if she had been level 6, she would possibly have wiped the floor with me. I trained tirelessly to overcome her, thinking that this would regain her attention. It only took me a few days to know that was stupid. Bell didn't love her for that, she wasn't that shallow. Then I remembered again about the Xenos and also about the war between families. On both occasions she was there supporting him without fear. Me too. Well, I was worried about him, but I didn't do anything. In the war between families I just sat on a couch waiting for him to be okay. The elf went to fight at his side. On the subject of Xenos, I decided to fight him to kill a little girl. She was a monster, yes, but also a little girl who hadn't killed anyone, nor was she to blame for anything. Because of me the girl hurt herself. I hurt Bell and that elf. Well, she took her wooden sword and fought to help him. She even confronted me, even knowing the difference of 2 levels between the two. I never saw the doubt in her eyes. She was determined to win, even with the odds against her. She protected, trusted and supported Bell. I attacked him, I despised him, and I abandoned them. She was there for him. I don't. I spent days in bed regretting it until the day I completely broke down. Hey Aiz, please get out of there. I didn't answer. I know you're awake, please open the door. I kept ignoring her. Why couldn't she just leave me alone? I want to be alone. Aiz. I heard Tiona's footsteps fading away and knew she was gone. Good. I didn't want to sob with her standing next to my door, my usual one was no longer soundproofed, thanks to Riveria. I sighed as I tried to wipe my tears with the sleeve of my pajamas. I didn't even feel like changing. My bed looked so comfortable. I'll go to sleep. Knock knock. Ugh, now that. Riveria. It's me, open the door. Couldn't you just leave me alone? I don't want you to see me cry, I don't want you to look at me with pity or concern, I want you to go away and leave me alone. Riveria. Open the door, it's not a question. No. I tried to say that with a firm voice, but it was useless, my voice sounded shaky and weak, and Riveria obviously noticed that. Riveria. Please, you can't keep blaming yourself for this. It's my fault if only I hadn't been so focused on that stupid dragon. Riveria didn't say anything after that, I think she was surprised by the answer, honestly I was surprised too. We stayed silent for a few minutes until I heard her sigh. Riveria Aiz opens the door. Then. Riveria. A few days ago Loki ordered a small pool to be built, get out or I'll get in myself, tie you in adamantine and let you swim for a few hours. I started to tremble upon hearing those words, I didn't know if what she had said was real or not, but I didn't want to find out, even though she was level 6, Riveria knew perfectly well how to immobilize me 100%. So I decided to do the most sensible thing. And opened the door. Riveria. Finally, looking at me. I could tell he was worried, and why couldn't I? I looked in the mirror and I looked awful. The whites of my eyes were red, my face looked like it was going to fall asleep any second, and my hair was all messed up, plus my dark circles under my eyes from my terrible sleep cycle. Riveria. You look terrible. I know. We both looked at each other for several seconds, until Riveria took me by the arm and pulled me to the girls' bathroom, and forced me to take a shower, when I finished I felt more relaxed, still bad but a little better. Riveria took some makeup that Loki had and wasn't using and fixed me up a bit, my dark circles were gone, and my face looked better. I took a comb and started to fix my hair, obviously I knew this wasn't without any reason. Where do you want to take me? Riveria. We'll go to the dungeon, Tiona and Lefiya will go with us, combing my hair. For? Riveria. Isn't it obvious? We'll go there so you can de-stress. Maybe hunting monsters will relax you. Stop brushing my hair. It was funny, a few weeks ago she wished I wasn't in the dungeon all the time, and now it seems that's what she wants most. Okay, maybe this way I can get away from those negative thoughts, if I continue like this, it won't go so well for us to break up, besides I feel a little alone, some may call me crazy, but I haven't seen or heard my mini-me in days, the last time I saw her she was as bad as I was. It doesn't matter anymore. Riveria helped me put on my armor, my sword and led me by the hand like a little girl to the dungeon. Tian and Lefiya were already waiting for us. Apparently Tian couldn't come because the captain needed her urgently to talk about something important. Oh, that's what Tiona said to Riveria. I don't know, I don't care. We walked through the dangerous corridors of the dungeon and I was feeling listless, the others were doing all the work because I didn't defend myself or attack. At one point I started to attack, the girls seemed to be happy about that, and Alberto's spirits rose a little, the more floors we climbed the more difficult it became, and I started to forget my thoughts about him. At least until we got to floors 14, 15 and 16 where the girls got nervous, and I quickly understood why. There he was, a little Almridge looking at us trembling, the little one knew he had no chance against any of us. They were so similar. I felt sad thinking about him, and the girls quickly realized it. As we continued walking through the dungeon corridors, I realized that the girls were doing everything possible to make sure we avoided those monsters. Well, I have to thank you for that, I didn't want to be reminded of it every time I saw one of those rabbits. As we walked through the 16th floor I heard Lefiya say something. Lefiya. We'll all face him, right? We can't leave Miss Aiz to take on the Goliath alone. Looking at Riveria. I felt offended, I could take on Udius alone, why couldn't I take on a floor boss much weaker than Udius? Despite that, I didn't say anything, even though I wanted to deny it. Right now if I face Goliath alone I will end up very badly, the best thing was to clear my mind and then fight. Or that was the plan as we could hear the sound of fighting on the other side of the entrance to the 17th floor. We didn't know who they were, but it didn't take long for us to realize, and we discovered it with a single scream. Firebolt. I wiped myself. That voice, as I couldn't recognize it, was a voice I will never forget. It was the voice of he. Bellcranel. There I saw it. Using 2 knives as usual while dodging the large arms of the Goliath that tried to hit him. I was saddened to see him, but deep down, I was so overjoyed to see that white hair and those red eyes again. I even swear I could see my mini-me smiling for a moment when I saw Bell again. He was with his party fighting against the Goliath who was in his last stages. I watched him fight and smiled. That fighting style, how could I not recognize it, was mine. It was my fighting style, slightly modified to use with double knives. It made me happy that he still had me in his life, at least in some way. I heard the girls talking among themselves nervously. Apparently they didn't know what to do in this situation, but I didn't care. I kept looking at him, watching how he fought without any problem against the Goliath. Finally, after they used a magic sword and Bell's magic, the Goliath ended up in pieces. Bell had his back to me. I couldn't help but remember my father, and I felt a great nostalgia and happiness invade me. I was determined. I was going to talk to Bell. I mentally prepared myself and gained confidence to talk to him. But all my confidence was thrown away by a few simple words. Here the gallant wants to hurry to see his girlfriend. Oh. Crash. It's not like that. That's not true. I know I saw them kissing, but I didn't think they had already formalized a relationship. My fist clenched. I started hyperventilating and tried to maintain control. Aiz Waldstein, please go out with me. I'm sorry, Bell. Memories of that day came flooding back to me. If only I hadn't rejected him, would we be dating right now? Why, I don't have any cuts, I don't have any wounds, so why does my chest hurt so much? It hurt so much. The girls were worried about me when they saw me hyperventilating. I ignored what they were saying to me while I looked into the distance as he moved further and further away from me. Behind him I saw the silhouette of my father leaving. Well, he turned his back on me. Pain. I couldn't stop feeling it. I started hyperventilating harder, and I heard Riveria saying my name louder and louder. Something fell from my cheeks. I licked it with my tongue. It was salty. I touched my face with my left hand, and were they tears? My tears. It hurts, oh, my chest hurts a lot. I could visualize in my mind my mini-me crying while holding her breast. I wanted to help her, but I didn't know what to do either. In the end, I fainted. Of Riveria. The day was a catastrophic day. Since this morning, with Loki planning 1,001 ways to kill that boy, having to threaten Aiz again to get her to leave her room, stopping Lefiya from going to hunt the poor rabbit, and what worries me the most. The attack of Aiz. After the blacksmith's work, she had started to hyperventilate. I tried to get her out of her trance and make her calm down, but it didn't work. No matter how much I shouted her name, she stayed there trembling and finally fainted in my arms. The following took me a little by surprise. Apparently the Bell party heard my screams. Please let me help. Do you think I'll let you help us after what you did, dirty human? Lefiya, shut your mouth. But, Riveria Sam. It was an order. Why, yes. Can I count on you to carry her to the headquarters? Hey? We'll watch your back. Can you carry it? Yes, I can do it. Thank you. Bell let his party go to the 18th floor to do what they had to do while I beat Aiz up. I couldn't help but smile when I saw Aiz settle into Bell's bed like a princess who was rescued. The owner remained unusually quiet. She seemed not to know what to say. At least she didn't attack Bell like Lefiya. And Lefiya remained in a sepulchral silence behind me. She would not disobey my orders, I know it. The way back was quiet, but without problems, without difficulties. Obviously there was a lot of hustle and bustle in the streets, and the reason was more than clear. Maybe I'm interfering too much in Aiz's life, but if I can make her happy, it will all be worth it. Maybe I can't reunite them, but at least I can make them regain their friendship. That way, Aiz will smile again. Yes, that is my duty as his mother. Avyo meringues. The small group walked towards the Twilight Mansion while they were around Bell, who walked with a serious face while carrying Aiz's bridal style. Princess Ocean for those from Cranel. The NK group took a long time to reach the mansion, and the guards let them pass by Riveria's order. Fortunately for Bell, many members of the Loki family were out, so he wasn't getting too many bad looks. They arrived at the infirmary and Bell left Aiz on a stretcher. Aiz held Bell tightly. Riveria was about to ask Bell to stay with her to take care of her, but her anxious look told her that she had something important to do. Riveria smiled sadly as she looked at Aiz and helped Bell free herself from her grasp. Riveria noticed that Aiz's face wrinkled and his expression became sad. Riveria also smiled sadly and accompanied Bell to the exit. While Bell stood there looking to the left, Riveria looked at him expectantly, not wanting to interrupt whatever was happening. Bell. I'm sorry, Aiz. Bell starts to stroke Aiz's head, giving her a small smile in the process. Bell stopped rubbing his head and walked towards the exit. Riveria. Tell me, what do you think Aiz feels for you? Looking at him. Bell. Well, smiling sadly, at most I think as a friend, she made it clear that time, walking. Riveria. And what if she lied to you? What if she really loves you? Looking at him. Bell. I doubted someone like her is unattainable for me, I always knew it, even though I got excited, smiling sadly. Riveria was about to speak again, maybe there was still a chance. Bell. Also, smiling happily, I guess she can thank you, thanks to her Ryuu, and I became closer, scratching his neck blushing. It was then that Riveria understood, Aiz no longer had any hope of having anything with Bell, she had lost it that very day. Riveria. I see, smiling sadly. Bell. By the way Riveria-sama, looking at her, what would happen to Aiz? Looking at her worriedly. Riveria. Are you interested? Looking at him. Bell. Maybe we're not a couple or anything like that, but she's still important to me, she helped me with many things, and if it weren't for her, I would have died a long time ago, smiling, so she's really important to me, looking at her. Riveria. I see you have nothing to worry about, Aiz used too much magic and had a zero mind, I screamed because I was surprised and I hadn't even realized before, closing my eyes. Bell. I understand, I hope he recovers. They had already reached the exit and Riveria opened the door. Riveria. I'll tell her that you care about her, looking at him. Bell. Yes please, smiling. Riveria. It was a pleasure, Bell, smiling. Bell. Likewise, Riveria-sama, smiling. Riveria stood at the door watching Bell calmly walk away from the place into the arms of an elf and not her daughters. Riveria. You let a good boy go, closing the door. Bell ran through the streets of her area while looking at the sun, if he wasn't mistaken, it was almost time for him to see Ryuu, and he didn't want to make his beautiful elf wait, so he quickened his pace, showing his level 4 speed in all its splendor. He was a little shocked about Aiz, but also happy because he was able to steal something with Pop, he loved Aiz, but only that, he didn't love her, he cared about her because she was important to him, like all his friends, but he was already getting over her, thanks to a certain elf who took over his heart. Bell ran through the streets cheering people up with his huge smile. Bellcranel felt like a new man. And it was. End. Couple. 07. Bellcranel. An adventurer who has achieved many things since he arrived in Arario. He faced an irregular minotaur as a level 1, he faced an entire family, he faced an irregular boss and killed it, he faced all kinds of things to defend the Xenos, he fought a level 7 mauled minotaur, he survived hell and defeated a juggernaut while protecting someone. Everyone would think that someone like him would be a powerful man who commands respect. And here it was. On your knees. Doing a doggies while an elf with a face that reflected absolutely nothing lightly sniffed his neck. Ryuu. You smell like a girl, expressionless. Bell shivered, felt a chill run down his neck as sweat ran down his chin, he didn't think Aiz's scent would stay in the. All this being observed by some waitresses amused to see Ryuu jealous. The bar had closed recently, Mamma Mia didn't see many customers that day, and with a shaky step, she closed the place early. The girls could swear that in Mamma Mia's mind she was saying. No stonks. Leaving that aside, let me show you how we got to this situation. Ryuu waited for Bell since the bar closed and began to worry when she didn't arrive at the agreed time, 5 minutes later, and Ryuu felt like an eternity, she was anxious, another 5 minutes, and Ryuu looked at herself in the mirror, fixing small details that wouldn't have mattered to her before. 5 minutes later she was about to go get her adventurer outfit and look for Bell, worried, but before doing so, a voice called her, and Ryuu had never felt so relieved before. He turned his head with a smile on his face, looking at an already familiar white hair and a beautiful and pure smile that only he could give. Ryuu. Bell. Bell. Sorry, too late. Scratching his neck. Ryuu. Not at all, it was only 15 minutes. Ryuu wouldn't admit it, but for her it felt like an eternity. Bell. Sorry, smiling shyly, huh? They closed. Surprised. Ryuu. My mom didn't see a good sale and decided to close early, looking at the empty store. Bell. Oh. I guess I can't come in to eat either, lowering his head. Ryuu. Not at all, my mom trusts you, so you can go in and eat, just make sure you spend a lot, smiling slightly. Bell. Hi, smiling. My mom. I see you've arrived, cleaning some glasses, okay kid, as you can see today's sale was a mess, I hope you spend something to brighten the day, smiling with signs of malice in her eyes. Bell. Why yes, smiling nervously. Anya. White-haired Naya, appearing behind him. Bell. Ah. Surprised. Chloe. Hello. Appearing out of nowhere. L.A. Rabbit survival instinct activated. Bell moved instinctively, dodging a mischievous hand belonging to Chloe. Chloe. How close, looking at Bell's butt. Bell. Chloe-san, blushing. Chloe smiled innocently, ignoring Ryuu's glare. As Chloe chased Bell trying to touch his butt, a peculiar smell reached her keen nose, and Chloe immediately smiled as if she was up to something. Chloe stopped jazzing Bell and whispered something in Anya's ear, confusing the others. Anya stood with a cat face processing the information until she opened her mouth and nodded several times enthusiastically. Lunwer Katram and Anya. Chloe. Curious. Anya. He, smiling wickedly, this. Naya. Bell blinked in puzzlement as Anya grabbed him from behind and held him in a tight grip as she sniffed his body. Obviously Ryuu saw this, and Sir who was next to him watched with sweat as Ryuu began to tremble while slowly clenching his fist. Ryuu. Let it go, lazy cat, cold. Ryuu pulled out a broom from who knows where and started hitting Anya with it. Anya. Naya. Not with the broom. Trying to cover herself. Pum. Anya ended up with 5 bumps on her head while Sir nervously stopped Ryuu. Ryuu was right next to Bell as if protecting him from something. Chloe backed away nervously, knowing that an angry Ryuu with a broom was a cat person's worst nightmare. Ryuu calmed down as he watched them walk away from Bell, and out of curiosity, he also sniffed him a little with his cheeks flushed. It was a tender face, which quickly changed to a dark one when detecting a constant girl scent. Bell hee. Screech. Ryuu bellcranel, squeezing his shoulder. Bell. He said my full name, shaking, why yes. Resigning himself. Ryuu. You have a peculiar smell, don't you think? Looking at him calmly. Bell. Why you think? Trying to stay calm. Ryuu. Yes, it's the same as a girl's, tightening his grip. Bell. I see, sweating, don't you think you're pushing too hard? Sweating. Ryuu. Really? I think my grip is too soft, expressionless. Bella, shaking. Ryuu. Bell, whispering in her ear. Bell. Why yes. Ryuu. On her knees, expressionless. Not a second later Bell was kneeling on the ground in front of Ryuu while she looked at him expressively. Bell. Sweating. The other girls watched the scene with smiles on their faces. They liked seeing Ryuu act like that, it was very interesting, and they had nothing to worry about. They knew that Bell was not capable of deceiving Ryuu, and they also knew that he was very vulnerable against women. That is why Anya was able to catch him a moment ago, and Bell did not free himself for fear of hurting her. Something very noble in their words, and now they were enjoying a show. Even my mom was there watching the show. Ryuu. Who? Expressionless. Bell Aiz, closing eyes. Ryuu. Explain, would be. Bell proceeded to tell what happened on the 17th floor and that he offered to help Aiz by carrying her to Twilight Mansion at Riveria's request. Ryuu. Thoughtful. Bell let Ryuu process the information, he didn't want to provoke another unnecessary anger. Ryuu. Fine, I believe you, stopping glaring at him. Bell felt a wave of relief flood his body and thanked the gods. Ryuu helped him stand up, but before she could say anything another voice spoke up. Cough, cough. They both looked at my mom, who looked at them bored with a large plate of food. Mommy. I'm sorry to interrupt your moment, but someone has to eat all this, stepping aside. Bell's jaw nearly dropped to the floor when he saw a table full of food and drinks that he obviously wasn't going to finish on his own. Anya. Naya. Sorry, scratching the back of her neck, it's just that the special of the day is giant salmon and I'm craving it. Naya, sticking out her tongue silly. Bell. It's okay Anya-san, you can eat if you want, smiling kindly. Anya. Naya. Well played, white-haired cun, but I won't pay for that. Cat smile. Bell. I know you won't, so you can eat, looking at everyone, I'll pay for everything, dead look. Chloe. Are you sure? Raising an eyebrow. Bell. Yes, just make sure you leave something to take home to my family, smiling kindly. My mom. I hope you pay everything, kid. Since you're a frequent customer, I'll give you the chance to pay in parts. You can pay one part today and another tomorrow, smiling sinisterly. Bell. Gulp. And how much is the pay? My mom. 300,000 valis, smiling. Bell. Blank. Mom. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding, patting Bell's sword. Ryuu. Oh my goodness, my mom, giving Bell a glass of wine, I shouldn't play with Bell like that, rubbing his head. Bell. Thank you Ryuu, smiling, and how much is the pay really? Relieved. Ryuu. 100,000 valis, expressionless. Bella. Blank. Dinner was quiet, well, apart from the fact that Anya devoured anything with fish in it like a beast eating its prey. To be sure. And we can't forget Ryuu, who hadn't left Bell's side for even a second. She had sat next to him, pressing her shoulders, and had even fed him. The waitresses were quite amused watching Ryuu with a small blush and a small smile feed a blushing Bell. Despite what had happened this morning with Aiz, for Bell it was a good day with his beautiful elf. And that's why he wondered how they had gotten into this situation. Aren't you dating yet? Body. You lie. Bell looked nervously at all the waitresses who seemed surprised by such a revelation. What had happened? Well, simple. Thanks to some clients, my mom had found out about the scene between Ryuu and Bell at the fountain. And obviously he did not miss the opportunity to inform a certain nymphomaniac goddess about this to make her suffer. At one point during dinner Ryuu had gone to the bathroom, my mom took advantage of that opportunity and talked about it. Bell was such a terrible liar that it was extremely easy to make him talk. Mommy laughed at the face her made when she heard the news of them kissing in broad daylight inside a fountain. Mamma Mia didn't have to say anything else for the questions to begin. Anya. You did that and you're still not dating. Impossible. Naya, surprised. Chloe. You have to declare yourself a Bell. Looking at him. Bell. Why yes it's true, could you stop trying to touch my butt? Smiling nervously. Chloe. I don't promise anything, pulling her hand away. You better swear it. Chloe trembled as she felt an evil presence behind her, and when she turned her gaze, she found two blue orbs as cold as ice that seemed to freeze her with their gaze. Chloe. Ryuu, trembling. Ryuu sighed before taking out a broom. Chloe knew. While Ryuu Chibi was hitting Chloe Chibi, Bell was talking to the others. Bell. So what do you recommend, looking at them? Bloomwer. Well, you could invite her on a date, create a romantic atmosphere, and blushing, take her hand, say nice words to her, declare your love, and you kiss, blushing. Bell, Sir and Anya looked with a drop on their heads at Bloomwer, holding her cheeks fantasizing about something. Well elsewhere. Ryuu. Please, begging. My mom. You won't be able to convince me of cured arms. Ryuu. I beg you, my mom, I promise it will only be one night, with my hands glued together. My mom. No, besides, he already slept with you the night before, right? Looking at her, that's more than enough. Ryuu. Just one more time, looking at her. Mom. No, besides that was a special ovation, I don't want to lose one of my best clients, shaking her head, and I don't want to know what kind of things two teenagers will do at night, alone in a dark room, looking at Ryuu mischievously. Ryuu blushed at Mamma Mia's words and lowered his head in silence, at least he had tried. But fortunately for Ryuu, the author of this fic supports her, unlike a certain princess whom the author despises for private reasons. Mamma Mia. Both the dwarf and the elf turned their heads towards the owner of that voice, turning out to be beautiful. Mommy Mia. What's up, with arms crossed? Bell. I've come to pay, showing a bag of Valis. Mommy. Perfect. Smiling with a twinkle in her eyes. My mom received the money and started counting it so that nothing would be missing, but. Mamma Mia. 200,000 volts. Confused. Bell. Yes, it's because of the trouble of having her cook even though the place is already closed. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, my mom, bowing. My mom. Boy, you should stop being so kind, it would be. LA. Mommy. People can easily take advantage of that, I'm not saying it's wrong, but don't be someone so easily fooled, you need to learn to know when to show your kindness and when to save it, it would be. Ryuu. My mom, surprised, thank you, it seems that Bell changed her a little, smiling. My mom. Of course, whenever you want to give extra money or a generous tip here at the establishment, who am I to refuse it? Smiling, taking all the money. Ryuu. And returned to normal, sighing with a smile. Bell. Thanks for the advice, my mom, smiling. Mamma Mia. Turning to see Ryuu, it's okay, you can stay, leaving. Ryuu raised and lowered his fist in a victory symbol and smiled while in his mind, he silently thanked his goddess Astria for giving him luck. Tenma. And me? Am I painted or what? Yes, Ryuu also thanked the supreme deity, the author of the fic, for giving him this great opportunity. Tenma. Nothing D, now I'll go make a certain princess of her sea vanishes. After thanking the great deity Tenma, Ryuu looked at Bell very fixedly. Bell. What's going on? Curious. Ryuu. It's time to sleep. Bell. Oh, that's right, looking out the window, I think I should go now, my family must be worried and I also have to bring them something for dinner. Bell stopped dead in his tracks when Ryuu grabbed him by the sleeve of his jacket and gave him an embarrassed look. Ryuu. Would you stay overnight? Looking at him. Bell. Processing the information, blushing. Ryuu. You don't want to, lowering his head. Bell. And that's not it. Ryuu blushed when Bell took both of her hands and looked into her eyes. Bell. Of course I would like to be, but, looking away, I have to take this to my family, they haven't even had dinner yet and they must be worried waiting for me, looking at her, I'm sorry, lowering his head. Ryuu's mind thought thousands of thoughts per second, he needed to find a way for Bell to stay, fortunately the great deity heard his prayers and sent him a slave to fulfill his request. The silhouette of a hand slowly approached Bell's butt at a terrifying speed. Ryuu tightly held the hand of a frightened Chloe. Chloe. That. Scared. Ryuu. You help me and do something useful, expressionless. Chloe started to tremble and nodded slowly to Ryuu's words. Ryuu took the bag of food that Bell was going to take for his family and gave it to Chloe. Ryuu. Go to Bell headquarters and give this to his family, tell them he's fine and that he'll be staying here to sleep, expressive. Chloe P. Piro. Chloe's complaints were silenced when she saw Ryuu pull a broom out of nowhere and leave the premises as fast as thunder. Ryuu changed his murderous look to a calmer one and looked at Bell, as if he had never threatened Chloe. Ryuu. Let's go, taking Bell's hand. Bell didn't have time to blush because he had been pulled by Ryuu at high speed towards his room. My mom. Good, clapping, sir, tomorrow first thing in the morning you're going to wash the dishes, now go to sleep. Anya Lunwer. Yay. High fives. Sir, yay, looking heavily at the dishes. Bell had barely processed what had happened. My mom gave him a life lesson, Chloe was threatened so that she would tell her family the situation, then Ryuu pulled him to his room and without him realizing it, he was in simple white pajamas with green stripes. Bell A. Blinking. Ryuu. Ready, Chibi, come lie down, patting the bed. Bell. Why yes. Bell approached Ryuu and slowly lay down next to her. Bell. I don't know what just happened, but I'm not going to complain, I feel like I forgot something, looking at Ryuu. Ryuu. Did you send it? Looking at him curiously. Bell. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Calm. Ryuu. A. Fluttering. Ryuu. Sonarhata. Bell. Realizing what he said, no wait. That wasn't it, blushing, I wanted to invite you to a sigh. Ryuu. Yes, I want, whispering. Bell A. Looking at her. Ryuu. Yes, I want to be your girlfriend, looking at him. Ryuu raised her head and closed her eyes, expecting a kiss. Bell looked at her without understanding what to do now. This wasn't her plan, but she wasn't going to complain either. Suddenly Bell felt like he was being pushed and connected his lips with Ryuu's in a beautiful kiss. Bell looked behind him out of the corner of his eye and could make out the figure of a bearded man smiling with a thumbs up. Bell. Grandpa. Behind Zeus I appeared, giving him a thumbs up and breaking the fourth wall. Bell. Supreme deity. NT. I had to do it you. Bell put his thoughts aside when Ryuu took him by the collar of his shirt and intensified the kiss. At night my mom was silently grateful that the only thing she heard in Ryuu's room were the kisses of the newly formed couple and not applause. End. The ideal moment 08. It had been a couple of days since Ryuu and Elmira Bell became a couple. Bell hey v. Denma. Sorry, I had to do it. Cough what was I doing? Yeah, Bell was slowly putting his member in Ryuu who no wait, that's for the next chapter. See. Ryuu and Bell had gotten closer after that night where they formalized their relationship. And his approach was very obvious. Sir couldn't help but look with a pout when Bell arrived in the morning and received a bento from Ryuu. Ryuu had become more daring and grabbed him by the collar to steal a kiss before he left. Sir almost fainted the first time she saw that. But he had learned to live with it and now the scene seemed tender to him. Right now he was witnessing that scene for the sixth time, only now when Ryuu tried to kiss him, it was Bell who stole a rather passionate kiss and left while saying goodbye. Sir. It seems like you're having fun, naughty. Ryuu blushed when she noticed Sir's presence and looked at her without saying anything, embarrassed at having been seen. Anya. It was an interesting scene Naya, behind Sir. Sir Ryuu A. Mirandola. Before Ryuu's face could turn completely red in embarrassment, an annoyed Mamma Mia appeared behind Anya. Mommy. Don't slack off at work. Hitting Anya with a broom. Anya. Naya. Not with the broom. With her hair standing on end. Ryuu sighed as she shook her head and went back to change her waitress clothes for a more comfortable one. Today was Sunday, she had worked hard all week, so that today my mom would give her a day off. This day Bell would not go to the dungeon like her family and she would go to the fireplace mansion to hang out with Bell. What could go wrong? Well, for Ryuu, nothing on the other hand. Bell was in Twilight Mansion running for his life. Reason? Simple. A few days ago Welf had given him a renewed armor, it was like the previous ones, only that it covered a little more of his body, and the red marks were bigger. Also to Bell's surprise, the armor was lighter than before, but it was much more resistant. It turns out that Welf had somehow gotten some adamantine from the lower floors, and the armor was mostly made of adamantine. Welf was proud of his creation, and even challenged Bell to break it. Bragging that it was the most resistant and could resist Bell's bad luck, well Welf regretted his words. Bell had taken too seriously the thing about testing the armor, and he looked motivated, a bad sign. Welf was almost in tears when Bell returned from his little visit to the dungeon, with his armor dented and torn in terrible ways. It turns out that Bell had gone to the 16th floor and faced off against a horde of minotaurs for almost 1 hour. The minotaurs kept coming, and Bell killed them by hand. Even being level 4 facing a horde of monsters was difficult, more so if you didn't use a weapon, and the result was that. Bell. I already said I'm sorry. Running. Welf. You idiot rabbit. How the buck did you leave my armor like that in 1 hour? 1 bucking hour. Scary face. Bell. Well, you told me to test her, looking away. Welf. I didn't mean it. Grabbing his head, damn it, I'll kill you. Pointing at Bell. Bell. I already said sorry. Backing away. Welf Gaia. Attacking him. Bell. Wait, I'm faster and stronger than him, what's stopping me from running away and leaving here all day? Remember Ryuu is coming today, oh that's why, sighing, listen Welf, you have to calm down, sweating. Welf. Calm down. Calm down. That armor could cost up to 800,000 valis, it could last for years and have mere scratches. And you. Pointing at it, destroyed it in 1 hour. Taking out a crimson sword. Bell. Oh no, sweating. Welf. Kitsuki. Swinging the sword. Ooh. After a long chase that was watched by an entertained harem who swept and cleaned up whatever they destroyed or made dirty without complaining, Well finally got tired and his anger went down a bit, so he decided to listen to Bell who wanted to tell him something. Welf. What do you want, stupid rabbit? Breathing heavily. Bell. A few days ago, looking at him tired, I was in Babel looking for an object that Lily needed, and by chance while I was returning I met Hephaestus, apparently she was doing something important, and she was carrying several papers and boxes with her, she seemed in a hurry, she tripped and dropped everything, taking a breath. Welf also began to regulate his breathing while listening attentively to what Bell said with curiosity. Bell. She looked very worried, so I went to help her and. Bell. Hephaestus-sama, running to help her. Hephaestus looked upset because she dropped the papers but relaxed a little when she saw Bell. Hephaestus. What do you need Bell? Sighing, as you can see, I'm busy. Snorting. Bell. I just wanted to help her, picking up some papers. Hephaestus. Thank you, looking at him gratefully. They both picked up everything, and Bell offered to help her with the papers, Hephaestus thanked him again and gave him half of what he had, and they both went to Hephaestus's office in Babel. It wasn't long before both of them arrived and Bell left the papers and some packages on Hephaestus's table. Hephaestus. Thanks for the help Bell, wiping sweat, I was in a hurry because out of nowhere I got a great design for a weapon and I wanted to get to the Frigg as fast as possible, so I wouldn't forget it, twisting a hammer. Welf. Oh right, when Hephaestus-sama has inspiration to work and make a weapon, he puts aside everything he is doing and goes to the fret immediately to forge, if he happens to forget what he was about to do he gets angry like never before and blames us, and I'm drop. Bell. Yes, I noticed. Bell. I understand Hephaestus-sama, nodding his head while I'm leaving and. Bell looked surprised as out of nowhere a wall began to lower revealing a certain secret that was a Frigga. Bell. Surprised. Hephaestus ignored Bell and anxiously touched a rope that was lying around, when he pulled it, Bell could hear the sound of a bell 1 floor below them. Hephaestus grabbed 2 hammers, some pincers, and took some metal ingots that Bell could identify as mithril and orichalcum, 2 very expensive and resistant materials, one was a good conductor of magic and the other was a good material to make the Durandal effect. Hephaestus put the ingots in the fretwork and took out a notebook where he began to write down blacksmithing procedures. Bell saw no need to stay so he walked to the door, when he was about to open it, he noticed that there was a note stuck on it that he couldn't see at first because of the things he was carrying. Out of curiosity, Bell took the note and began to read it. She didn't know if she should tell Hephaestus what it said or not because she looked anxious and upset. Hephaestus. Why is it taking so long, muttering. Bell. This is Hephaestus-sama, looking at the note. Hephaestus looked at him out of the corner of his eye without saying anything and Bell assumed he was listening to him. Bell. Here's a note from a woman named Tsubaki Kalbrand, looking at Hephaestus. Hephaestus. A note. Fearing the worst. Bell. Yes, he says something important came up and he won't be back until 5 p.m., reading the note. 5. Bell blinked in confusion as he watched Hephaestus drop his hammer in shock. Hephaestus. Not here. Damn. Frowning, it had to be right now. Hephaestus remained thoughtful for a second while she despaired, she needed to start forging, but now or she would lose the idea of the weapon, and she was not a very good draftsman, so making a portrait of the weapon was out of the question. At that, as if Hephaestus had found enlightenment, he turned his head towards Bell and stared at him, making him uncomfortable. Bell. Something's wrong Hephaestus-sama, nervous. Hephaestus. Do you know anything about blacksmithing? Expressionless. Bell. No, scratching his neck. Hephaestus. Well, get ready because you're going to learn, giving him some tweezers. Bell. Surprised. Hephaestus hold that ingot tight. Bell high. Pum. Bell. And I helped her with her project for 9 hours, blank stare, my hands still hurt just from remembering, looking at his hands. Welf. Nice story, but why did you want me to listen to it, still annoyed. Bell. Oh yeah, cough cough after helping Hephaestus-sama. In the forge you could see Hephaestus sharpening a beautiful golden trident with blue details and 3 silver gems on each of the spikes it had. If any blacksmith saw that weapon they would die of envy for not being able to create a weapon like that. Hephaestus wiping the sweat from his forehead, it was hard work, but it was worth it, smiling. Hephaestus had his white shirt unbuttoned revealing a black bra and the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, as well as having his gloves. Hephaestus turned his head and looked at Bell who was a few meters away from her in a sink, soaking his completely red and swollen hands. Another fact was that he didn't have his jacket or shirt and was sweating profusely. Bell. I'm fine, breathing heavily, just I need rest. Bell would never have worked as an assistant in a forge, while helping Hephaestus he was suffocating from the heat and constant movement he was doing. He never believed that blacksmithing would be so difficult. He would make sure to apologize to Welf when he saw him for believing that blacksmithing was easy. Bell was brought out of his thoughts when he felt a comforting burning in his hands. He was a little surprised to see Hephaestus with a bottle that had a greenish liquid and spray it on his hands which began to heal, disappearing the blisters and other things he had. Hephaestus. Good job, smiling, not many can keep up with the pace I work, especially when I'm motivated. Tsubaki is one of the few, but as you can see she is, sighing. Bell. And don't worry Hephaestus-sama, I like to help, looking at her trembling. Hephaestus. You can complain if you want, the truth is that I forced you, embarrassed. Bell. It doesn't matter, playing it down, plus I learned interesting things, smiling, like not putting my hand too close to the sink or not putting my fingers where you're hammering, sweating. Hephaestus. And be proud, many blacksmiths in my family would like to work with me even once, and I will teach you some tricks that only I know, giving him a towel. Bell. Thanks, wiping his sweat, I didn't have to use a healing potion on my hands, looking at his new hands. Hephaestus. You're welcome, sitting at his desk, Bell, calling him. Bell hi. Looking for his shirt. Hephaestus. Thanks for the help, if you ever need a favor from me, don't hesitate to ask, smiling. Bell looked at her for a few seconds and smiled back. Bell hi Hephaestus-sama, smiling. Hephaestus. Well, now go and put on your shirt, it's a little uncomfortable seeing your torso, looking away blushing. Bell. Ah yeah sorry, looking for his shirt. Bell started looking for his shirt, but no matter how hard he looked he couldn't find it, until Hephaestus saw that there was something on his seat and embarrassed he realized that he had sat on Bell's shirt. Hephaestus eyed, stood up and handed Bell his shirt without saying anything. Bell. Thank you, smiling. Just then the door slammed hard and a half-dwarf with an eye patch over her left eye appeared, upset. Tsubaki. Sorry for the delay. Breathing heavily, I heard somewhere that Hephaestus-san needed me, looking at Bell, oh, but it's not Bell, smiling friendly, what are you doing here, looking at his naked face, looking at how Hephaestus is, did they do it? Mischievous smile. Hephaestus blushing, don't say stupid things Tsubaki, upset. Bell. Did we do it? Processing, oh, you mean, realizing. Tsubaki looked at Bell with a devilish smile as he blushed without saying anything, so I took that as a yes. Tsubaki I didn't expect him to do it in his office Hephaestus-sama, smiling mischievously. Hephaestus. That's not true. Tsubaki. Are you sure? Approaching Bell, sniff sniff, sniffing Bell's shirt, why does it smell like you? Mischievous smile. Hephaestus. Blushing. Tsubaki. I see, don't bother me anymore, leaving. Hephaestus. Tsubaki. Come back here. Running after her. Bell stood there silently and sighed, it had been a busy day. Welf. Again, rubbing his nose, why would I be interested in this? And answer before I attack you again, but now out of jealousy, looking at him. Bell. The point is that I haven't collected the favor that Hephaestus-sama owes me yet, looking at Welf, I can easily ask him to go on a date with you, rabbit smile. Welf. Really? Smiling weirdly. Bell. Yes and take that face off, Hephaestus-sama will be scared if he sees it, chibi. Welf. Cough cough, leaving his silly face, do you think he'll accept? Looking at him. Bell. Of course, Kami-sama said that gods are obligated to keep their word and that it would be a low blow to her pride to break a deal, especially for gods as upright as her, looking at Welf. Welf thoughtful, what should I wear? Looking at Bell. Bell. You tell me, I can tell Hephaestus that it will be a date at a restaurant, a normal date, walking around the clock and so on, shoulders shrug. Welf. I'll go for the formal date. Standing up, I'll be right back, I'll go make a suit myself. Smiling. Bell stood there watching with a smile as his friend went to make an outfit for his date, for a moment he had forgotten that the hallway was completely destroyed and a blonde-haired Renard had to remind him. Bell-sama. Bell blinked out of his trance and looked at Hera who was carrying a broom and dustpan. Hera. I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to clean up where you are, nervous. Bell. Huh. Looking at the destroyed hallway, oh, sorry. Let me help. Standing up. Airham. No need Bell-sama, you can leave the work to me, smiling. L. Don't worry, I have to clean too, going for a broom. Airham just stayed quiet and nodded, to be honest she wanted to spend some time with Bell, and even if it was just cleaning together she was satisfied. After a while Bell arrived with a broom and began to sweep some debris and dust with Airham, although the aforementioned could notice that he looked anxious and hurried, so she also quickened her pace already knowing why. Airham. Ryuu-sama was coming today, wasn't he? Curious. L. Huh. Kami-sama told you, didn't he? Smiling embarrassed. Airham. Hi, is that why you're so impatient today? Ticking her head. L. Why you noticed? Sweating. Airham. It's very obvious Bell-sama, smiling, oh right, Hestia-sama told me that at some point during the day we will all be out on personal business, smiling. L. Huh. Then. Airham. B. Bell-sama, blushing, I know it's natural for that to happen, and that if two people love each other they do it, but use protection, looking away. L.A. Ha. Airham. Hestia-sama says not to make too much mess when the two of you are alone. L. Airham. Gee goodbye. Running from Bell. L. Watching Airham leave, what do you think we're going to do? We haven't even gotten to that point yet, slightly blushing, it doesn't matter, I'm done cleaning, I think Ryuu's going to. Talk. Bell blinked and looked at the source of the sound, he hadn't realized he was in the entrance hallway. Bell walked a little nervously towards the door, knowing perfectly well who it was. He took a deep breath and calmed down for a few seconds before opening the door with a kind smile. Just then Bell looked at Ryuu and blushed slightly. Bell where? Bell couldn't even finish speaking when Ryuu entered the mansion and gave him a warm hug, burying his face in his chest. Ryuu. I missed you so much, hugging him. Bell. Huh. But we saw each other yesterday, tilting his head. Ryuu. That's a long time, frowning. Bell. Yes, that's true, smiling slightly, do you want to come in? Or should I welcome you properly? Smiling innocently. Ryuu. Welcome appropriately. Raising an eyebrow. Bell said nothing and brought his face closer to Ryuu's, giving him a soft kiss on the lips, making the elf blush a little, who immediately reciprocated it. After a few seconds Bell broke the kiss and took Ryuu's hand to start walking towards the living room where the entire Hestia family was, although before that Ryuu stopped to look at the hallway. Ryuu. What happened? Looking at the burned hallway. Bell. To that, scratching the back of his neck while looking away, just a small problem, but it's already solved, smiling. Ryuu. Are you sure? Raising an eyebrow, wouldn't it be better to clean? L. I made crepes, expressionless. Ryuu didn't say another word and was already pulling Bell by the hand towards the kitchen with a small sparkle in his eyes. Bell laughed a little while in his thoughts he hoped that Ryuu would like what he cooked, it was a problem for him to learn how to make crepes in 4 days, they looked easier to make than they seemed, plus he had to pay a rather large sum of money to my mother, who was the one who taught him. While Bell was lost in his thoughts, a very important conversation was taking place elsewhere about what would happen to the couple. Welf. I'm not entirely sure they will, I mean, think about it, it's Bell we're talking about and Ryuu is an elf, most elves don't do something like that until marriage, looking at Lily. Lily? Sure. I doubt it. That elf, from a distance, looks like she loves Bell-sama very much and the chances of her wanting to do it with him are low, but never zero, terrifying look. Hestia. That's true, but you forget that she's still an elf, she'll never tell Bell directly that she wants to do it with him, she's more likely to send hints, looking at Lily. Lily. And that's better. Welf. Well Bell is too dense to notice hints, scratching his cheek, all of you should know that by now. Hestia, Lily and Airham who was nearby felt an arrow with the word truth impale them. Makoto. That was a low blow, Welf don't know, looking at him. Welf. Sorry, apologizing. Lily. Leaving aside the nonsense of the always ardent, sighing, it is true that Bell-sama is a person with a terrible ability to pick up on hints, but after what happened on the lower floors and when he went up to level 4, he is more serious and perceptive, he takes his job as captain much more seriously too, he is still somewhat dense, but every day he seems to be more perceptive, doubtful. Airham. Really? I saw him a while ago and he looked like his usual self, confused. Lily. Yes, well, I was impatient to see the woman I loved, whenever she sees Ryuu-sama she gets like that, snort. Welf. True meh, every child has to mature, proud look. Lily ho then Bell-sama will become a man before you Welf-sama, smiling mockingly. Welf ugh. Critical hit, making a pained expression. Makoto. Well, whatever has to happen, happens. Besides, the only thing that will happen is that both of them have our relationships, blushing. Nothing bad will happen because they do it, and if something good happens we've already faced hundreds of things, one more doesn't hurt, playing it down. Lily. Well, it's true, sighing, it's Bell-sama's life, not ours, eating a sandwich. Welf. And that. Looking at the sandwich. Lily. I don't know, the author ran out of ideas for our conversation and gave me an infinite stack of sandwiches, pulling another one out of nowhere. Everyone. Huh. Lily. Huh. Forget what I said, they're not ready to know the truth yet, looking away. Before anyone could question Lily's sanity, the door opened, revealing the couple. Ryuu was quietly eating a crepe with one hand while with the other he held Bell's hand, who looked happy. Bell. I managed to make some good crepes, my sensei, tears. Above Bell appeared an imaginary figure of Mamma Mia giving her a thumbs up. Ryuu finished eating his crepe and looked at the entire Hestia family. Ryuu. Hello everyone, bowing a little. Everyone. Hello, smiling. Hestia. It's a pleasure to see you again, Ryuu, smiling. Ryuu. Goddess Hestia, thank you for welcoming me into your home, grateful. Hestia. This is also your home, Ryuu, after all you are our captain's partner, smiling. Ryuu blushed slightly at Hestia's words, but gave a small smile that showed how happy he was that Hestia accepted the relationship. Lily H. Hello, sweating. Ryuu stared at Lily, making him a little uncomfortable. Lily began to sweat. Her first impression when she saw Hestia steal the dagger from Bell wasn't the best, but she calmed down when Ryuu gave her a calm look and greeted her. Ryuu would be lying if she didn't say that she had a small grudge against Lily because of the Hestia dagger and trying to kill Bell in the ambush on the 11th floor, but that was in the past, plus she had to be grateful to Lily and Hestia, she knew about their feelings towards Bell, but they had still allowed their relationship without any problem, just like the fox girl who seemed to be happy with their relationship despite her obvious feelings for Bell. Ryuu had a small twitch in his eyebrow as he realized something. Bell was always surrounded by women, and by chance he always ended up falling in love with one or another woman. She herself had witnessed it on some occasions, and it was somewhat problematic because now Bell was her man. Ryuu would make sure to give him a talk afterwards about not falling in love with women by accident. Leaving aside Bell's luck in falling in love with women, Ryuu and Bell sat on the couch with the others and began to talk about trivial things. The girls mostly talked to Ryuu, asking him questions about how the relationship was going and etc. while. Welf. Speak. Bell. I already told you for the 6th time that we haven't done it, sighing. Welf. One day the time will come when you become a man, raising his fist proudly. Bell. And you. Welf. Low blow Bell, low blow, depressive aura. Lily. What are you talking about? Curious. Both. Nothing, looking away. Lily hum, squinting. Welf. Oh, but look how late it is, looking at his wrist where there was nothing, I should go make the suit for my date with Hephaestus-sama, cough cough, leaving. Lily. What's wrong? Eating another sandwich. Bell. Well, getting up from the couch, girls, looking at them all. Hestia. Girls. With a sparkle in her eyes. Bell. And Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia collapsing on the couch. Bell. Why don't we go to the garden? I'm sure Ryuu will like it, smiling. Ryuu. Sure, smiling. They all went to the garden where they put a picnic blanket, Bell brought tea and Hera him some fruits. The girls continued chatting happily among themselves, realizing that Bell and Ryuu were still holding hands. After a few minutes Hestia seemed to have a great idea. Hestia, oh how silly I am, Fassipum, we forgot to make dinner for today, winking at Lily and Harahim. Harahim. It's true. Nervous. Lily A. Sighing, if it's true we'll go make dinner, you two stay here, looking at Ryuu and Bell. Makoto. A. In Sirio. Confused. Lily. Yes. Taking Makoto. Ryuu A. If you want I can help. All. No. Hestia. Cough cough, you're our guest, besides, I can't let you waste your day off on something like this, better stay with Bell and enjoy your moment alone, smiling. Ryuu A. I agree. The girls returned inside the fireplace mansion, leaving Ryuu and Bell alone. Ryuu used his level 4 to try to detect any presence nearby, and when he didn't find anyone nearby, he looked at Bell with a smile. Bell? Huh? What's up? Curious. Ryuu? Lie down, patting his lap. Bell A. Blushing. Ryuu? Lie down, staring at him. Bell? Are okay. Bell lay down on the picnic blanket and rested his head on Ryuu's thighs, feeling his soft skin. Bell? Grandpa, I may not have a harem, but I do have a beautiful elf with me, smiling. Bell laughed with a little amusement as he saw a cloud in the sky in the shape of his grandfather, giving him a thumbs up and a giant smile. Although he was later confused when he saw another cloud in the shape of an angry woman hitting him. Ryuu? Do you like it? Looking at it. Bell? Huh. Why yes, embarrassed. Ryuu. I see, I'm glad, smiling slightly, sir told me that this is what C couples do, a little blushing, so I wanted to try it. Bell looked at Ryuu's embarrassed face and blushed. Bell. How cute, whispering. Ryuu could hear that and smiled a little more embarrassedly. Their couple moment was interrupted when the Baron heard some voices arguing, both turned their heads and saw through an open window that Lily and Hestia were fighting like cats and dogs over something irrelevant while Mikoto and Hera tried to stop them. Ryuu walled the scene with amusement while Bell covered his face in embarrassment. Bell. That it's something very normal, looking away. Ryuu. Yes, I've noticed from him how they always fight when they go to a bar, watching the scene. Apparently Lily and Hestia realized they were being watched and ran away embarrassed. Mikoto went after them and Hera gave them a smile while waving goodbye and closing the window. Ryuu. You have a good family, nostalgic. Happy memories of her and her family came to the elf's mind, especially memories of a Ryuu who loved to tease her. Hey Ryuu. Come on, hurry up, Astria-sama called us in the dining room, a lady like me can't make a deity wait for long. Ryuu smiled slightly sadly remembering those happy moments with her and her family. Bell obviously noticed the change in atmosphere and wanted to help. Bell. This is also your family Ryuu, you have helped us on many occasions, not only me, but also my family, everyone here is grateful to you and is more than willing to receive you with open arms, you have already shown everyone your indebtedness Storm, everyone knows what you did in your past and did not hesitate to accept you, just like me, smiling, you have told me a little about your old family, your friends, your goddess, all of them are irreplaceable. But I know that none of them would have liked to see how you remain stuck in the past without looking at your future, looking at Ryuu. Ryuu thought about Bell's words, it was true, what would her family say if they saw what she did after his death? They would probably be very sad for her and disappointed, mainly for getting so involved in revenge and not enjoying her life as they would have liked. Ryuu looked behind her in confusion as she felt a hand touch her shoulder, but her eyes widened in shock as she saw the silhouette of a red-haired woman, accompanied by a Palam and a black-haired human, giving her a friendly smile as she said goodbye. Ryuu. Girls, smiling slightly. Ryuu was pulled out of her thoughts when she heard a small laugh coming from Bell and looked at him curiously. Ryuu. What's going on? Curious. Bell. Nothing, it's just that I like to see you smile, smiling, before you didn't do it very often, looking at her. Ryuu bringing his face closer to Bell's. Bell looked at Ryuu's sudden approach and simply let her do whatever she wanted. Bell didn't regret it when soft lips landed on his in a gentle kiss filled with love. The kiss would have lasted longer if they hadn't heard an explosion coming from the kitchen with Lily and Hestia's screams in the background. Ryuu. I'll go help, sighing. Bell. I'll get the mop, getting up from the floor. Bell was in Welf's blacksmith shop looking for a mop and broom. He ignored Welf, who was making a red suit on a mannequin. Welf was so focused that he didn't even notice her presence until he heard the sound of something falling. Welf. Looking at Bell. Bell. What are you doing here? Confused. Bell. I'm looking for the cleaning materials, searching through some of Welf's things. Welf. Cleaning materials. That's where I keep my hammers and pliers for holding metal. You won't find any ma. Bell. Look, I found them. Smiling. Welf. Looking at a mop and a broom, where the hell did that come from? Confused. Bell was about to leave with a mop, but before that he was stopped by Welf. Welf. Hey Bell, approaching him. Bell. What's up? Curious. Welf giving him a flask with a red liquid inside. Bell. What's this? Curious. Welf. Let's just say it's an energizer, returning to his suit. Bell shrugged and put the flask in his jacket pocket, completely forgetting that months ago the god Hermes had given him a similar flask in the pleasure district. End. Night of Passion, 09. Bell had no idea when it had happened, but Ryuu and he were in his room naked with their backs to each other. The day had passed peacefully, and Ryuu enjoyed the time he spent with everyone, especially Bell, but at one point in the afternoon everyone without exception said they had things to do and left the fireplace mansion to who knows where, leaving Bell and Ryuu completely alone in the mansion. What could two young couples do in a place alone and with no one around them? Good answer Obia. Was. But someone as shy as Bell and a reserved elf, obviously nothing would happen, both simply stayed talking and playing any nonsense that occurred to them, as childish as it sounded when you are in love, even the smallest nonsense was fun, that is why they were playing like little children to catch for 1 hour, with their level 4 speed, the only thing that could be seen in the mansion were two blurs passing at great speed through the corridors. It turned out that Ryuu was very competitive. Finally after a long chase they both ended up sweaty and tired, plus it was a little late, so they decided they would take a shower and go to sleep together. When they went to bathe, they obviously did so separately in the hot springs at the headquarters. After a refreshing bath, they both went to Bell's room with towels on to change. But there was a small problem. Bell. How could I forget that you didn't bring a change of clothes, embarrassed. Bell was looking at his closet directly, now the best option was for Ryuu to put on his underwear and one of his clothes, in fact it's not a bad idea. Bell Ryuu. Ryuu? Yes. A little embarrassed. Bell. I have extra clothes in the closet. How about you sleep in them tonight while yours dry? Smiling. Ryuu was silent for a few moments before nodding in acceptance. Bell got out of bed without looking at Ryuu out of respect for her. They may be a couple, but she's still an elf. Bell searched through her clothes and took out a long black shirt of the one she always wears. She was going to give her a pair of pants until she remembered Ryuu's thin body, the pants would be a little big for her. Bell hesitated a little but in the end went to Ryuu and gave him the shirt. Bell. Tima, stretching her hand, I don't know if it's enough, but I think my pants are too big, scratching her cheek. Ryuu and it doesn't matter, taking the shirt. Taking advantage of the fact that Bell was turned around, Ryuu took off his towel to put on his underwear and then, okay, Bell's shirt. Her bra was drying too, so she was only wearing her panties. Ryuu nodded, the shirt was long enough to cover enough. Bell. Well, I'd get dressed too, scratching the back of his neck, abhorred. Bell walked to his closet leaving Ryuu on the bed who suddenly remembered a conversation we had yesterday with Sir. Sir Ara, smiling, I didn't think he would ask me for help with something like that Ryuu, smiling mischievously. The beautiful elf could only be embarrassed by Sir's words, she had asked him for some help too well, to have a hot moment with Bell. Sir Yuju, this will be fun to watch, smiling innocently, here, maybe this will help you a little, giving him a book. Ryuu looked at the title of the book with curiosity. Very direct hints for your partner. Sir. Wouldn't you be interested in a nice set of lingerie? Smiling. Ryuu sir. Blushing. Sir Gigi, I see that will be later, shouldering. Lemon skipped. And. Discovered. And the hostess of fertility. You could see all the pretty waitresses in the place quietly cleaning the bar and some of them serving one of the few customers there in the morning. They all worked calmly, looking at the bar door from time to time, right. Well, the reason had just arrived. The door was opened revealing a certain white-haired man with red eyes, who always came with a smile to receive his longed-for lunch made by his beautiful forest elf. Bell. Good morning, smiling. Ball. Good morning. Ryuu walked towards Bell with a shy smile on his face. Bell was surprised by the elf's shyness, as she always came to greet him calmly and with a warm smile. He was even more surprised when Ryuu stood next to him and began to whisper something in his ear. Everyone's curiosity was piqued when they saw Bell blushing hard. Bell. But I have to go with my companions, nervous, today we had to get a lot of money, looking at Ryuu. Ryuu. Wait here, beautiful, I'm reading to the cousin. As soon as Ryuu entered the kitchen, the place fell silent. Bell began to sweat when he saw all the eyes on him. Anya. White-haired Kanaya, smiling, what did Ryuu say to you? Tilts her head with a cat-like smile. Bell. EA. Blushing, nothing. Nothing at all. Blushing like crazy. Sir Fufu, covering her mouth, it couldn't have been something indecent, right? Smiling innocently. L.A. Looking at Sir and no, looking away. Ball. What an honor. Everyone turned their gaze when they heard the kitchen door open, revealing Ryuu next to Mamma Mia. Ryuu went to Bell and took his hand. Ryuu. Let's go to my room, stoic. Bell. But, blushing. Ryuu. I'll just give you one gift if only that, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Bell. Your eyes say otherwise, and I'm droplet. Bell sighed and nodded, if it was just a gift, then he could take it and go with his party later. Poor fool. My mom. Fine, just give me what you want to give me and go back to work, sighing, young people, shaking his head, I hope your relationship doesn't worsen your work, or I won't give you days off for a whole month, understand Ryuu. Terrifying look. Ryuu hi my mom, taking Bell to her room. Mommy. You guys go back to work. Or I'll cut your pay. Death stare. They all nodded scared and went to work not wanting to cause Mamma Mia's anger. Unfortunately just before my mom entered the kitchen again a half-assed catgirl spoke. Anya. That's unfair. Anya wants free time too, Nia Ryuu gets special treatment. Crossing her arms. They all started to tremble when my mother slowly turned around while emanating an aura of death. Mamma Mia. Lazy cat did you just contradict me? Death stare. Anya. Gulp and no Nia, looking away, well, I was just saying that maybe we could get a better deal like Ryuu's, playing with her fingers timidly, don't you think? Nia, smiling stupidly. Anya bristled when she felt a very large hand belonging to my mom grab her head and squeeze it hard. Anya. Also, Temblando. My mom. Listen to me carefully, you lazy, lazy cat. The day you don't slack off for even a minute and work just as I command without complaining, that day. I'll give you the same treatment as Ryuu, lifting her up until then, holds her head with both hands, get your ass out and work. Throws her towards the exit. Anya. Anya was shot towards the exit entrance of the bar, crashing into a house and destroying it completely. Mommy? Any more complaints? Looking at the others. All. My mom. I like it that way, going to the kitchen. Chloe. Who's going to take it off the wall this time? Lunra sighing, it's my turn, going for Anya. Respect Anya Frommel. Leaving aside the beating Anya takes every week, let's get back to what interests us. Bell Ryuu. Blushing. The poor rabbit had fallen into the elf's trap. And he had been thrown on the bed while Ryuu was on top of him and looked at him with desire. There was no gift, it was just a trap to do the same thing they did 4 nights ago at the fireplace mansion. After what happened that night they tried to act calmly, but neither of them could avoid acting nervously when remembering the events of that night where they both gave themselves to the other. Of course nobody knew about that, they had been able to keep it hidden until now more or less. A certain dangerous waitress had gotten information out of Ryuu after much insistence and well. Since discovered what they did, she didn't stop bothering Ryuu with it, doing everything possible to make him remember how it happened, how they gave themselves to each other, when supposedly there were only going to be friction. And just as planned, Ryuu couldn't help but remember that night from time to time, she had every detail captured in her memory, and she always blushed when she remembered how Bell penetrated her, once she almost got careless, and Anya almost saw her face with a strong blush and a trickle of blood on her nose while she thought about that night. Ryuu couldn't take it anymore, dreaming about Bell and her doing it, and with Sir constantly reminding her that she couldn't hold back her desire any longer, she wanted to do it again with Bell. If her ancestors heard her they would be disappointed in her. I want to be able to satisfy you. Ryuu regained his motivation when he remembered the words Bell had told him that night. Ryuu. I also want to be able to satisfy you, muttering. Bell blushed at Ryuu's words, every night he remembered perfectly how he and she had had sex in the fireplace mansion, when no one was there, he would never say it, but he had masturbated a few times remembering that. Still, unlike that night where he had no duties or anything, now he had to go with his family to the dungeon to get the money they needed. He was supposed to have only come to say hello and for his lunch. With that thought in mind, Bell convinced himself to ask Ryuu to do it another day. So how? Like lightning they ended up half-naked kissing passionately while he was lost in his thoughts. Bell didn't know it, but while his reasoning told him not to, his body had already acted, letting itself be carried away by the idea of enjoying his elf's body again, and he had hugged her by the waist, pulling her towards him to give her a passionate kiss that Ryuu immediately reciprocated. And that's how they ended up in a dark room half-naked, kissing passionately on Ryuu's bed, completely forgetting that downstairs the other girls were still cleaning, believing that Ryuu was just giving Bell a gift. Well, except for a certain silver-haired girl who was outside Ryuu's room with her ear pressed against the door, listening carefully to what was happening in there. Sir, they really got to that point, Fufu. It was a good idea to mix Ryuu's drink with an anti-pregnancy drink, laughing softly. Ah. Sir. Oh. Now they're at the interesting part, wiping the blood from their nose with a handkerchief, now to listen. Inside the room just as Sir had said, the elf and the rabbit were not wasting time. Knowing they didn't have much time, they were making the best of it, so they went straight to the main act. Lemon skipped. About 5 hours earlier, Riveria, Tiona, Tyan, and a nosy elf named Lefiya were in the Twilight Mansion. All gathered around hugging something, or someone. In the center of that little ball of hug, stood out a golden hair, belonging to a princess with a broken heart and motivation. They found themselves like this after knocking down Aiz's room door to find her in the same state as always, sitting on her bed, with a lifeless face and empty eyes that made them sad when they saw them. She was no longer the Aiz from a few months ago, who chatted a little with the others and even smiled from time to time. She was not the old Aiz who only wanted to become strong and went to hell every day. No, she was just a girl who had broken her own heart. Who had caused the person who loved her the most to get another woman. They all went to hug Aiz, who couldn't help but feel her eyes wet and finally burst into tears while being hugged by everyone. Aiz. Aya sniff, I don't care about being Bell's partner anymore, but I want to get our friendship back sniff. I don't care if he has someone else, I want us to remain friends. I want him to continue smiling at me when he sees me and to greet me like every day sniff. I know he's no longer my hero, but I don't want us to stop talking, wiping away tears. I want us to continue training on the wall, sniff. I want us to continue going to the Jag American stand to eat together while we talk. I want to be able to talk to him, looking at them, please help me, pleading. Their hearts broke when they saw Aiz like that. They had never heard her with a broken voice and crying. They didn't even imagine that one day they would see Aiz like that, begging for their help. The mother of the family, especially Aiz, didn't take long to move the others away a little so she could give her a strong comforting hug, a hug that only a mother could give. Riveria. My girl, now, dreaming about her head, everything will be okay, you'll see with time that everything will return to normal, and this will just be a sad memory that you'll never live again. Hugging her, I'm sure that if you talk to Bell we can solve everything, you can be friends again, you'll be able to see him again and train with him. Remembering how Bell offered to take her to the headquarters, I assure you that he doesn't hate you, he just feels sad. If you talk to him we can solve everything. Aiz rested her head on Riveria's chest, calming down a little. The others couldn't help but watch the scene with tenderness. It was like seeing a mother comforting her daughter through love problems. Aiz. Thanks Riv mom, hugging her. Riveria just smiled slightly at Aiz's words. Riveria. Rest a little, you need to sleep, I'll be here with you until you sleep, laying her down on her bed. Aiz nodded and closed her eyes, letting mom tuck her in. Riveria sat next to her and calmly held her hand so that Aiz knew she was next to her. Riveria signaled the girls to come out and they obeyed. Tyne was the last to leave, she picked up the door of the floor they had knocked down to enter and put it in its place before leaving with Lefiya and Tyne. It had been 4 hours since that happened. The Amazon sisters and Lefiya had been sitting outside Aiz's room for 4 hours, waiting for some sign that someone was going to come out. When they were already tired of waiting, the door was opened by Riveria, who sighed when she saw that it was broken. Riveria put the door in place and was immediately overwhelmed by hundreds of questions. Is Aiz okay? She's not crying anymore. Is she still asleep? Has she calmed down now? Can we go see her? Can I see Miss Aiz? Do you want me to bring something? Should I get her something to eat? Does Riveria-sama need me to take something to Miss Aiz? Riveria twitched her eye before pushing the three away and sighing. Riveria. She's better now, she slept for a few hours and just woke up, I talked to her a little and managed to calm her down, smiling a little, she's motivated to go and talk to Bell to fix everything, she's accepting the fact that Bell has already overcome her and believes that Acer must do the same, she's going at a slow but steady pace, sighing in relief. Fiona. That's great. Smiling happily. Lefiya sighed in relief as did Tyne, they felt like a great burden had been lifted from them. Riveria. Damn, remembering something, today I had a meeting with Finn, Gareth and Loki, muttering, girls, looking at the three, I want you to take care of Aiz while I'm gone, like I told you she's already awake, make sure you speak calmly and think twice about what you're going to say, would be, I'll be gone, but for a few hours, it's an important meeting, so take good care of Aiz, despite being better she's still in a delicate state, would be. The three of them. Understood, mom. Like little soldiers. Riveria nodded satisfied and went to the meeting room, trusting that the girls would take good care of Aiz. It would be a shame something would go wrong. Aiz. Talk to Bell. Nervous, I don't think it's a good idea right now, lowering her head. Tyne. Come on. Go, talk to him and work everything out. Explain what happened and confess your feelings. Determined. Aiz. But he doesn't love me anymore, sad. Tyne. Believe me, it's better that you tell him and let go of that burden than to keep it forever, smiling sadly, maybe he'll reject you or maybe he won't, whatever it is we'll be there for you. Smiling. Fiona. Yes. Smiling, although I also think it's not a good idea, at least we should wait a few days for Aiz to improve his condition. Lefiya. I think the same as Miss Tyne, Aiz-san. Motivated, go talk to Bell. Whatever happens, we'll be with you to support you. Smiling. Aiz looked at the girls and her eyes shone. Aiz. Girls thanks, smiling. Fiona. Since, shrugging her shoulders, let's get you back to being friends with Bell. Epic pose. All. Yes. Fiona. Does anyone know where it is? All. Fiona. Let's look, sighing. Currently, we are in the fertility hostess where for almost half an hour Ryuu and Bell had been in the aforementioned room. My mom only thought they were having their games, she didn't care about the truth, as long as she could see that capricious goddess suffer it was worth it. Sir just returned from washing dishes, her legs were shaky and her arms droopy, she seemed somehow malnourished, as if she hadn't eaten in days. Of course it was just extreme tiredness from doing Ryuu's chores, she had to clean the dishes in record time, then she had to go outside and empty the large trash container by herself, finally she went for all the groceries, the meat, seafood, fruits, vegetables, etc. And she had to do a second round because she dropped the bag with the seafood. Sir. How tired, breathing heavily, I wish I had your level 4 stamina and strength, everything would be easier for me, lowering his head. Anya looking at the window. Sir. What are you watching, Anya? Curious. Anya. Aren't those the Princess of the Sword and the Amazon sisters? Naya, looking at the window, oh there's also the lesbian elf Naya, looking at Sir. Sir oh. Smiling innocently. Anya. Did you kick them? Sir. No, no, let them pass, smiling suspiciously. Anya. Suspicious Naya Okadoki, opening the door, welcome. Naya. Smiling, do you want a table? Fiona. More than that, standing in front of Anya, we want to talk to Bell, would be. Slash. Fiona didn't even flinch when she suddenly had the tip of a golden spear at her neck, held by the adorable and lazy catgirl who had been serving them. Anya. Why are you looking for white-haired Naya? It would be. Fiona. We didn't come to fight, rather, we came to apologize, steps aside. Fiona moved to the right so Anya could see a certain golden-haired girl with a nervous face. Anya thoughtful, I don't think it's a good idea to let them pass Naya, sweating. Fiona. Please. Putting her hands together, I promise we won't make a scene or do anything at all, except let Aiz apologize, looking at Anya. Anya. Really I don't know if it's a good time to interrupt you Naya, looking away. Lefiya. Please waitress Anne, we are not here to harm that human even if I wanted to it's just so Miss Aiz can apologize, looking at Anya. Anya. You're not understanding me I remember hearing when Sir said that Bell Naya and Ryuu were having an intimate moment, I think it's not a good idea to let them pass now. Sir. Go ahead, smiling kindly. Anya Sir Naya. Shakita. Fiona. Thank you. Passing by the others. Anya. But, looking at Sir. Sir. Leave them you tried to stop them, what you are about to see will be their responsibility, smiling as if nothing, it is not our fault if Miss Wallenstein is more damaged than she already is, returning to the bar. Anya. I understand Naya and Bell and Ryuu. Looking at Sir. Sir Well, in the worst case scenario, they'll now be more cautious when it comes to mischief. Fufu. Anya. Right, nodding her head, do you think my mom will get mad about this? Looking at Sir. Sir. You were the one who let them pass, leaving. Anya. Huh. On the stairs the girls were still thoughtful, right. Well, they didn't know where Bell was, they only knew he was at the fertility hostess, nothing more. Knowing this, a certain dangerous woman approached them with a friendly smile. Sir. They are in Ryuu's room, second to last door, leaving. All. Looking at Aiz. Aiz. Looking at everyone. Aiz looked nervously at the wooden door in front of her, looked towards the stairs where the others were, and received a good luck and some thumbs up. Aiz took a deep breath to calm down, despite having said that she only wanted to recover her friendship with Bell, she still felt love towards him, after all, feelings towards someone could not be eliminated so easily. Aiz swallowed hard with flushed cheeks, she remembered the moment she spent with Bell, how easily she was able to pass through the walls that she herself had built to concentrate on becoming strong, and made her smile as if it were a child's game. Aiz remembered his smile, that warm smile that Bell always gave her, a smile that made her heart tremble and all the darkness in her heart, all that hatred and resentment would be eliminated. Aiz smiled slightly excited to have the opportunity to recover her relationship with Bell. Unfortunately, his nerves made him forget something. Knock on the door. Click. Behind. Chloe. I heard from the kitchen that the sword princess came Naya is it true? Tilts her head. Sir hi, smiling, it seems that Wallenstein-san wanted to apologize to Bell, smiling innocently. Lunwar. That smile doesn't give me a good feeling what did you do? Looking at her curiously. Sir Tee looking at the stairs. Just like Sir, all the others looked at the stairs with curiosity, not seeing anything interesting they were going to ask Sir what she saw, but just at that moment the interesting thing happened. Behind. They all watched as a certain golden-haired girl ran down the stairs before quickly leaving the bar, without letting anyone see her eyes. Fiona. Huh. What happened? Looking where she went. Hein. I don't know, but I think we screwed up, sweating, Riveria is going to kill us. Lefiya Aiz-san. Standing in the doorway. Lefiya tried to look for Aiz, but it was useless, she would have managed to escape from there with her level 6 speed. Everyone turned to look at the stairs again when they heard hurried footsteps coming from above. It was Bell who came down the stairs with only pants on while putting on his brown jacket. Bell. Why are these things happening to me right now? Sweating. Lefiya. You. Furious. Lefiya grabbed Bell by the collar of his shirt and forced him to look into her angry eyes. Lefiya. What did you do to Miss Aiz? Waving it. Bell. I didn't do anything. Raising his hands. Lefiya. Then explain that. Pointing to the door where Aiz came out. Bell. Let's just say that, looking away blushing, it wasn't presentable, muttering. Lefiya. Ah. Sharpening her gaze. Fiona. That doesn't matter now, pushing Lefiya aside, Argonaut-kun. Holds him by the shoulders, go for Aiz and talk to her, it would be. L.A. Fiona. Just do it please go talk to her and listen carefully, and be understanding, letting go. Bell looked at Fiona for a moment before nodding and running out of the bar. Fiona. Looking where Aiz and Bell went, I hope they managed to reconcile, or Riveria is going to kill us, trembling. Fiona and Lefiya also trembled at the thought of Riveria with a furious face, while holding her magic staff tightly. Nearby several waitresses were having their own conversation. Anya. You are evil, looking at Sir. Sir. I don't know why you say that, smiling innocently. Chloe. Sir, let them pass. Curious. Anya. Yes, Naya, she even told them where to find them, looking at them. Bloomwer. I don't understand, what's wrong with that? Confused. Chloe. I don't know either, shrugging. Sir. Oh well, it's just that Ryuu and Bell were having an intimate moment. Fufu. They all blushed as they imagined a certain rabbit on top of a blue-eyed elf while breathing heavily. Todd. Rick. Sir. I thought Ryuu would come down too, looking at the stairs. I'll go see what's going on, going towards Ryuu's room. Sir looked at Ryuu's door and shrugged before opening the door to the room. Sir. Ara, smiling. Ryuu. Sir. Embarrassed, why have they already left? Regaining her composure. Sir. Yes, Wallenstein's friends have already left too, smiling. I see that you had a lot of fun in just 30 minutes, looking at her. Ryuu looked down blushing as she covered her naked body with the sheets. Sir. Well, my mom is a little upset, so you better like her and go down to help, looking at her. Ryuu. Yes. Sir. Ryuu. Sir. Is there a problem? Confused. Ryuu. My legs are shaking, sir, sighing in embarrassment. Sir Juju, you really had fun, smiling, and tell me, doesn't it make you jealous that your man ran away for a woman? Ryuu. Indignant, Bell wouldn't be unfaithful to me, I trust him, looking away. Sir. I know, but then why are you pouting? Smiling. Ryuu. Sir. You're jealous, Fufu, funny. Ryuu. Don't make fun of him. Throwing a pillow at him. Sir, bye-bye, Lendis. Bell was running through the streets of Riveria while breathing heavily. He didn't know how the hell he had gone from being in a warm intimate moment with his partner to chasing after a certain golden-haired girl who looked devastated. He had been looking for Aiz for several minutes, but she had simply disappeared from there, so he thought about the places where she could be. First he thought about the dungeon, but no, when she interrupted them, Ryuu already noticed that she had no weapons, not even her sword, so he discarded that option. Then he thought about the Twilight Mansion, it was possible, but a kind of sixth sense told him that she was not there. Finally he came up with one last place. El La Muralla, looking at the Muralla de Aurelio. The wall, the place where Aiz and he trained almost daily before its construction, a place that Bell had stopped visiting some time ago after his rejection. Bell took a breath before running towards the wall, hoping he wasn't mistaken. He had seen it, that look, that broken look full of disappointment and broken hopes that he had when he opened the door. Bell swallowed hard. If he was honest, he never expected to see Aiz make a face like that, one similar to the one he had when he was rejected. He cared for her, he didn't want her to suffer like him, even if she broke his heart. He always knew he never had a chance, and he always scolded himself for getting his hopes up. He knew it wasn't Aiz's fault, and she was within her rights to reject him. In fact, more than hating her, he should be grateful to her. If she hadn't rejected him, he wouldn't have such a beautiful relationship with his beautiful forest fairy. Bell also mentally scolded himself for leaving Ryuu's room just by saying, "I'll be back in a moment." He hoped that Ryuu wouldn't misinterpret the situation and promised to apologize properly to her as soon as he returned. Bell came out of his thoughts when he saw that he was already running along the wall. It wasn't long before his eyes could catch a glimpse of some golden hair. Because. Why are you running? Why does it hurt you so much to see him with her? Aiz shed a few tears as she ran through the streets of Aurelio towards a place she almost always visited secretly to cry and remember. Remembering those moments where everything was perfect for her, where she could talk to Bell calmly and could give him lap pillows. Place that Bell had stopped visiting because of her. Aiz. It was a mistake to go there, it was a mistake to think that we could return to our old friendship. Sniff, it was a mistake to say that I just want to get our friendship back. I can't stop loving you, shedding tears, I can't. Bell sniff. Aiz ran and ran, ignoring the stares of the people who could only see a golden blur passing by them. Finally, after running for several minutes, I arrive. She arrived at the place where she used to train with a certain white-haired man, the place where she once felt calm and safe, the place where the person she once loved confessed to her, and the place where she rejected him. There were still marks on the floor, not very deep marks from cuts made by his sword or his knives, marks that showed how much time they spent together training hard. Aiz remained motionless for several minutes before sitting down and leaning his back against the wall. Aiz looked at the sky, remembering the times she convinced Bell to do his sleep training. You see, she was really tired and fell completely asleep. That time she had a beautiful dream with her parents and Bell. When she woke up she noticed that she was sitting with her back against the wall. Her head was slightly tilted to the right, resting comfortably on a shoulder. Bell's shoulder, who didn't want her head to rest on the hard stone and gave her his shoulder as a pillow to rest on. That time she had felt so happy that she pretended to sleep a little longer while she snuggled up next to a blushing Bell who she thought was still sleeping. Aiz. Sniff Bell, wiping away tears. Come back with me please, sorry. Aiz brought her knees up to her face in the fetal position and hugged her knees to hide her tears. Aiz. I would like you to say my name and say hello to me. I would like you to say my name again. Behind. Aiz. Yes, just like that, closing eyes. Aiz closed her eyes thinking that it had been her imagination that had made her hear his voice, but she heard it again. Behind. Aiz opened her eyes in surprise when she heard the sound of footsteps and turned her head to see who was approaching. And there it was. The person he wanted to see so much, the person who had been in his thoughts for weeks, the person he loved. Aiz. Bell, with teary eyes. I'm here, Aiz, smiling. End. Reconciliation or rejection. The detail, no matter how small, can change an entire story, for better or worse. And in this case, a golden-haired girl ruined her future with the person she loved because of a hasty decision and the decision of an author v. She ruined her own future without knowing that she improved that of an elf who would have been left alone if that small mistake of Aiz had not happened. Now Aiz had a small chance to recover at least her friendship with Bell, but this decision no longer depends on her, now it depends on Bell. I'm here, Aiz, smiling. Aiz watched the white-haired man in shock. She didn't expect him to follow her or even talk to her. She slowly got up from the floor and looked at Bell in silence. Aiz. You hate me, lowering his head. Aiz began to tremble at Bell's sudden silence, who was staring at her expressionlessly. Bell. No Aiz, I don't hate you, shaking his head. Aiz. I hurt you, I pushed you away from me, I lied to you, with his head down. Bell. And you don't have to worry, Aiz-san, to me your rejection hurt me, but it's okay, I would never force you to love me or want me that way. Sorry if I worried you or if I distanced myself from you. I needed some time to think things over and calm down, sighing. It's not your fault, besides, why did you lie to me? Confused. Aiz. I love you, looking at him. Bell choked on his own saliva upon hearing those words. Bell. Cough what? Eyes wide open. Aiz looked at him nervously but still did not stick and answered him again. Aiz. I love you, looking into his eyes. Bell. But you said that, confused. Aiz. A monster took my family away from me, a dragon, one that's still alive, clenching his fists. I wanted revenge, and I didn't want to hurt you by getting involved in my revenge, so I rejected you, lowering his head. Aiz looked Bell in the eyes and gathered the courage to say the following. Aiz. I love you, Bell, I want you to be by my side always and worry about me like before. I want your affection, your attention, your love, please, extending her hand, would you be my partner? Bell was in shock. It was obvious from Aiz's face that she was speaking very seriously. Bell's mind couldn't help but remember all those moments he spent with Aiz, pleasant memories of their training or outings together. How she saved him, the lap pillows, her trips to Jag-American stalls, how she helped him so much. Bell's mind wandered. For a long time he was waiting for this to happen, for the woman he loves to accept his love. Bell raised his hand to take Aiz's, letting his mind remember all the good times he spent with her. But his heart reminded his mind that there was someone else. Bell. Bell stopped a few inches from taking Aiz's hand upon hearing the soft, calm voice of a certain elf. Bell was quick to remember his beautiful forest fairy, who had also supported him many times in the past and with whom he had escaped from hell just a few weeks ago, not to mention that she was the one who helped him with his depression after Aiz's rejection and his trauma with everything that had happened to him until now. Shortly after returning to the surface, Bell had suffered a trauma. He had been close to death many times since he arrived in Ryuu, and that had weakened him mentally and physically. Ryuu found out about this and went to the chimney mansion to take care of him and comfort him. She, more than anyone, knew what he felt. Bell slowly lowered his hand remembering Ryuu. He frowned and reprimanded himself for having considered Aiz's proposal and having forgotten his elf, his beautiful forest elf, his Ryuu. Bell placed his hand on his chest and took a deep breath, knowing that his heart no longer felt the same for him. Bell. I am sorry, lowering his head slightly. Aiz froze upon hearing that, internally pleading for Bell not to do the same thing she did to him. Tenma. This puts a smile on my face, smiled sinisterly. Bell. I don't love you anymore, Aiz, shaking his head. I love Ryuu, I love her very much, so sorry, I don't love you anymore, lowering his head. Aiz slowly lowered her hand in silence, trying to maintain her composure, but a treacherous tear came out of her eye, and with it several more. Aiz lowered her head as tears fell down her face. She tried to speak, but could only stammer a few words as she tried to hide her crying. Bell looked away listening to Aiz's small cry. He didn't want to see her like that, but he was afraid that if he tried to comfort her, she would grow fonder of him and ruin him even more. Still, he didn't regret it. He already had someone who placed his trust, love and affection in him, and he wouldn't betray that for a love that he already surpassed. Without saying anything, Bell left the place, just as Aiz did after rejecting him. Bell looked at her one last time and whispered, "Bell. I'm sorry." Aiz, seeing that Bell had left, stopped trying to stand firm and fell to her knees with a blank look while tears still came out of her eyes and her chest ached. Not even before, when she spent her time locked in her room, did she feel so devastated, so empty. Aiz. Sorry, crying. Bell was walking silently through the streets of Riveria back to the hostess. He was thoughtful, and how could he not be when he had just rejected his first love and the woman who rejected him before. Bell sighed knowing that it was better for Aiz to abandon her feelings for him, just as he abandoned the feelings he had for her. Bell became so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice 4 people approaching him. Bell-sama. Bell. Turning around. Bell looked at Lily, who looked extremely upset. Behind her came Welf, Mikoto and Hera, who looked at him bewildered. Lily. Where was he? Angry, Lily and the others were waiting for him for 3 hours at the entrance to the dungeon. Angry. Bell. He, scratching his neck, sorry. Sweating. Lily sighed and looked at Bell. Lily. So what happened? Crossing her arms. Bell. Remembering what happened with Aiz, well, remembering what happened with Ryuu, I stayed chatting a bit with Ryuu, looking away blushing. Lily. Ah. He's not going to fool Lily. Pointing at him, he was doing intimate things with that elf, right. Looking at him accusingly. Bell blushed harder but didn't respond. It was useless to try to lie to Lily. Bell's embarrassment increased when he saw Mikoto, Welf and Heraham's blushing faces upon hearing Lily's words. Haraham. I think we shouldn't interfere with Bell-sama's privacy, Lily-sama, blushing. Mikoto. Well, it's only happened once, so I don't see why you should be angry with Bell Dono, looking away blushing. Welf. It's part of believing Lilikyu let the child be a man, looking at her. Lily grr, growling. Bell. How about I treat you to whatever you want to make up for waiting for me? Smiling nervously. Welf. Perfect, walking in front of him. Mikoto. Seems fair to me, passing by her. Haraham. As you wish, Bell-sama, going to her side. Lily. Ugh, you better invite everything, sighing defeated. Bell. Hi, nodding. At the entrance of the Twilight Mansion, an elf and 2 Amazon sisters were sitting at the entrance, impatiently waiting for their friend's arrival. Well, an hour ago she disappeared crying in the streets of Riveria, followed by Bell. They hoped everything was okay, or else. The 3 trembled as they imagined a giant Riverianosaurus Rex, spitting fire as it devoured or crushed them. Hein. Anyway, what did Aiz see that made her run away like that? Curious. Fiona. No idea, she just opened the door and boom, hitting the palm of her hand, she ran away at full speed, chibi. Lefiya. He was probably being unfaithful to Miss Aiz, crossing his arms. Where were they? The 3 of them were excited upon hearing Riveria's serious voice. They slowly turned their heads in fear, and indeed, there was a tall elf with jade hair looking at them with a frown. Riveria. And there. It would be. The 3 of them prayed to the gods why Aiz wouldn't arrive at that moment. Unfortunately, their pleas weren't heeded. Sniff. They were all shocked to hear some sobs that they had become familiar with lately. Riveria. Aiz. Running towards her. Sure enough, there he was, looking more like a living dead man. His eyes were empty, lifeless, dead. They could all easily notice the dried tears under Aiz's face. Riveria hugged her and started crying again. She tried to hide her sobs again, but Riveria whispered to her. Riveria. Let it all out, I'm here for you, hugging her. Aiz's lifeless eyes were filled with a single feeling, sadness, a deep and painful sadness. They all felt a lump in their throats when they saw this. It hurt them to see Aiz like that. She no longer gave the image of a strong swordswoman, now she was nothing more than a depressed girl who had had her heart broken. They lowered their heads in sadness, knowing that this was their fault. They didn't even react when Riveria glared at them. They knew that any punishment she gave them they deserved it. Riveria entered the Twilight Mansion, comforting Aiz and leaving the other pieces behind. Lefiya. That damn human. Furious. Hein. So things didn't work out, huh? Sighing. Fiona. Lowering her head, I knew it was a bad time, sighing. Hostess of fertility. Place where the Hestia family usually gathers to eat and enjoy a good meal. And a place where his captain could meet with a certain wood elf and spend a moment together before he went to the dungeon. Although now. Both Ryuu and Bell were kneeling with their heads down being scolded by Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Damn hormonal brats, arms crossed, doing their dirty deeds in the morning as soon as you see each other. You're lucky I won't kick you out, thanks sir who sacrificed himself for you," laughing sadistically. Ryuu and Bell looked with pity at a dangerous girl who was sitting at a table without showing any signs of life. She had washed the dishes, swept and mopped the floor, had gone for the vegetables and meats, and had been scolded by my mother, poor sir. My mom. Next time go to a hotel or something, I don't care if someone sees you and spreads the news of your relationship. Frowning, now, you better use protection, you're too young to be trying to have a baby, and I don't want one of my employees to end up pregnant and delay my work, understand? Glancing at them. Ryuu Bell hi my mom. With the porridge head. Everyone. It looks like a mother scolding her daughter and son-in-law, and I'm drop. Mamma Mia snorted and went back to work, letting Ryuu and Bell calm down. They both stood up and sighed with relief. They looked at each other for a second and looked away blushing feeling embarrassed, remembering their little intimate moment they had. Ryuu. I'll go back to work, kissing his cheek, go eat so you can go to the dungeon, looking at him. Hi, shy. Bell sat next to his family and sighed as he felt the mischievous glances of almost everyone. Bell. I deserve it for making them wait. Welf. Yes, that's right, smiling, hey, bring us some beer. Bell's buying everything. Raising his arm. Anya, pay attention. Anya hi. Mamma Mia, going for beer cans. Bell. Just don't exaggerate. Lily A. He, smiling sinisterly. Bell started to sweat when he saw Lily's dark face. Bring me a plate of fries. The biggest and most expensive plate. Eh? Are you sure Lily-sama? I'm very sure Haraham. Well I just want a small dessert please. I want a Far Eastern style special. Right away. Ugh my wallet. And. Ryuu's jealousy, 12. Ryuu Lion. A proud forest elf from Ryuu who had come to Arario to be an adventurer. She had lived through many things, some of them happy and others traumatic. She had been unhappy for a long time for something that was not her fault, and she carried the consequences of her atrocious acts for years. She believed that she would never find happiness, she had nothing left to fight for. Until she found a slight but useful reason that kept her going, she had strived to keep safe the person who saved her and owed her life to her. It was her only reason why she worked and lived like a normal person working in a place for a tyrannical and extortionist woman who loved her like a daughter in some way. After everything that happened to her, she never thought about finding a partner or forming a loving relationship with someone. She had such a tragic past and so many lives in her hands that she no longer felt worthy of deserving the pure and sincere love of someone. She already felt lucky to have the affection of her friends, and she believed that was too much for someone like her, yet inside her, she still had that selfish desire to find love. And I had found it. She didn't feel worthy of having the love of someone as pure as Bell, but she didn't care anymore. She wanted to be selfish, she wanted to be happy with the person she loved, she had the approval of her friends, and her old family always wanted her to be happy and not live with regrets, and that would do. However, I had forgotten something important about love. Love is not only about happy moments, because loving a person can lead to many more feelings besides happiness, and one of those feelings was jealousy. Note. This chapter will have many filler characters. Normally I don't even give names to the kingdom characters, but since this time there will be several, and they will be somewhat important for this chapter, I will even give them names, but it is almost certain that none of them will appear again in future chapters. Hostess of Fertility. Sitting in front of one of the hostess's tables were Bell and Ryuu, a bit lovey-dovey. They were sitting together. Ryuu was gently holding Bell's left arm and had his head resting on his shoulder with his eyes closed. He seemed to be resting. Bell also had his head resting next to Ryuu's. He seemed to be resting just like her. That day he hadn't gone to the dungeon. After what happened in hell, they took a few days off more often, and their expeditions to the dungeon didn't go very far. Plus the guild hadn't asked them to do expeditions or anything like that, and money wasn't currently a problem. Although what happened in hell was terrible and traumatic, they had a lot of profit that time. Although Bell's wallet was a little empty after his family ordered half of the hostess menu, why was he inviting them? And those were the reasons why he didn't go to the dungeon so often anymore. Something that Ryuu loved. Well, she could spend more time with him. How? She didn't mind, even if they weren't doing anything, even if they were silent or just resting like right now. She simply liked being with Bell. She had discovered that the time Bell hugged her for hours in the deep floors to keep her warm. So she didn't care what she was doing or not, as long as she was with Bell she felt comfortable and happy. Something that clearly bothered my mom. Who watched them with annoyance behind the bar while cleaning some glasses, wondering when their former best employee and businesswoman would stop idling around to work. Leah saw some more tables with people waiting to be served. Some had already been there for 10 minutes and were getting impatient. Mia got upset. Ryuu had been hugging Bell for 15 or 20 minutes, she didn't really care, but she wasn't working, the worst thing is that she's the only one who can take care of her now. Anya and Chloe are cleaning the bar and kitchen, although it may not seem like it every night it ended up very dirty by drunk or excited adventurers who threw drinks or food. Sir was in the kitchen cleaning the piles of dishes she hadn't wanted to clean yesterday. Lumor had gone to buy the meats and vegetables. May was in the kitchen cooking some food that needed to be prepared in advance, and she took care of the accounts and administration of her business every morning. They were all busy. Minos Ryuu. Who was the one who should be attending? Ought. Mamma Mia's forehead had a vein popping out when she saw some customers leaving the establishment after not being served. It was the last straw. Ham. Mamma Mia. Ryuu. Angry, stop lazing around and get your stupid elven ass off. Pointing at her. Ryuu's forehead vein popped out while Bell smiled nervously at Mamma Mia's annoyed tone. After letting out a heavy sigh, Ryuu reluctantly separated from Bell and stood up to go grab a notebook and a pen and go attend to. Mamma Mia sighed, if this continued, Ryuu's performance would drop and she didn't want another Anya at work, she thought of a way to make Ryuu work efficiently again like before. But I didn't want to be so cruel to her by taking her away from Bell. Bell. Mamma Mia turned to look at Bell, sitting silently with a smile as he watched Ryuu work. If it weren't for the fact that he was in a relationship with Ryuu, she would kick him out for blatantly looking at one of her workers without even eating or helping. Help. Mamma Mia. You rabbit. Pointing at Bell. Bell. Me. Pointing to himself in confusion. Mamma Mia. Well, who else looks like a beatable rabbit, crossing his arms. Bell lowering his head. Ryuu glared at Mamma Mia who simply ignored her. Mamma Mia. Do you think you can monopolize one of the employees of my establishment and one of the tables without doing anything or ordering food? Bell. No. Doubtful. Mamma Mia. Exactly. Taking out a notebook and pen, then get off your stupid ass and get to work. Smiling darkly. L.A. When Ryuu heard Mamma Mia say that Bell would work at the hostess whenever he didn't have to go to the dungeon, he loved the idea. I wouldn't have to be scolded by my mom for work and I could be with Bell for several hours. She thought the idea was fantastic and Bell accepted, so she couldn't be happier. At least until they started flirting shamelessly with him. Ryuu was in front of Mamma Mia, giving her an order for one of the customers while glaring at one of the tables where Bell was serving. The table was being used by pure girls, they didn't seem like adventurers, so probably citizens. There were 5 of them, 2 humans, a beast man, an Amazon and even an elf. The 5 shamelessly flirting with Bell. From afar I could hear them, they didn't bother to hide. Sending him hints that he'll sit next to them and something else. Ryuu was annoyed, she couldn't help but frown at each of the girls, especially the elf. How could she be so shameless being an elf? She didn't know, but she didn't like it at all. Mamma Mia, who received the order from Ryuu's hands, looked at her mockingly and smiled shamelessly. Mamma Mia. Get used to it, Bell is a cute boy and also famous, more than one girl will try to flirt with him, and that will happen more often, now that he will be working here every time he has a day off, smiling mockingly. Ryuu turned to look at her with annoyance. Mamma Mia had forbidden him to go and kick the girls out to his misfortune, and now Bell had to endure the constant flirting of the girls, talking about Bell. Bell smiled nervously as he politely denied the girls' constant requests for him to sit next to them. They were ordering, but while one of them supposedly took forever thinking about what to order, the others chatted with him or sent him hints. He wasn't so stupid as to not notice the hints they gave him, well not all of them, and that's why he politely rejected them knowing what they really wanted. Bell. Do you know what he'll order? Smiling nervously. The elf girl smiled, her hair was blonde and her eyes were purple, she was the one who was closest to Bell, she took one of the menus and got up from her seat, confusing Bell. Suddenly she stuck to his side, taking him by surprise and making him blush. Bell. Excuse me, but could you move away a little? Smiling uncomfortably. Amira. Call me Amira, don't be so formal, smiling, also, I just want to show you what I'm going to order, is that bad? Pretending to be innocent. Bell. Well, no, but. Amira. Then there's no problem, smiling shamelessly, look, getting closer to him, I want you to ask me for this and. While the elf Amira ordered her food, the others watched her in a complicit and amused way by Bell's nervousness at Amira's approach. Of course, Ryuu wasn't happy about that at all. Bell. So that would be it? Writing in the notebook. Amira. Well, that depends, smiling flirtatiously, on whether you think I can ask for something more bunny. Field. At a great speed that surprised all the girls, Bell was dragged away from them and instead they saw an elf standing in front of them while looking at them with a terrifying coldness. Ryuu. I'm sorry, my boyfriend has to attend to matters in the kitchen, from now on I will take care of them, sharpening his gaze. Quickly the 5 girls bristled, having a terrifying feeling of death when Ryuu appeared. Especially Amira, who felt that Ryuu was staring at her and putting more pressure on her. Not only that, she clearly noticed how she emphasized the word boyfriend. It was obvious to them that she didn't want them to be that flirtatious with her partner, and they understood it perfectly. She was protecting what was hers. Amira. And no need, we already ordered everything we wanted, thank you, smiling shakily. The elf quickly sat down and tried to subtly move away from Ryuu, who simply stood there looking at them coldly, until he turned around and walked away with clear annoyance, if his loud steps meant anything else. Mamma Mia watched everything with amusement and looked at Ryuu angrily approaching her. She seemed to want to complain about something, but she stopped her before she could say anything. Mamma Mia. Don't you dare complain or I'll set different rest times for you so you can't spend time together, looking at her. Ryuu closed her mouth and frowned, clearly annoyed by my words. Mamma Mia. Do you think you can just hang around with your boyfriend during work time and do nothing? Or worse, do you think I'll let you do his dirty work during work time? Oh no, not at all, darkening his gaze. Ryuu's face changed from being annoyed to blushing when he heard Mia's words and remembered what had happened with Bell yesterday in his room. Although they had been interrupted in full action, he had quite enjoyed that intimate moment with Bell. Chask. Mamma Mia. Hey, snapping her fingers in front of her face, I didn't tell you that to make you hungry, now listen to me, if you want to have time alone with Bell, you better control yourself and work, the same will go for him, luckily for me he seems like a hard-working boy, I don't want any more Anyas lazing around here, crossing her arms, understood. Seriously. Ryuu lowered her gaze slightly and nodded, realizing the new way she was behaving. She had never wanted to reproach my orders, more than when she first started working for her. In fact, she had never been bothered with her. Why did she always do her job, but now? Mamma Mia. Listen to me, I've seen it several times, the love of an elf is one of the most passionate that I've seen, capable of changing an elf for better or for worse in certain aspects. Before you weren't as open as now, and I know it's because of your love for Bell, and I'm glad. Don't think that I'm a bitter old woman who hates love, but control yourself, no one is going to take it away from you, or well, I don't think that anyone can change their love for you, listen. I need my star employee back, then you get cuddly with your boyfriend, now, can you control yourself? It would be. Ryuu looked at Mamma Mia as if she were a mother scolding her daughter and nodded slowly. The only thing she had to do was work the same as always. How difficult could it be? Jealousy can be very annoying. Sometimes even more annoying for the person who feels them. And that was something that Ryuu was discovering. I couldn't stand it. They arrived one after another, sat in front of one of the tables, Bell came to serve them, and immediately the insinuations began. I understood a little of his interest in Bell. He was a cute kind boy and very strong. Someone like that would interest any girl. But he had a girlfriend. And it was her. I had kissed him a few minutes ago and most of the girls saw it. Did the innuendo stop? No. Did he have to shout it from the rooftops for them to understand? Because if that's the case, he would do it. After a few hours of work they finally had a moment of rest. Ryuu was sitting in front of the bar with her head leaning back and a dark aura around her. It had been a tiring day, more than usual. Bell was sitting next to her rubbing her back while laughing nervously. He had avoided the insinuations most of the time, but more than once some girl broke into his personal space. For a moment he got excited when someone touched his butt, although it turned out to be Chloe. Ryuu almost kicked her at that moment. Ryuu lifted his head from the bar support and turned to look at Bell in silence. Bell. What's going on? Curious. Ryuu didn't say anything, he turned to look ahead and stayed like that confusing Bell. When she was going to ask if he was okay, Ryuu closed his eyes and suddenly let his head fall on her shoulder. She hugged him tightly, it was a tiring time, he needed his Bell. Bell smiled fondly and returned the hug. It had also been a difficult few hours, more because of the harassment he seemed to receive from the girls than anything else, so he enjoyed this moment with Ryuu after intense hours of girls trying to flirt with him, although he felt a little nervous when he realized the several pairs of eyes watching them. Although he didn't know what made him more nervous, Anya, Chloe, Sir and Loon were watching him surreptitiously from the kitchen or Mamma Mia behind the bar staring at him with amusement and mockery. Mamma Mia. And that's how it will be every time you have a day off, laughing darkly. Bell. It's okay, sighing. Mamma Mia. Don't get discouraged boy, you'll be able to work with Ryuu, I'll give you the same shifts, so you'll be lively, laughing amusedly, besides, I'm sure you'd look good in a gala suit, looking at him, yes, the hostess's colors wouldn't suit you, black and white will be fine, crossing her arms. Bell confused. Ryuu's ears moved slightly upon hearing those words, they seemed to have heard what Mamma Mia said, and suddenly Ryuu reacted. She opened her eyes and stood up suddenly, looking seriously at Mamma Mia. Ryuu. You can't dress like that, if you wear an outfit like that the clients will. Mamma Mia. And what do you think the point of the suit is? Of course it's to attract customers. I already have 5 pretty girls dressed as waitresses to attract customers. Now I need a bartender assistant and a handsome man to help serve customers, more specifically female customers. Didn't you notice the number of customers we had today? And that was just in the morning. Mia's eyes shifted to the Vala symbol, she seemed to be seeing a great future in her mind. Future that Ryuu did not see, because in his mind the scene of hundreds of girls surrounding Bell dressed as a bartender and rushing towards him while they took him away from her was happening. Ryuu frowned, in the morning there were more female customers than men or adventurers in general, with Bell's fame, it wouldn't take long for it to be known that he works temporarily here and in a bartender suit. Ryuu could see the bar in the mornings full of women trying to flirt with Bell, yes, definitely a bad idea, although on the other hand. Bell, dressed as a bartender while serving people with a charming smile, seeing her with that smile. Ryuu blushed, looked away thoughtfully, thinking about the pros and cons of Bell in a gala suit, although she was attracted to the idea of Bell dressed like that, she was still unsure, she didn't like the idea that hundreds of girls would approach Bell with clear insinuations every time he didn't go to the dungeon, yes, there were more cons than pros, so it wouldn't be a good eye. Mamma mia. I'll give you an hour off to do whatever you want, whispering softly. Bell looked at them curiously, not having heard the last part that Mamma Mia suggested. For his part, Ryuu was debating a free hour to do what he wanted with Bell, it was certainly tempting, he knew that Mamma Mia wouldn't give him a day off or extra hours of rest every time Bell came to visit her, so it was better to give them an hour of rest than nothing, and Mamma Mia had said, so you can do what you want. There were no limits, they could go to their room and continue with what they couldn't before, or simply go out for a walk or spend time together in that free hour, not to mention their moments of rest, in which they could live together quietly or while they worked, yes, it was not such a bad idea anymore. Still she was undecided, the fact that Bell was constantly harassed by the clients bothered her. While Ryuu was debating whether it was a good idea for Bell to wear a bartender outfit, the door of the bar suddenly opened, drawing the attention of the three. Anya. Come back. Happy, I got what my mom asked for, Naya, smiling. Anya raised her arm revealing a clothes hanger with a white shirt, a dress vest and black trousers, and just in case a red tie was needed. Mia smiled as she watched Ryuu remain silent looking at the suit. He was imagining Bell wearing the suit with the charming smile he imagined him with before, yes, Ryuu fell into Mamma Mia's trap. Anya walked up to them with a smile and handed the suit to Bell who took it in surprise. Anya. Now that you're working here, you'll have to dress like this, cat smile. Bell. Oh, looking at the suit by the way, when did you go to buy it? I never saw you leave, confused. Anya. Did you forget we have a back exit, Naya? Ticking her head. Bell. Oh, right, looking at the suit. Ryuu. Bell, looking at him. Bell. Yeah. Turning to look at her. Ryuu. Can I go sleep with you? Looking at him calmly. Bell. Huh. Surprised, sure. We're a couple, and my family wouldn't mind in the slightest, smiling shyly. Ryuu smiled slightly and nodded before turning to look at Mamma Mia seriously. Ryuu. Okay, but I want your permission to go sleep at the fireplace mansion whenever I want, I won't stop working, but I'll go whenever I want, it would be. Mamma Mia. Haha, laughing out loud, I'm glad to see that you don't raise them so badly, smiling with superiority, very well elfin heat, you can go to sleep or do your dirty things with your partner, but if you arrive late to work just once you won't be able to go to sleep with him for a whole week, and for each absence you have at work another week will be added, smiling with superiority. Ryuu nodded calmly, although she thought the comments about her and Bell having intimate relations were unnecessary, she knew that Mia would bother her with it for a while, there was nothing more humiliating for an elf than to be bothered with something like that, but leaving her intimate relations aside, confident in herself that she could work as well as before and without problems, the only problem now would be the problematic and close clients, but nothing that a scare could not avoid. Mamma Mia. And you won't be able to scare away clients, smiling with superiority. Ryuu. That's not fair. Frowning. Mamma Mia. TCH, don't yell at me again or you'll have problems, sharpening her gaze, but don't worry, if any of us get carried away with Bell we'll kick her out, he's also my employee now, and I'll take care of him like I do you, also, Lunwar, Anya and Chloe can intervene if necessary, but you are now prohibited from attacking clients, unless I see it necessary, you can't scare them away, and if Bell is serving them you can't intervene, is that clear? Mia's superior smile remained, whatever the deal she won, because with a helpful and handsome rabbit bartender, the clients that didn't have before would start to arrive, especially in the mornings when women or civilians frequented the most, yes, Mia could already see the stacks of Valis increasing with Bell at her disposal. Ryuu was going to continue protesting, but he didn't realize that the whole discussion took up his entire break time, and a small kitchen alarm sounded, indicating that his break was over. And before Ryuu could continue protesting, Mia stopped her by placing a plate in front of her. Mamma mia. What a pity, your break is over, now go back to work, smiling mockingly, your same rabbit, you can stop bothering him, Anya, crossing her arms. Anya. Ah, complaining. Anya returned to the kitchen to help while Bell sighed with relief at seeing her walk away. He was slightly blushing. It seemed that Anya had been bothering him with an intimate topic. Ryuu. What was he telling you? Curious. Bell. Well, blushing, I had forgotten that beast men have a very sharp sense of smell, maybe we should follow my mother's advice and not do it here, haha, embarrassed. Ryuu looked at him confused for a few seconds before understanding what he meant and blushing slightly. It seems that Anya had been able to smell certain events of a passionate night, and it was likely that Chloe too, maybe that's why she smiled at them mischievously every time she saw them both, yes surely it was because of that. Chask. Mamma mia. Hey, I told you to go back to work, don't forget it's a shift change, now you will help in the kitchen, Anya and Chloe will serve tables until the evening comes, and I need you all, seeing Bell, now you serve tables. Anya. I'm back, Naya, cat smile. Chloe. Hey Bell, Naya. You'll be working here now, huh? That's great news. Just be sure to keep up with us at night. Smiling mockingly. Bell laughed nervously at Chloe's words. He had seen what the nights were like here the times he had come with his family, always full of shouting people, abundant food and alcohol, and he had never worked as a waiter or my bartender, in fact he had made mistakes several times with some clients' orders in the mornings, or had thrown them away by mistake. Mamma Mia got really annoyed those times, but after seeing that the customers found Bell's mistakes funny and cute and that they were willing to pay for the discarded food and ask for more, she didn't care so much that he made those mistakes anymore. Of course when they told their cook May that Bell had thrown away several of their meals, they had to stop her from grilling rabbit. Bell sighed heavily, but opened his eyes in surprise when arms suddenly embraced him and he looked at Ryuu hugging him with a soft smile. Ryuu. It's okay, I also made those mistakes when I started working here, my mother also scolded me a lot those times, sighing, don't worry, you'll have my help, and I'm sure the others will also help you if you need it, smiling. Belle smiled back and nodded before leaning towards her and kissing her softly, as always, she gave him her unconditional support and helped him with whatever he needed, he loved her very much. Ryuu reciprocated the kiss with love for a few seconds, before gently parting her lips and looking into his eyes. He gave her his love and his trust, and she appreciated it very much. She didn't feel worthy of him, but she felt lucky to have him, and she would strive to be worthy for someone as good as Bell was. Yes, she certainly loved him. Unfortunately, their romantic moment was short-lived when a lazy cat beast man interrupted it by jumping towards them to hug them. Anya. Group hug Naya. Smiling stupidly. Chloe quickly also rushed to hug them with a smile, while discreetly placing her mom on Bell's back, who was excited to feel her hand. Lunwer and Sir quickly came out of the kitchen. She looked physically exhausted, her hands were wrinkled, it seemed she had just finished washing the dishes. They quickly went to the group hug and made a small bowl enclosing Bell and Ryuu in the center. To her surprise, May also came out of the kitchen. Due to her short stature, she came out as high as she could and held onto Lunwer tightly like a hug, although she had a dark aura around her as she looked at Bell. May. Throw my food away again and I'll kill you, rabbit. Did you hear that? Annoyed. Bell laughed nervously upon hearing May, she was still angry about the waste of her food it seemed. And finally, pleasantly surprising everyone, Bell Mamma Mia also joined the hug, this time leaving aside all her superior or mocking smiles. She had a calm smile, enjoying this moment with what she considered her family. Mamma Mia. By the way, I'm going to reduce your salary until Bell attracts enough clients to be able to pay them all the same as before, smiling maliciously again. The girls complained silently, but continued hugging, at least until my mom stopped hugging them and raised her voice. Mamma Mia. Good. That's enough love and affection for today, now get to work. So does Bell. Hi. Quickly everyone returned to their positions, Anya and Chloe stayed outside serving people, while Ryuu and Bell went to the back of the place to help with the kitchen, Sir and Lunwer followed behind as well, helping in another part of the kitchen. But before working, Mamma Mia opened the door and stared at Bell. Mamma Mia. Before you do your chores go try on your new uniform, if Anya got the wrong size it will shrink even more to the floor, laughing darkly. Bell looked at Mamma Mia's sinister smile with a drop of hardness and nodded. Ryuu. We have a changing room here in case our uniforms get torn or dirty, it's over here. Ryuu took Bell's hand and led him to a reddish wooden door that opened showing a small room with a wooden bench and a full-length mirror. There was also a wardrobe attached to the wall there, apparently there were the girls' spare uniforms. Looking more closely he saw a shower curtain in the certain one, he pulled it to one side and saw a small bathtub for one person, without a doubt the place was well equipped despite being small. Ryuu. You can change here, just make sure you're quick or my mom will get mad, looking at him. Bell. Yes, thank you, smiling. Ryuu nodded and slowly closed the door while glancing at Bell, who had a drop of sweat on his head when he saw Ryuu staring at him through the small gap in the door before closing it. Somehow he knew that he was still behind the door waiting. Bell looked at the suit and sighed. He didn't know how he went from fighting abominable beasts in a place as terrifying as the dungeon, wearing a middle-class armor and a high-class knife to working in a bar for a tyrannical and extortionist woman and wearing a bartender suit. Life certainly gives you surprises, but not as many as it would at night. How will he survive the constant harassment from his clients? Well, I had no idea. But he would try to prevent such approaches from women to him out of respect for his girlfriend. He also didn't want Ryuu to be upset or uncomfortable having to endure hundreds of girls harassing him, so he would have to be a little more direct in his responses to not wanting to approach the clients. Yes, Bell didn't know that a more manly behavior could attract more female customers. But I would discover that later. In the next chapter. Helping in the Hostess of Fertility, 13. And. Helping in the Host of Fertility, 13. In the Hostess of Fertility there was a certain elf hidden behind the kitchen door, looking with clear disgust at a certain scene that had been repeating itself over and over again since morning. The scene of a bunch of depraved women taking advantage of their boyfriend's kindness. Ryuu looked with disgust and annoyance at a group of girls sitting in front of one of the bar tables while they laughed and tried to chat with Bell, who smiled nervously and denied their requests to go out with him. It was surprising how much he had matured to reject with apparent calm a group of girls flirting with him. Well, he still got a little nervous, but before he had blushed like a tomato and had not acted like a bag of nerves, nor would he have been able to speak because he would possibly be stuttering. Ryuu felt somewhat proud of the maturity Bell had gained since the first time she met him. Not only was he more mature, he was also more self-confident, very trustworthy, loyal, and always tried to see the positive side of things after the Jugurnaut thing. She loved seeing him self-confident, happy and loyal. She trusted him completely and was completely sure that he would never be unfaithful to her. But that didn't mean they could flirt with him. Ryuu was completely annoyed. Her anger only increased every time Mamma Mia sent Bell to serve other customers who quickly became affectionate with him. But she couldn't complain to Mamma Mia, she had already accepted her deal, and as long as a girl didn't go too far with Bell, she had no excuse to ask Lunwer or any of the girls to kick her out of the place. Also, with the tips they gave to Bell, who gave a portion to Mia, well, it was almost impossible for Mia to let Bell go after the huge increase in clients they had in just a few hours thanks to him and the tips the clients gave him, which were juicy for Mamma Mia. Yes, she definitely wasn't going to let him go now that she had a huge increase in profits because of him. Ryuu let out a heavy sigh and closed the door as she returned to the kitchen and ate some dishes made by May, who just watched what she cooked and nothing more. Just like every day, she was not very well known by the people. She never showed herself to the public or worked as a waitress. Because of her childlike appearance and small stature, she was the main cook and was almost always, if not always, in the kitchen preparing without help the hundreds of dishes that the customers ordered. Although it may not seem like it, May was the one who worked the most at night, since none of them had May's skill in the kitchen. Besides, May never lets anyone touch the kitchen except her. Once she wanted to help her. When she just started working here she saw her and thought it was a very hard and tedious job for her, so she wanted to help her. Serious mistake. May pounced on her like a small beast, screaming and pushing her to prevent her from touching what she called her treasures, kitchen utensils. Remembering old times. Ryuu turned her gaze seeing Sir behind her carrying a small pile of dirty dishes while looking at her with a smile. Ryuu. Just to distract myself, sighing. Sir. Oh, it seems that little Ryuu is growing, laughing slightly. Are you jealous of the female customers? Smiling. Ryuu. Is it very noticeable? Embarrassed. Sir. A lot. PFF, a lot is a little. It seems like you're going to attack them at any moment. I'm sure if Bell didn't monopolize all their attention, they probably would have fled the place in terror because of the look you're giving them, laughing nervously. Ryuu looked down in embarrassment, never imagining she could be so jealous. She trusted that Bell wouldn't be bothered by that about her. How did she know? Well, they wouldn't have become a couple if Bell didn't love both the good and the bad in her, and vice versa, but she was starting to worry that her not so discreet jealousy was a real nuisance to Bell. Sir noticed Ryuu's uneasiness and put a hand on her back to calm her down, while giving her a friendly smile. She knew that Ryuu was completely new to romance, and jealousy above all was a very overwhelming feeling for a person when they experienced it for the first time. It didn't help much that almost all the clients shamelessly flirted with her boyfriend. Sir. Why don't you rest a little? So Mamma Mia doesn't tell you anything, I'll relieve you, okay? Smiling. Ryuu. But it's your break time, I can't ask you to keep working for me just because the clients worry me, shaking his head. Sir. Don't worry, if it's for a friend I have no problem doing a little more work, smiling confidently, besides, I owe it to you for all those times you've helped me by relieving me or helping me wash the dishes haha, laughing nervously. Ryuu looked at her silently before smiling gratefully. Ryuu. Thanks sir, I'm going to rest a little, I just need a moment to calm down, tired. Sir hi. Smiling. Sir watched with a smile as Ryuu went up the stairs to her room. The poor girl was mentally exhausted. Seeing your partner being courted relentlessly and not being able to do anything was frustrating, especially for an elf. As soon as Sir heard Ryuu enter her room, she quickly changed her friendly face to a more annoyed one and left the kitchen while taking a pen and a small notebook to write down orders. Sir. Now, frowning, let me take care of those dirty things, mumbling, although, well, I guess it's wrong for me to say it, smiling normally again. Sometimes a person is capable of being completely changed for better or worse by their friends or family, it could turn someone kind into someone angry or upset, someone calm into someone anxious, or someone manipulative into someone protective. And this was the best example of it. Bell. Excuse me, ladies, there are several more tables I need to attend to. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me what you're going to order? Looking at them calmly. Girl 1. Oh come on, don't be so serious, besides we already know we're going to order, don't we girls? Smiling. Ball. Of course. Bell. Okay, so what are you going to order? Taking out his notebook. Girl. Well, flirty, we were thinking that tea. Slap. Bell. Huh. Surprised. Bell felt a hand pat his back with a little force, not too much, just enough to get everyone's attention. He turned curiously behind him and looked with slight surprise at Sir, giving him a friendly smile. Sir. Hello. Smiling friendly. Bell. Sir-san. Surprised, what's wrong? Do you need anything? Tilting his head. Sir well, first I would like you to stop putting the san in my name and the other goats' names. I think we are close enough to you to just call each other by our names, and now we are partners, don't you think? Bell, smiling amused. Bell. EA. Blushing slightly, well, I guess it's true and what else did you need? Sir, embarrassed. Sir. Jum, nodding happily, well, Ryuu is a little tired and needs a break, go to her room and calm her down a bit, okay? I'll relieve her for an hour or two, I'll give you 5 minutes, okay? I can't handle so much work on my hands either, laughing nervously. Bell. I understand, thanks for letting me know sir, I'll leave it to you, smiling. Sir. Sure. Good luck and remember, it's only 5 minutes. Don't get caught up in anything else, okay? Smiling mischievously. Bell blushed hard as he understood what Sir meant and nodded in embarrassment before walking quickly to the kitchen and from there to Ryuu's room. Girl 1. Hey wait. We haven't ordered yet, extending her hand towards Bell. The girl extended her hand in the direction Bell had gone, but someone quickly stood in front of her, blocking her view. Sir. Wow, it seems my dear companion has much more important matters to attend to, laughing sweetly. Girl 2. That's not true, she just went to help one of your classmates, she'll come back to us quickly, we're more important after all, snorting. Sir. More important, wow, how interesting. I don't think a guy who loves them would leave them alone without hesitation for just one girl, unless they're not really important to him, right? Laughing shamelessly. The girls quickly frowned, annoyed by Sir's words. They weren't stupid. They knew, or at least suspected, that a boy as cute as Bell had a girlfriend. It would be absurd if he didn't have one, considering how cute he is. And from Sir's words, the girls already suspected that he had gone to see his partner. Girl 2. Well, it doesn't matter, we can come any other day and talk to him, laughing mockingly. Sir. Oh, wow, squinting, then I'm going to have to personally attend to them every time they come, cold. Girl 2tch, annoyed. Sir. So, looking at them indifferently, I'll serve you for now, sharpening her gaze, be quick, I have several more tables to serve, cold. The 3 girls moved away from Sir a little, fearful, feeling a strange aura envelop Sir, annoyed. And for a moment, they swore they saw a violet flash in Sir's eyes that made all of their skin crawl. Without a doubt, Sir was upset, after all they were giving Ryuu problems, and she wouldn't allow her friend to have difficulties because of a bunch of random people, above all, she wouldn't allow them to ruin the beautiful relationship that Bell and Ryuu had. It had been hard for her to accept it, but she did, and she would make sure to help them whenever she could because she loved them. Hostess Ryuu's room. Knock knock. Ryuu. Turning to look at the door. Ryuu was lying on her bed doing nothing, just resting a little, and trying not to think that Bell was probably being instigated by girls right now. She had been like that since she went up to her room and was trying to think only of her glorious reward, spending time with Bell. He stayed with only that thought in mind until someone knocked on his door again. Ryuu sighed, hoping it wasn't Mamma Mia. If that was the case, she would probably complain to her about slacking off just like she scolded Anya almost daily. Ryuu? What's wrong? Looking at the door tiredly. Hi, it's me. Ryuu quickly lifted his head from the pillow upon hearing Bell's voice on the other side of the door, and a small smile quickly formed on his face. Sir said you were in your room resting and that she was going to relieve you for an hour or two, so I came to see how you are. Are you feeling okay or do you need me to bring you some? Before Bell could finish speaking, he saw with surprise how the door suddenly opened and from there a beautiful elf jumped towards him and hugged him tightly. Bell quickly caught her in his arms and looked in surprise at Ryuu, who gave him a calm smile before kissing him affectionately. After getting over the initial surprise, Bell quickly reciprocated Ryuu's kiss and hugged her by the waist while continuing the kiss. After a few seconds they both broke away from the kiss and looked into each other's eyes lovingly. Bell. May I ask, why was that? Laughing fondly. Ryuu. I just wanted to kiss you, blushes slightly, come in, I want to be with you, opening the door. Bell. Why yes, by the way, sir will only relieve me for 5 minutes, she can't take care of everything alone for so long, my mom will also get mad at me, smiling nervously. Ryuu. I understand, then let's spend some time together, I want to be with you, looking into his eyes. Bell blushed quickly and nodded excitedly at spending time with Ryuu. Internally he thanked Sir for giving him this little time alone with his beloved elf. At the bar Sir was serving some clients who kept asking for Bell. Hey, where's that cute boy? That's it. I want to see it. Yes, where did he go? I want to be seen by the. The girls began to argue among themselves, completely ignoring Sir, who looked at them with a vein in his forehead while crumpling the small livery he had in his hands and breaking a feather in half in annoyance. Sir. If you don't order in 5 minutes, I'm going to ask Anya to kick you out, looking at them with annoyance. Huh? Ah. Girls? Oh. Looking at her curiously. Sir. Achoo. Ah, wiping her nose, how strange, I feel like someone's talking about me, surprised. Oh, excuse me, do you need anything? Smiling. The customers looked at her in shock with Sir saliva all over her face. Ryuu's room. In the jealous elf's room was the aforementioned woman and her partner lying in their bed hugging each other. Well, hugging was an understatement. Ryuu, I only have 2 minutes left, laughing nervously. Ryuu. Just a little more. They were both lying in bed, Ryuu on top of him hugging him tightly while resting her head on Bell's chest. She could hear his heart, it was calming, and helped her forget about the home-wrecking clients. Also she was leaving her Bell scent on him. Sir had told him that days before, a good way to discreetly mark territory was to leave your scent on your partner, and the best way to do that was by hugging him. At first, Ryuu didn't think that was necessary and even toxic for a couple, although now he realized that it wasn't such a bad idea in reality, not because he didn't trust Bell, but because of the annoying clients who would try things with him. Maybe they notice his feminine scent and don't try anything with him. Maybe it's not like that, but she would feel calmer believing it. Ryuu took a breath and raised his head, looking into Bell's eyes. Bell noticed her gaze and looked at her curiously before blushing slightly at how cute Ryuu looked. Ryuu smiled slightly seeing him get nervous, only she could do that now. She lifted her head from his chest and crawled a little until she was close to his face, planting a soft kiss that Bell reciprocated. Ryuu. Thank you for coming to help me, I'm sorry for being a bother to you and Sir, lowering his gaze slightly. Bell took Ryuu's cheeks with his hands, forcing her to look at him, and gave her a big smile full of happiness. Bell. It's no bother at all, I'm glad you opened up to me more and let me help you when you need help, it makes me feel important, like I'm some kind of hero who saved a princess, looking away embarrassed. Bell laughed nervously at revealing to Ryuu what he thought after coming to help her, but she was his partner, so he thought it would be okay to reveal what he thought, even though it was a little embarrassing. For her part, Ryuu smiled affectionately upon hearing it. She remembered when Bell had revealed his dream to her and Sir a few months ago. Sir found it charming and made fun of it a little. To her, it had seemed like a very noble dream, and although it was a little childish, Bell had the determination to make it come true. Well, he had already made it come true, although at that moment she hadn't realized it. Bell was a hero, he was her hero, and she loved him. Ryuu gave Bell one last hug before getting out of bed, knowing his 5 minutes were up. Bell also stood up and looked at the door with dissatisfaction. The truth is now he wanted to stay hugging Ryuu, but he couldn't leave all the work to Sir, and he didn't want to earn her and Mamma Mia's fury, who knows in what ways Sir could bother him, and he didn't want to imagine what Mamma Mia could do angry, he didn't want to find out either. Bell. I'll be back to work, let me know if you need anything, I'll bring you something to eat when it's time for lunch, so rest a little in the meantime, smiling. Ryuu. Yes, good luck, smiling slightly, and be careful with those sluts you never know when they might try something, darkening his gaze. Bell. Why yes, don't worry, I won't let them try anything, smiling. But that said, Bell left Ryuu's room and went down the stairs to return to work. For her part, Ryuu returned to her bed and sat down thoughtfully. She didn't want to think about the annoying clients, so she sat near the window and looked at the sky calmly before having a slight idea. I wanted a date. She quickly got out of bed and went to her closet. He opened it quickly and saw several identical garments, his work uniforms. Ryuu rummaged through her things a bit until she pulled out some clothes that were different from what she always wore, such as blouses, sweaters, shirts, t-shirts, dresses, or just normal clothes. Most of them had been gifts from Sir that she had given her over time, although she had never used them too much, because she was not a girl who went out much, nor had the need to do so, she had used them from time to time, so as not to make Sir feel bad, who had given them to her with love. But this time he did have the need to use them for pleasure. Ryuu took some clothes he had and took them out, examining them, rating which set was better. In that I see a certain set that made me remember a previous conversation with Sir. Sir, smiling happily, that outfit looks really nice on you, I'm glad you're wearing it, it's a little simple, but you look really pretty in it, smiling. Ryuu. Really? I think it's a little revealing, slightly blushing. Sir, Ryuu, just because it doesn't have sleeves doesn't mean it's revealing, smiling. Ryuu. For an elf it is Sir, blushing. Sir. As long as you don't show cleavage there will be no problem, smiling, I'm sure anyone who saw you would fall in love with you, smiling, like Bellxryuu for example, laughing mockingly. Ryuu. Sir. Embarrassed, I shouldn't suggest those things about the boy I like to another girl, looking away. Sir Juju, laughing amusedly. Ryuu looked at the clothes in silence. At first, she had felt like a terrible friend for having fallen in love with a boy Sir loved, she didn't feel worthy of him either, they were both her heroes, they had saved her when she was about to die, and she had been selfish to fall in love with Bell, and want to continue being friends with Sir after that. Still, both had accepted her, Bell didn't care about her past, but about her present and their future together, Sir supported her and was on her side supporting her relationship, regardless of whether she was with the person she also loved. She felt lucky, she still thought she wasn't worthy of both, but she was trying hard to be so, she had left her tragic past behind, she would remember the good times she once had with Astria family, but she wouldn't live with resentments, she wouldn't make the same mistakes again. Ryuu looked in her closet for a small hidden wooden drawer, she gently opened it revealing her outfits as an adventurer, the current one and the one she wore in the Astria family. Both looked a little worn but still in good condition, on top of these was his weapon, or what was left of it after the disaster in the deep floors where he lived with Bell, there he had the shattered handle of his wooden sword. Ryuu looked at the box in silence as he took a sheathed short knife out of his apron. She stared at the knife blankly, remembering the lives she had claimed with that single weapon. Ryuu took a deep breath and gently placed the gun inside the drawer, and with that done he slowly closed the drawer and left it hidden, thus sealing a past that he had already overcome. Ryuu smiled slightly, the already almost vanished feeling of incompetence that she had had the last few years had finally dissipated completely, she looked at the piece of clothing in her hands and smiled fondly, it was time for a new beginning, of course, a new beginning with her new family. Fertility hostess kitchen. Elf, sighing tiredly, and it's barely noon, wiping some sweat. Sir. Arabelle, I thought a level 4 adventurer would have more resistance than that, laughing mockingly. Well, it's something new for me and I'm not used to it, looking away. Sir laughed amusedly before looking at the kitchen door seeing all the girls enter, except Mamma Mia and Ryuu naturally. Lungwer. Well, take a quick break, you're about to taste a portion of what you're going to have to endure tonight, smiling confidently. Chloe. It's true, in the afternoon the clients start to arrive a little more frequently Naya, it doesn't compare to the amount there is at night, but it will still be hard for a newbie Naya, amused. Is it really that hard? Lungwer. Oh, it seems we've already scared the Juju bunny, laughing. Anya. Don't worry, Bell, Naya. Once you get into the swing of things, you'll get used to it quickly, and we'll be there to help you while Ryuu rests, Naya. Cat smile. Sir. You don't have to be nervous, we'll be here to help you, smiling. Girls thank you. Smiling happily. All. Smiling. Lungwer. Still, prepare for hell, blank stare. Chloe. Yeah, first nights are always the hardest Naya, laughing darkly. Anya. The looks Naya, having a chill. Sir. There is no difference even if it is the opposite hex, the female adventurers are as depraved as the male adventurers, laughing darkly. Girls. Slightly scared. They all looked at Bell with pity. Lungwer. Be prepared for an overwhelming feeling, Bell, when you work as a waiter for the first time the feeling is more overwhelming until you get used to it. Anya. No matter how much they stare at you, Naya, don't show that it affects you, that only encourages them more. Chloe. Make sure you're careful with the adventurers, some are even more brazen than several adventurers Naya, it would be. Sir. Although well if any of them were to touch you, sharpening her gaze. Sir and the others smiled dangerously as they held their knuckles. All. They got their slippery asses kicked for messing with what belongs to Ryuu. Would be. Bell nervously watched the girls scream together. They had already scared him. Was being a waiter really that difficult? Sir. But anyway, make sure you enjoy your work. In the end, it's also a good experience as long as you don't let the rest of it get to you, smiling. Chloe. Exactly, Naya. Besides, you won't have to suffer much. We'll close an hour earlier tonight, before 10 o'clock, Naya, smiling. Bell. Huh? Why? Confused. Anya. It's a tradition Naya. When Lunwar, Chloe and Ryuu came to work on their first day we closed early, so as not to overwhelm them so much Naya, even the customers know it, cat smile, today I can rest a little Naya, smiling foolishly. Lunwar. You always rest, muttering, what she says is true, although my mother doesn't like it very much, she did it so as not to overwhelm us with work, we closed an hour earlier, and we used that hour to celebrate your welcome to the family, scratching her cheek. Sir. Ryuu's welcome was very funny, Mamma Mia was angry with her for all the glasses she broke, and Chloe along with Lunwar got drunk, laughing. Chloe and Lunwar were excited upon hearing Sir's words and tried to cover her mouth, but Anya stopped them with a cat-like smile. Sir. In the end they ended up fighting, shouting and hitting each other. Mama thought it was funny and they weren't making a mess or fighting too seriously, so she let them fight for a while longer. We didn't know at what point they had already reconciled and for some reason they were crying together while remembering past sorrows, laughing lightly. Anya also started to laugh until a blow to her stomach and another to the back of her head made her release Chloe and Lunwar, who after hitting her quickly went after Sir. Both. Sir. Furious. Sir just laughed softly, showing no fear for the two angry girls coming towards her. Just as they were about to reach Sir, the kitchen door was kicked open and immediately everyone's pressure dropped, of course except Sir, she still maintained her calm smile. Mamma Mia. What do you think you're doing here Lucen? There are several tables unserved and you're complaining to me. Annoyed. Quickly everyone took their things and went to their respective jobs, Anya started serving drinks, Lunwar took care of the quick cleaning, while Sir, Chloe and Bell were in charge of waiting tables, as Chloe had said before in the afternoon things were just starting to get difficult and now they needed 3 people to serve customers, at night they would need all of them, and Bell included to take care of the quick cleaning, serve dishes and take orders. Bell. Good afternoon. What do you want to order? Smiling. Bell suddenly became perplexed and stared blankly at his family watching him with their mouths open. They were Welf, Mikoto, Lily, Hera and Hestia looking at him from head to toe, still not knowing if what they saw was real. Welf. Bell. Are you my friend? Surprised. Bell. Well, yeah, what are you doing here? Nervous. Mikoto. We thought about coming to eat, we were going to invite him, but we thought he would be with Ryuu Dono outside the hostess, and we didn't want to bother them, also looking at him with surprise, your waiter outfit looks great on you Bell-sama, are you working here? Curious. Bell. Why yes, it was my condition that I was able to go out with Ryuu, she said that I was distracting her too much, and that if I worked for her, she would give us more days off to spend together, scratching the back of her neck. Lily, who was looking at him with a blush on her face, just like Hera and Hestia, quickly shook her head before looking at him seriously. She might be in love with Bell, but that didn't take away her greed or her desire to prevent him from being scammed. Lily. And will the owner pay her appropriately? It would be. Bell. Yes, my mom said she would pay me a considerable amount considering the clients I serve and how much I work, smiling. Lily nodded in agreement before returning to her lovelorn attitude. Lily. Leaving that aside. Blushing. Hestia. Bell-kun. You look so cool in your waiter outfit. You should dress like that more often, the view is amazing, giggling with a blush on her face. Parham. Looks very good Bell-sama, smiling blushing. Bell. Thank you, it's really comfortable, smiling. Parham. By the way Bell-sama, where is Ryuu-san? Curious. Bell. Oh, she was a little tired from work and went to rest a little, Sir is relieving her for the meantime, pointing at Sir. Sir noticed them looking at her and turned around curiously before smiling and waving at them as she returned to work. Hestia. Oh wow, it seems that even that elven warrior can be exhausted, by the way Bell-kun, looking at him. Bell hi. Curious. Hestia. I'd like to know, how's your relationship going? Smiling, whenever you return to the mansion after seeing her, you're always very happy, he, laughing. Bell blushed slightly and scratched the back of his neck, a little embarrassed that his family would notice his extreme happiness. Some days they were a bit busy going to the dungeon to earn money, so he couldn't go to the hostess, except to see Ryuu for a brief moment. Even so, he always came back happy and went to the dungeon with enthusiasm just for that. Bell. I don't know how to express it correctly, but looking at them, it's great, smiling. Everyone smiled upon hearing Bell's words and gave her support in her relationship, seeing the little rabbit happy to be with his beautiful fairy. Hestia. And tell me, Bell-kun, haven't you invited Ryuu on a date? You're already taking a while, don't you think? Looking at him amused. Bell blushed slightly and looked down with some embarrassment. Bell. I wanted to ask her to go on a date tomorrow. I was planning to talk to my mom, so she would give us permission today, scratching his neck. Hestia. Jum, nodding satisfied. Well, I'm glad you want to go out with your partner. Remember that living together is important for a family, and now Ryuu is part of your family. Make sure you always love and take care of her, okay? Smiling. Bell nodded determinedly before remembering something and turning to look at Welf eagerly. Bell. By the way, Welf, do you have it? Welf. Huh. Oh yeah, I'm a blacksmith, but it turns out I'm pretty good at making clothes. Smiling proudly. Welf took out a small paper bag. Why, we have to take care of the environment, right? And he gave it to Bell, who smiled pleased. Welf. Although I thought you'd be out with Ryuu, I still brought it to leave it with the other waitresses and asked them to give it to you when I get back, but it seems that won't be necessary. Good luck, handsome, winking at him. Welf gave a thumbs up to Bell, who nodded happily as he took the bag and his notebook to write things down. Bell. Thank you again. Now, what would you like to order? Smiling. His family quickly asked him what they wanted while they chatted a little with him. After a while, Bell took their orders and returned to the kitchen to give them to May. As he walked back to the kitchen, his family watched him in silence. Welf. How the irresponsible rabbit has grown, smiling proudly, he is now a man. Hestia. Ah, I still remember as if it were yesterday when Bell-kun joined my family. We lived in a small and destroyed church, but we were happy with what we had. It's incredible how things changed so much in just a few months, smiling. Lily. Bell-sama has grown, Lily is very happy for him, smiling slightly. Hera. I'm glad Bell-sama is happy with Ryuu-sama, they will always have my support, smiling. Everyone nodded at Heraham's words and began to talk about the past, about funny or embarrassing moments that everyone remembered with joy. Meanwhile in the kitchen. Sir. And when will you have a baby? Smiling innocently. Bell. PFFFFFFFF. In shock. Bell had entered the kitchen and gave May his family's order. May just received it in silence and quickly began to cook the new order, just like the other four he had. Bell looked at May in amazement as she cooked. No matter how you looked at her, she looked like a professional chef. While admiring May's kitchen, Sir Wilde appeared behind him and asked him that question that completely surprised him. It had even surprised May, who stopped cooking to look at Sir with a stupid face. May. Don't joke about things like that, sir. Would be, if Ryuu got pregnant, Mamma Mia would make a scandal. I have no doubt she would crush the boy for temporarily leaving her most responsible worker disabled, looking at her. Sir laughed amusedly as she patted Bell on the shoulder. Sir. Come on, what's wrong with that? It's not like they haven't done it before, laughing darkly. Bell and May blushed hard at Sir's words and stopped looking into her eyes. May rabbit in heat, snorting. Bell. That wasn't my fault, looking away. Sir. Oh, but you enjoyed it, didn't you? Smiling flirtatiously. Bell. Both. Rabbit in heat. Bell. It wasn't my fault. Blushing. Bell sighed heavily as May went back to work, ignoring what had happened before. Sir. Anyway, I say it's a good idea for you to try to have a baby with Ryuu right now, smiling. Bell. Why would you suggest something like that, sir? Embarrassed. May. It's because of the low probability of pregnancy in elves. Bell. Huh. Bell turned to see May, who was still working while she spoke. May. It is well known that elves do not have a high probability of pregnancy. Even if they had sex every day, the probability of having a child is very low, and taking into account that elves are not very eager to do that every day, then that is why the population of elves is not that large. They are not extinct, nor do they have the need to have children for their longevity. It is the only reason why their race has successfully endured for hundreds of years, looking at him out of the corner of their eye. Even so, looking at Sir, I think it's too soon. Look at him, he's a brat, he's not ready for a responsibility like that. It would be. Sir. Oh come on, you said it yourself, it's unlikely that you'll get pregnant, that's why it's better that you try now. Believe me when I tell you that at some point you'll want children, smiling. May. Don't speak for them, and don't talk about such a delicate subject so freely, sighing. Sir, what do you think, Bell, wouldn't you like to have children? Looking at him with a smile. Bell, who remained expectant and thoughtful about the conversation, looked at Sir with slight surprise before answering. Bell. The truth is that at some point I would like to have children, but I think that should also be done at the right time and when one is more responsible, smiling with embarrassment. May looked at Bell for a few seconds before giving him a thumbs up. The boy had her approval. Sir. How boring, pouting, don't you like Ryuu's body? Looking at him with disdain. Bell quickly reacted to her question, but not as Sir expected. Bell. Of course I love it. Annoyed, Ryuu is beautiful in every way. I love her body, how soft and warm it is when we're hugging. I love her figure, I can feel it when she hugs me, and it's always great. Serious. Sir, oh, that was interesting, you were quite honest, Juju, laughing amused. Bell stopped looking seriously at Sir and changed his face to one of shame when he realized that he said more than he should. Then he turned to see May, who was now giving him a disapproving look. It seemed that her look said. Perverted and hexist rabid. Sir. I'm glad you're honest in saying that you like Ryuu's body. Many would have lied, saying that only feelings matter, but those are the ones who really care the most about the body. Laughing amused, I know that you don't only like Ryuu for his body, but I'm glad that you're also honest in saying that you like his body. That shows me how trustworthy you can be. Smiling, now, I think you should say those words to Ryuu. I'm sure she would be embarrassed to hear that her partner thinks that about her, although she would also be happy and flattered, smiling kindly. L. Why yes, blushing. May. Now go to work, showing some dishes. May had finished cooking some of the dishes that had been ordered and gave them to Sir, who looked at everything nervously. Sir. Huh. May. You go deliver that to the customers, while you, looking at Bell, take it, it's for Ryuu. May gave a plate of food to Bell, who took it with slight surprise before nodding. Bell. I'll go give it to him, I'll be back in a moment, saying goodbye to them. Sir. How will I deliver all these dishes? Smiling nervously. May. Sort it out, shouldering. Sir sweated profusely as he felt himself beginning to lose his balance. Ryuu's room. In the elf's room, the aforementioned was looking at the clothes she had chosen for her future date with a smile. She had cleaned them and removed the little dust they had, now she just had to wait for Bell to arrive and suggest her idea. Ryuu then looked at the other side of his bed. There was the brown jacket that Bell wore. Ryuu blushed slightly, remembering that he had spent a short time hugging the jacket to distract himself from why it had the smell of Bell. Knock knock. Ryuu got slightly excited and grabbed all the clothes including the jacket, which he quickly put together before throwing it into the closet and hiding it. Ryuu pass, serene. Ryuu acted as if nothing had happened and remained calm. She wouldn't allow anyone to find out about that. The door to the room opened, revealing Bell, who greeted her with a smile as he showed her a steaming plate of rice, chicken, vegetables and an orange juice. He had the plate on his arm while holding the juice with that same arm to open the door with the other. Why didn't he just ask her to open the door for him? Who knows? Bell. I brought you the food, entering. Ryuu smiled, happy to see Bell, and went to help him with his food. It had barely been more than an hour since she had seen him, but she already missed him quite a bit. Ryuu. Thank you, smiling, can you stay? Curious. Bell. Sorry, Sir and Chloe are very busy serving customers without me, I have to go back and help them quickly, sad. Ryuu. I understand, discouraged, I'll come down soon to help you, I'm already feeling better, smiling slightly. Bell. I'm glad about that, smiling, still make sure you rest well, looking at her. Ryuu. I could tell you the same, the first day is always difficult, I imagine the others already scared you a little with their words, sighing. Bell. A little bit of the truth, laughing lightly, oh by the way Ryuu, looking at her. Ryuu looked at Bell curiously, especially after seeing how he blushed and looked at the floor indecisively. Ryuu. What's going on? Curious, the date, I should ask her for the date before she leaves, remembering, B. Before Ryuu spoke, Bell looked up determinedly. He wanted to ask Ryuu out on a date, but before that, he remembered Sir's words. Sir. I think you should say those words to Ryuu, I'm sure she would be embarrassed to hear that her partner thinks that about her, although she would also be happy and flattered, smiling kindly. Bell took a deep breath in courage before speaking, shouting a few words. Bell. Ryuu, I love your body. Embarrassed. Ryuu huh. Blushing hard. Bell. You're beautiful in every way. You're cute, caring, reliable, and I can always count on you. Looking at her, blushing, I love how soft and warm your body is when we're hugging. I love your figure. I can feel it when you hug me, and it's always wonderful. Blushing. Ryuu. Blushing. Plop. Ryuu. Idiot. Don't say that kind of thing all of a sudden. Blushing. Ryuu had suddenly hit Bell in the face, who, not expecting the blow at all, received it full in the face and. He fainted. Ryuu realized what she did and was slightly scared when she saw Bell's body lying on the ground. She quickly knelt down and examined his body with concern, hoping she hadn't hurt him. Fortunately, he was a level 4 just like her, so her blow, although it may have hurt, wouldn't have caused anything more serious, it would only leave him unconscious for a few minutes. Ryuu. Beat Bell. Sorry, you caught me off guard, nervous. Sir tried to wake Bell up, but it was no use, he would wake up in a few minutes. Bell. Ugh, what happened? Pained. Bell raised one of his hands and rubbed his cheek, noticing a slight pain in it. He felt like he was lying down, but it was strange. From the surface he was on, he guessed he was lying on the floor, but his head was slightly raised and lying on a warm surface. When she opened her eyes completely she realized that she was on Ryuu's lap, looking at him worriedly. Ryuu. Are you okay? Worried. Bell didn't say anything, he looked at Ryuu in surprise, for a few seconds he couldn't help but compare this with the training sessions with Aiz, it was the same, the blow in the same place, a feint and finally a lap pillow. No, this was different. Before I received lap pillows just out of friendship, there were no feelings behind it other than those of two training partners. This was different. He was like that because there was real concern, not out of companionship or as a favor, but out of the honest intention of taking care of him and only that. Bell smiled slightly as he looked at Ryuu's worried face after getting no response from him and spoke. Bell. Yes, I'm fine, smiling. Ryuu sighed slightly in relief and rubbed his cheek with a smile. Ryuu. I'm sorry, it's just that you took me by surprise, blushing. Bell. I'm sorry, I thought it would be a good idea to tell you, Sir said it would be a good idea to tell you, embarrassed. Ryuu. Sir, huh? Yeah, that sounds very typical of her, laughing slightly, I said what you said, do you really think so? Bell. Yes. Seriously, not a word I said is a lie. To me I love everything about you, the way you are as a person and why your body too, blushes. Ryuu blushed slightly but still kept his calm smile. Ryuu. I see, I'm glad, smiling, the truth is I thought my body didn't seem very attractive to you, I'm not really endowed like hestia-sama, and you're always surrounded by pretty and endowed girls, so I thought my body wasn't really to your liking, but I'm glad it's not like that, smiling, I'm glad that you like everything about me, kissing him. Bell opened his eyes slightly at Ryuu's words. He didn't know that Ryuu thought that about herself. Apparently, being honest with her did help to open them more to the other. Ryuu broke the kiss and looked at Bell, who quickly responded to his words. Bell. I would never think that you are not attractive, your chest does not seem insufficient to me, and I like it a lot, you are beautiful, and I will never doubt that, seriously. Ryuu. And no need to repeat it anymore, it was already clear to me since you shouted it a few minutes ago, blushing. Bell quickly blushed upon hearing that and fell silent, not even remembering that he should have returned to work several minutes ago. Ryuu. Bell, looking at him. Bell. Hi. Looking at her. Ryuu. Did you like it when we did that? Bell looked at her slightly confused before realizing what she meant and blushing even harder. Bell. Yes, I loved it, embarrassed. Ryuu. I see, so, would you like to do it again? Bell. Huh. Bell got up from Ryuu's lap in surprise and turned his head looking at her, his face only remained blushed when he saw the elf's face embarrassed by saying those words. Ryuu. Oh, of course not now, another time, when it's just the two of us, blushing. Bell. I would love to, blushing. After that, they both remained silent. They had admitted something very private and embarrassing to each other and they were a little embarrassed, although not as much as before. They both looked into each other's eyes and smiled shyly. Of course, they were so immersed in their conversation that they didn't look when the door was opened or at the person standing in front of it. DCH. The elf-faced couple were in shock and slowly turned their gaze away as their faces lost color. There she was, a supposed Eminem who was anything but a dwarf, looking at them with a sinister and annoying smile, while keeping her arms crossed. Mamma mia. Wow, and I thought you would be a responsible boy, I came because I thought something important had happened, and the only thing that happened was that I found you planning your dirty tricks, with a twitch in your eye. Crack. Bell and Ryuu were slightly excited when they heard Mamma Mia's knuckles crack as she closed her hands tightly. Mamma Mia took a deep breath before releasing a heavy pressure on both of them that scared them. Mamma Mia. Your break is over, get off your hot ass and get to work. Furious. Ryuu. Bell. Hi. Scared. Both quickly went down to the kitchen, but not before receiving a punch in the head from Mamma Mia, who followed them with annoyance. All this was seen by the other girls of the hostess who saw this with interest. Sir, oh, it seems that my mom discovered Bell and Ryuu immersed in something fufu, smiling suggestively. May. That's your fault, if you hadn't brought up the subject of them having a baby this wouldn't have happened, sighing. Upon hearing May's words, everyone quickly turned to look at her in surprise and then at Sir. Chloe. Do you want my mom to kill you, Sir Naya? Lunwer sir, you were always suicidal, huh? Anya. Wow sir Naya, I didn't think you were one of those who take such risks, surprised. Sir just laughed nervously and looked at Bell and Ryuu being scolded by Mamma Mia with a smile. Sir. I just wanted to see them as a family finally, fun. Bell and Ryuu didn't know it, but they had the blessings of two goddesses so that they would have a good future and a good family. The blessing of the goddess of the hearth. And the blessing of the goddess of love and fertility. And. Extra, 01. Ryuu's room. In the elf's room, the aforementioned was lying on her bed looking at the ceiling in silence. She was anxious. She kept thinking about how the customers could harass Bell, and that made her anxious. He didn't know what to do to distract himself from that until a faint idea occurred to him, then he thought it would be something daring, but he remembered that Bell had left his clothes in the changing room in the kitchen. Ryuu slowly stood up from his bed and stood without looking at anything exactly until he turned around and left his room, going to the kitchen stealthily. She saw Sir in the kitchen receiving a plate from May and quickly leaving to continue serving. She took advantage of that small moment to sneak away without being seen with May, who was immersed in her cooking, and entered as stealthily as possible into the small room. Ryuu quickly saw Bell's clothes piled up there and took them with simplicity. The more he acts like he's not doing anything wrong, the less he'll feel like he's doing something wrong. Ryuu left the place as if nothing had happened but momentarily forgot about May, who turned around confused upon hearing a noise. They both looked at each other in silence. May looked at her with her eyes open and Sir with a serene face. May Q. Ryuu. I'll hang up your clothes so they're ready in case you want to change, leaving. Ryuu turned around and returned to his room calmly, leaving May there, who just stood there motionless, not knowing what had just happened. Back in Ryuu's room, the elf carefully closed her door and left Bell's clothes on her bed. It wasn't entirely a lie what he said, or at least not anymore. She took her clothes and began to fold and arrange them in case Bell wanted to change at the end of the night, this way it would be easier for him to do so. In the end he had already folded his clothes, the only thing he hadn't touched was his jacket. Ryuu took the folded clothes and put them in his closet for the moment before returning to his bed. She stared at the jacket in silence for a few seconds before blushing slightly and throwing herself onto her bed on top of the jacket. Ryuu took Bell's jacket and hugged her tightly as she settled into her bed. Bell's scent was calming her. Ryuu. It smells like him, burying his face in the jacket. Ryuu opened her eyes in shock and raised her head, seeing her door half open while being stared at by May, who looked at her with a blank face. May. Elfin heat. Anya. May. Blushing. May closed the door and ran to the kitchen, leaving Ryuu there, who just closed the door in shame. She had been discovered. End. A normal day of a couple, 14. Hostess of fertility. It was late, and our favorite couple, also known as Elf and Aho, were in the kitchen quickly washing dishes while being watched by Mamma Mia, who glared at them without even blinking. The dwarf seemed annoyed with both young men who knew it perfectly, and that's why they couldn't stop sweating under the penetrating gaze of Mamma Mia, who watched them like a hawk. Ryuu. This is an invasion of privacy, muttering. Mamma Mia. Ryuu remained silent and said nothing more. If she said anything else, Mamma Mia was capable of avoiding her outings with Bell at that moment for a whole month, and the elf would not tolerate that. After a few minutes, both finished cleaning the pile of dishes that had accumulated in the morning and afternoon, although at night the pile of dishes would appear again and even double, although that would be Anya's responsibility. While Bell and Ryuu finished cleaning the dishes, all the other girls entered the kitchen, watching Mamma Mia expectantly. It was time for the shift change, and she was the one who determined who did what. Mom. Okay, now you two and I will go to the bar to serve drinks. Chloe and Anya will wait on tables, and Lunwer and Sir will clean up any spilled drinks or food, it would be. All the girls and Bell nodded and went to their respective tasks. Bell and Ryuu went to the bar where Mamma Mia always was. She was the one in charge of the drinks always, mostly to watch her bar. If an annoying adventurer appeared, nothing but an annoyed look or an annoyed scream from the dwarf would be enough. But as Ryuu walked to the bar, Bell stood there silently, being noticed by my mom, who was following them from behind, and then by Ryuu, not noticing Bell next to her. My mom. What are you doing, brat? Move, we have to work, it would be. Bell. Why yes, but first I wanted to apologize to you, my mom, lowering his head. Mamma Mia. Confused, continues, staring at him. Bell. I'm really sorry for what happened in the last few days. I've been breaking plates, glasses, confusing orders, and I betrayed your trust by going to Ryuu's room so often to be with her. I broke our deal, and I was slacking off when I should have been working. I'm really sorry for the problems I caused today. I love Ryuu very much, and I can't help but talk or get distracted a little with her while I work, but if it's necessary to do so for you to let us go out, then I promise to control myself and wait until that moment to get distracted with Ryuu as much as I want, seriously. Bell bowed in front of my mother in an apologetic manner and remained motionless waiting for an answer. He had learned that it was better to accept his mistakes and apologize for them. Maybe that won't solve anything now, but in the future at least it would do something. For his part, Ryuu, who observed everything with surprise, blushed slightly upon hearing Bell's last words. It seemed that the rabbit had acquired the natural ability to make her nervous with his sincere and direct words. When had the roles been exchanged? The other girls who were watching everything in silence also looked at Bell in surprise. They didn't expect her to apologize quickly to mom when she was angry. None of them had done it before. They didn't know what would happen if they did, and finding out wasn't an option. Not hearing a response from my mother, they became worried, especially Ryuu, who had already gone to stop a very possible sermon that would leave Bell deaf and unconscious. To everyone's surprise, Mamma Mia just placed her hand on Bell's shoulder and spoke calmly. "My mom. Very well, boy, I'm glad you admit your mistakes and want to solve them. You must understand that for everything there is a time and place. Now you are on work schedule. I don't care if you talk or even flirt with each other while you work, as long as you work as you should, and then you can go live your lives as you want, it would be." Mommy patted Bell on the shoulder a few last times and let him go. "My mom. I'm going to give you part of my trust. Go and serve the drinks yourselves. Remember that we will close an hour earlier today. You will have time for conversations and socializing as much as you like at night. Now go to work." Looking at them, Mamma Mia put aside her serene expression for a more relaxed one and looked at Bell, thanking her again, bowing before going with Ryuu to the bar. "Anya. Amazing, Naya. Chloe. I thought my mom would be upset, Naya. Lunwar. I thought so too." My mom suddenly turned around, exalting them all, thinking she was going to scold them, but instead my mom turned around to look at them with disappointment. "Mamma Mia. You know, you should learn something from him. He was sincere and apologized for his mistakes. When have you ever done something like that?" Neither said anything. Theoretically she was right. "Mamma Mia. Gosh, they should learn to apologize like Bell. Is it really that hard to apologize?" Crossing her arms. Before Anya committed suicide and responded, Chloe and Lunwar covered her mouth. "Mamma Mia. Go and work yourselves too. Remember that I already gave you your homework for today." "Oh hi." Mommy watched them leave in silence before sighing tiredly and turning to her left, seeing Sir looking at her with a smile. "Mamma Mia. And you?" Looking at her. "Sir. Well, now that we're talking about honesty and all that, I wanted to apologize for accidentally breaking a glass in the morning and hiding it, but I can replace it tomorrow and." "Mamma Mia. Would you what?" Annoyed. "Sir. He said that if I apologized and was honest things would improve. Besides Bell also broke several plates and glasses, right?" Smiling with sweat. "Mamma Mia. Yes, but I forgive him because he's a rookie. I also forgave you at the beginning and it would have gone better if you had apologized at the time," glaring at her, "but you can't even be forgiven for a broken plate anymore. You're an experienced waitress now," squinting. "Sir, well, he, laughing nervously. "My mom. Drinks bar." At the bar where drinks are served, Bell and Ryuu were quietly cleaning glasses while chatting a little without being distracted from their work. There weren't many people now, until nighttime they would have to work non-stop. For now they could relax with the soft clientele before the waves of adventurers arrive. While Bell and Ryuu were serving coffee, they became excited when they heard Sir scream coming from the kitchen. "Wait with the shovel, no. Ahhhhh." They both remained silent before continuing to prepare the coffee and handing it to a customer who thanked them for it while she continued eating. "Bell. What difference does it make from day to night?" Looking at the bar. Ryuu. "Yes, it's much more relaxed during the day, cleaning a glass." Bell. "Should we pick up Sir's body?" Ryuu. "Don't worry, May will take care of it," leaving the glass, "By the way, Bell." Bell. "What's wrong?" Curious. Ryuu. "Do you like to be distracted with me that much?" Smiling mischievously. Bell. "Huh." Blushing, well, it might be my favorite part of the day," laughing nervously. Ryuu blushed slightly and smiled flattered. It seems that Bell had improved in his flirting and she definitely liked his words. "Ara. What do I see here?" The elf couple turned their gaze and saw with curiosity a voluptuous Amazon with scant clothing, long straight hair and violet eyes quite familiar to both of them. Bell. "Aisha-san," looking at her. "Aisha. What's up, rabbit?" Smiling, "What are you wearing?" Looking at him from head to toe. Bell. "Ah, it's my work suit," smiling embarrassed. Aisha. "Bartender. Well, it doesn't look bad on you," licking her lips. Bell laughed nervously and instinctively moved away from Aisha, like a rabbit backing away from a predator. Of course, Aisha's comments were not very pleasing to Ryuu, who glared at her. Ryuu. "I would appreciate it if you would stop making those comments about Bell, Aisha, it would be." Aisha. "Oh. The forest fairy got jealous of her bunny," smiling mockingly. Ryuu narrowed his eyes in annoyance and placed a glass cup on the table before he broke it. Aisha. Calm down Alpha, I'm just joking, I'm not going to eat your rabbit no matter how much I want to, winking at Bell. Bell. See calm down Ryuu, you're going to break the table, nervous. Ryuu took a deep breath and calmed himself down, letting go of his hand against the bar. Aisha. Well, I didn't come just to bother you. Serve me a special and a jar of beer, honey, looking at Bell. Bell. Yes, immediately, pouring a beer. Ryuu looked at Aisha seriously for a few more seconds before going to the kitchen and giving the order to Mei, who stared at her, calling her attention. Ryuu. What? Mei. Perverted elf Naya, squinting. Brief explanation. In the previous chapter, Ryuu took Bell's brown jacket to her room and sniffed it while she hugged it, remembering Bell and Mei could see all of that because the door wasn't closed properly, calling Ryuu a pervert. Ryuu. Forget that. Blushing. Mei. Naya, cooking. Ryuu sighed with tiredness and shame, hoping that Mei would someday forget that. It wasn't her fault, she was annoyed by the homewrecking clients who kept flirting with Bell, and she only calmed down every time she thought about him. Ryuu stood still and sighed, that made her look worse. In the end she decided to return to the bar where Bell was, who was talking embarrassed with Aisha, who was sitting in one of the chairs while drinking and talking apparently about a topic not very comfortable for Bell. Aisha. And what about Hera? If you ask her properly, I'm sure you could convince both of you to have a try. Bell. Aisha-san. Blushing. Aisha. Bah, how boring, drinking, you must have taken advantage of your youth and the pleasures of life before having a partner, you missed out on many things, shaking her head. What things specifically, huh? Aisha stood still and turned her head pretending not to feel the strong presence behind her and saw Ryuu out of the corner of her eye, who was looking at her with a dark and murderous look. Aisha. You know I'm just joking. Ryuu. I don't tolerate jokes much here, frowning, those comments are inappropriate and could be considered harassment of one of the workers, and I think you know what happens when you harass a hostess employee, pointing to the exit. Aisha. Gosh, how exaggerated, sighing, good, I just want to eat some good food, drinking. Ryuu looked at Aisha for a few more seconds before returning to Bell's side behind the bar to sit and stare at Aisha. Bell. Well, I think Mei is almost done with the dish, so I'll go get it, leaving. Bell left both women alone and went to the kitchen to pick up Aisha's order. Order that was just being served by the chef Nico, who looked at Bell and extended the plate to her. Bell took it in his hands and turned around staring at the kitchen door, wondering whether to leave or not. Aisha and Ryuu had worked together before, like the time they asked for help thanks to the god Hermes when the Xenos thing happened. And they knew from experience that they didn't get along very well, so to speak. It made sense, one was an elf with a very saintly idea of love and the other an Amazon ex-prostitute who saw nothing wrong with having an orgy whenever the opportunity arose. Definitely opposite poles. Mei noticed his indecision when he saw the door and quickly asked. Mei. What's up? Another client flirted with you and Ryuu threatened to kill her, Naya. Curious. Bell. No, that's not it, wait, has Ryuu threatened clients? Mei. That's not important, Naya. Bell. Well, Aisha-san is here and her attitude is exactly the attitude that could upset Ryuu. Mei. Aisha. Thoughtfully, Aisha oh, snapping her fingers, the huge-breasted Amazon prostitute, looking at him. Bell. You should remember names better, sighing. Mei. What does it matter? Go back to work, don't be a coward, whipping his tail. Bell hi, returning. Bell returned to the bar with a plate in his hand and saw Aisha still being stared at by Ryuu, making her uncomfortable. Bell sighed and went to leave the plate to Aisha, who instinctively smiled at Bell, flirtatiously thanking her for the plate. And she also quickly felt Ryuu's gaze intensify on her, making her sweat. Bell looked at Ryuu and gently took his hand, diverting her attention to him and blushing slightly when she felt the warmth of Bell's hand next to hers. Bell. Calm down, smiling, Aisha always makes jokes like that, don't take them so seriously, and I would never let her do anything indecent to me, no matter how small, smiling. Ryuu. I know I still don't see it as appropriate for me to continue with those comments towards you, squinting. Bell. Calm down, if Mamma Mia sees you making that face to a customer, trembling. Ryuu also went blank and imagined Mamma Mia looking at her coldly while cracking her knuckles trying to scare away customers. Ryuu took another deep breath and nodded, looking away from Aisha. If he kept looking at her, she would get angry again, so he better continue cleaning the bar. Aisha. Aisha quickly finished all her food in record time and took a big swig from her beer mug, drinking it all under the surprised gaze of everyone who watched as she quickly devoured her food. Bell. What's wrong? You seem to be in a hurry. Curious. Aisha. It's nothing really important, I was just preparing for when I'll need to run, wiping her mouth. Bell. Huh. Aisha. And tell me Bell, leaving a bag of Valis on the table, since I entered the bar and saw you I noticed that you have a different aura, you look more mature, just like the elf," looking at them. Aisha smiled mischievously, alerting Ryuu, who quickly stood up waiting for Aisha to say any comment to kick her out. "Aisha. How about the elf? Was she able to satisfy herself well in bed? Or is she as inexperienced as they say elves are?" Before Aisha finished, Ryuu was already running out of the bar, alerting the Amazon, who immediately ran away, running towards the hostess's exit and managing to escape unpunished. Still Ryuu followed her and left the hostess, also drawing everyone's attention. Bell. Taking the bag from Valis, well, she asked for it, sighing, "I don't know about that subject, but I say that Ryuu is splendid in bed," blushing. Bell was slightly excited when he heard the kitchen door open behind him and saw Mamma Mia standing right in the doorway, who seemed to have heard all the commotion. She scanned the bar carefully and noticed that Ryuu wasn't looking quickly at Bell. "Mamma Mia. Where the hell is Ryuu?" Looking at him. Bell. Well, nervous, he went to chase a client who left without paying, keeping the bag of Valis. Mamma Mia. And how the hell did he let her escape? Bell. She was a level 4 adventurer too, looking at her. Mamma Mia tch, that damn trash, I hope it makes her suffer, returning inside. Bell sighed in relief and continued cleaning the bar, waiting for Ryuu to return. Bell. This day may be longer than I thought. Finally, it was already getting dark. And that meant the hardest part of the day was about to arrive for the fertility hostess. The hour when waves and waves of excited adventurers arrived, returning from a long and difficult day in the dungeon. The hour when the hostess's girls worked the most during the day and where absolutely all of them were waiting tables. Although this time the formation would change a little. My mom. And remember, kid, any idiot who makes a scene, you can send any of the girls to kick him out or do it yourself, and if they can't handle him, that's what I'm here for, smiling sadistically. Bell's sweat dropped as he heard Mamma Mia crack her knuckles. He was pretty sure her favorite part of the day, aside from getting tons of money, was beating up unruly customers. Bell. Understood, huh? Looking at Sir, what's up? Curious. Sir. The first round of beers, giving him a note. Bell. T10 jars of beer. Reading, what table is it for? Sir smiled and pointed to a table with only 2 people, apparently they were going to compete to see who drank the most and would start with 5 jars. Bell broke out in a cold sweat and received a gentle nudge from Mamma Mia that caught his attention. My mom. Don't care what the customers order, just focus on serving and charging. Taking an empty jar. Bell nodded slowly and followed my mom's example by taking an empty mug from a wooden barrel that was under the bar that had a water tap. He quickly filled it with foamy beer that immediately released a strong smell of alcohol. He served 4 more just like my mom, and they gave them to Sir and Lunwer, who took the 5 in each hand and immediately went to deliver them. The bar had 4 of 30 tables occupied. It looked as empty as in the mornings. But the night was just beginning. -4 beers for table 7. -2 here for table 9 Naya. The whole family came, I need 20 jars of beer fast. The party of 9 over here. -10 jars for table 27 Naya. Don't leave the last table unattended, they ordered 6. Tap. Bell slammed a beer down on the bar and handed it to Sir, who grabbed another 6 and quickly walked off with Anya and Chloe, who were carrying huge plates full of food. Bell snorted heavily and looked at the other 10 beer jars in front of him, empty. Hey kid. Another round please. Bell laughed nervously and quickly refilled the jars, letting a little foam overflow the jar, although that was not something that bothered the adventurer at all, who took the drinks with his companions and lived happily while they devoured their food and talked about any danger of the dungeon that they had managed to survive. Bell sighed, at least the harassing female audience had calmed down. Although now it was the male audience's turn. Hunch. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze to the entrance of the bar, where Lunwer was standing in front of the knocked-out body of an adventurer. Lunwer. How the hell do you still not understand? Sighing, whatever, you already paid so you can leave. Lunwer opened the door and kicked the man's unconscious body out of the premises and quietly closed the door, completely accustomed to this. Not just her, everyone in the bar quickly went back to their own thing, as if seeing a waitress kick someone out was completely normal, and it was, at least with the hostess. Bell was the only one who looked at it with more surprise than others, but seeing that no one paid much attention to it, he decided to ignore it as well and continue working on his own thing. Now for some reason he was a bartender, he didn't know how he had gotten into this, and Mamma Mia's fixed stare didn't give him an answer. She had been sitting behind him inspecting the entire bar, including him, she was the one who kept order in the place. He could feel her gaze fixed on him, and he could tell from her look that she was dissatisfied with his work. She looked at him as if she were writing down everything he did wrong or clumsily, which worried him even more. Bell sighed, there was nothing that could be done, he wanted his date with Ryuu, and that was how he was going to win her over. Bell. Last table's order. Sir. Just in time. Smiling. Sir picked up the drinks and quickly disappeared, walking calmly and in control among all the rowdy adventurers who were shouting and moving around. He didn't stumble upon any, as a testament to his experience over the years he had been working. None of them looked anything like Bell, who was already getting tired of serving beer, juices, drinks and cleaning glasses all the time, because that was what was most requested. I didn't understand how a little alcohol could ignite the spark in adventurers, but I wasn't going to find out. Cool off a bit. Bell huh. Bell turned his gaze and saw Ryuu on the other side of the bar, who was giving him a soft smile, while handing him a small white towel. In his other hand, he carried 2 plates of rice with grilled chicken and peppers. Bell. Ah, thank you, smiling. Bell took the towel and wiped some of the sweat from his forehead, watching Ryuu work at the tables with movements of pure grace and elegance, worthy of an honorable warrior elf. She couldn't help but blush as she watched Ryuu work so intently. If she took a little time she could always see her in a beautifying way and appreciate her beauty. Tap. Bell. Oh, rubbing his head. Mommy. Concentrate, that pile of jars won't refill themselves, crossing arms. Bell. Yes, Mom, serving the beer. Bell refilled the beer mugs and slightly raised his gaze, looking sideways at Ryuu who was taking an order until he noticed his gaze and turned to look at him before winking at him with a soft and charming smile that left Bell stunned. At least he didn't stop working, he continued serving drinks and leaving them on the table while he had a silly smile on his face, a smile seen by my mom. Mamma mia. These lovebirds, sighing, can never control themselves, or why do they always look tired, Curious. Mamma Mia saw out of the corner of her eye a grey head of hair outside the bar and squinted, getting up from the chair she was sitting in. Mamma Mia. Take care of it while I'm gone, I'll be back in a few minutes, patting Bell. Bell hi, smiling nervously. Mamma Mia walked around the bar dodging the customers and the girls who didn't pay attention to her. They knew it wasn't a good idea to get involved in Mama's business. On the other hand, my mom looked out the window and saw more clearly a rather familiar grey hair next to a waitress uniform outside the bar pretending to know what. She opened the door and left the bar in silence, seeing Sir standing on the wooden stairs in complete silence. She came a little closer and saw her completely silent with a completely serious face while she wrote fervently in a notebook. Mamma mia. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were up to something, squinting. Sir suddenly turned around and looked into her eyes without flinching. Mamma mia. It's time to get to work, in case you didn't see it, you inept goddess, frowning. Sir. I know but this is very important and I couldn't do it with all the hustle and bustle inside, looking at her notebook. Mommy. What the hell are you up to now? Sir. It's quite simple Ryuu and Bell. Mom. I hope you don't have anything stupid planned this time, I don't want to lose one of my best waitresses, and neither the new one, serious. Hadn't you put aside your obsession with Bell so that Ryuu would be happy with him? Sir. Of course it's just that. Mamma Mia paid full attention to Sir's words, who looked at the moon with melancholy, creating an atmosphere of seriousness and mystery. Atmosphere that broke as quickly as Sir threw the notebook to the ground in excitement. Sir. It's just so boring. Clenching fists. Mamma Mia. Huh. Perplexed. Sir. At first it was fun, watching them flirt without ever having done so before, how they blushed every time they remembered the night they joined, or how they even started to play in the middle of work, so much so that even one time the silly members of the Loki family found them, it was so entertaining. Exalted. My mom. Sir. But now it's the same all the time, you've already learned to live as a newly formed couple, even flirting is natural and romantic, you always spend time together giving each other affection, where did all my fun go? Hysterical, this can't be like this but for that I have a plan, raising her notebook, look, it's a plan that I made for you to have a date, laughing excitedly, you could go out and have fun again and have a date, a much better one than the last, if I intervene a little I can even make you reunite under the moonlight, smiling fancifully. Mamma mia. Now I see how much it affected you to leave your true love for the happiness of your friend, I thought you were doing well, but now I see that you're not. Are they your favorite play to watch their life or something? Tired. Sir. You don't understand. Pointing at her, there's nothing left to have fun with I have no reasons or motives to make Bell stronger or make her fall in love with me so all I have is to see how happy she is, sighing, with a friend who also wanted her to be happy, looking at the sky, besides, wouldn't it be nice if one day they formed a family and had children? Smiling. My mom. I've had enough with them doing nasty things at work time, and it's not like they're going to have babies, for God's sake, he's a 14-year-old boy who's just getting used to adult life, and the other one's a 21-year-old elf with a very pure idea of chastity, and you want them to have children immediately, have you gone crazy again or something? Sir. No, it's just that I don't have anything else to do besides work, tired, let's make a deal. Smiling. Mamma mia. Sir. Let Bell and Ryuu go on a date in a few days, smiling. Mamma mia. Of course not, I already gave them the opportunity to have a date and plenty of free time before, they still haven't earned the next date, plus we'd lose 2 workers, and I need them to handle the waves of people at night, crossing their arms. Sir. What if I get you 2 replacements? Raising and lowering eyebrows. Mamma mia. Innovative, continue. Sir. Phew, what would you think if 2 of the Freya family's greatest beauties worked at the hostess? I'm sure the scandal would attract a lot of people. Mamma mia. Thoughtful, do you think you can convince Horn and Hythe to work here as your replacements? Crossing her arms. Sir. That's why I asked you to let Bell and Ryuu go out in a few days, while I convince them, smiling, although I assure you that in the end they will accept. Mamma mia. Fine, you have a deal, but I want them trained, to know how to serve and work, to show the same kindness and service that they show Freya to the clients, it would be. Sir Phew, done. Smiling, but I'll lead the date. Mamma mia. That wouldn't be. Sir Cuckoo, I beat you, I already made it part of the deal, winking. Mamma mia. I want my workers well and without surprises, squinting. Sir. Done, don't worry, I won't do anything so shameless or crazy either, smiling innocently. Mamma mia. Use an aphrodisiac if it's something shameless, squinting. Sir. Mamma mia sighed and walked back into the bar followed by Sir, who cheerfully greeted Bell and Ryuu, who returned the greeting calmly, without knowing that she was literally planning to become godmother to their half-elf babies. And Sir the busybody, 15. Hostess of fertility. It was already 11 at night. After a very tiring day of work, according to Bell, who was resting, leaning on one of the tables while breathing deeply with tiredness. He raised his hand slightly and watched them silently, red from holding, serving and cleaning glasses in abundance. It didn't help that he felt dizzy after the nauseating smell of alcohol from serving beer for hours, his hands had been stinking of beer for a while, until he was able to wash them thoroughly and completely eliminate the smell. She turned her gaze watching the other girls talking while they put away and picked up leftover food or dirty dishes, they were so calm, they seemed completely used to this. Bell sighed and got off the table before my mom saw him and scolded him. You look exhausted. Bell. Looking at Ryuu, yes, it's the first time I've done this, it's easier than being in the dungeon, but more tired for some reason, stretching. Ryuu. I understand, we all felt the same as you when we started working, looking at his hands, it's easier than the dungeon, but more tedious, in the end you get more tired, sitting next to him. Bell. Smiling, where's my mom? Curious. Ryuu. I don't know, he went out with Sir as soon as we closed, they said they would be back soon, for now. Ryuu turned to see the kitchen door being followed by Bell, who watched as the door opened showing Mei who was carrying huge plates of delicious and hot food freshly served. Bell. What's that? Surprised. Ryuu. Welcome, smiling softly, you've been working for hours for the first time so you must be tired, how about we get something to eat? We have the whole hour to enjoy, extending his hand. Ryuu extended his hand to Bell with a beautiful smile on his face, causing a small blush in the rabbit who smiled happily and extended his hand gently taking Ryuu's. They both approached the table where Mei had left all the food and where all the others were eating and talking animatedly. This was where Bell wondered, what did former level 4 adventurers do for fun? Well. Bloomware background. Chloe. Bottom. Bloomware background. Chloe. Bottom. Both background. Background. Bloomware and Chloe stood on either side of a lively Anya who had a mug of beer in her hands, slowly raising it as the liquid passed down her throat. Bloomware and Chloe banged their fists against the table, encouraging the coffee Nico who drank the entire jar until it was empty. Anya. Nai. Raising him up victoriously. Chloe. Another one, beautiful. Handing out the empty jar. Bell stood on the other side of the bar, silently serving beer as he watched Anya, Bloomware, and Chloe with a blank stare. How many jars had Anya drunk already? 6. 7. Maybe 10, she didn't know and she definitely didn't want to know. Bell just shook his head and handed the glass to Chloe, who quickly passed it to Anya who was already red-cheeked and puffing, no longer looking her best. Anya. This is nothing Nai. Drinking. Bell. I don't know if this is a good activity. Bell sighed and watched the girls drink themselves silly, each getting drunker with each pint of beer they finished. Ryuu and Mei were eating quietly watching the girls do their show, they already knew, this would not end well. On the other hand, Bell wanted to stay positive and continued serving drinks calmly, thinking that it would be like this all night. How naive he was. Mei. Go for it. It's not that far. Chloe. Don't be afraid Anya. Bloomware. Stay very still, Anya. Now the scenario had changed. Chloe and May were at Lunwar's sides encouraging her to continue. For his part, Lunwar was blindfolded and had a small knife in his hands, pointing it to throw. In front of them and a few meters away was Anya with her hands behind her back and completely straight, while her face red from the alcohol was sweating intensely with nervousness. She also had her eyes blindfolded and an apple on her head, her twitching tail was a clear sign that she was alert because she knew what was about to happen. Lunwar. I can, getting ready. Anya. That Naya doesn't inspire much confidence in me, Naya, trembling. Lunwar. There it goes. Anya. Anya's ears moved down as her trembling increased, however she was confused as she didn't hear the sound of the knife burying itself into wood or her skin. Anya. Naya. What happened? Did he hit you? There was no response, and since she was blindfolded she couldn't see anything, so she shakily raised her hands to remove the blindfold, but just before she did her ears caught the sound of a knife whistling through the air and she immediately went into shock, her ears flattening again. Anya. Naya. Assistada. Slash. Grip. Anya stood trembling, feeling a liquid run down her head to her lips. She licked them and a smell of apple reached her. Anya. I didn't get it. Victorious. Lunwar. I told you I wouldn't fail, taking off the blindfold. Chloe. But Naya, you said you would probably fail. Lunwar. What does it matter? Anya. It didn't hit me. It didn't hit me, Naya, it didn't hit me, Naya. Anya fell to the ground, fainted, her hair and tail were still twitching, she hadn't even taken off her blindfold, she simply fainted to the ground. Bell watched the scene in horror. He didn't know that he was horrified, that Anya could have died, or that there was now an apple nailed to the wall. That would leave a mark, and Mom wouldn't like that. Bell was sitting at the table with food, tasting the dishes that May had made before animosity won over him, and he joined in with whatever the others were doing. The good side is that Ryuu was the calmest of the group and she was by her side eating with complete tranquility while she watched what the others were doing. Ryuu. That will leave a mark, looking at the dagger. Bell. Yes. Ryuu. We never got involved, closing his eyes. Bell. Understood, sighing, at least they are cheerful, smiling, I keep wondering where Mamma Mia and Sir are, curious. Ryuu. Knowing them, we'll never know, closing his eyes, well, since the atmosphere is so lively, it would be a shame if we didn't take advantage of it to our advantage as well. Bell. Take advantage? Confused. Bell turned to look at Ryuu with curiosity, however he didn't expect her to suddenly hug him and rest her head on his chest, resting peacefully. Bell looked at her in surprise, but soon smiled and hugged Ryuu gently, enjoying the feeling of having her in his arms. Ryuu loved to hug Bell, she was happy to be able to simply be with him, even if they were silent or doing nothing, she was more than happy to share her time with him, even so, that would not stop her from longing to be able to hug him, to feel his warmth and softness. It was something she had longed to do for a long time, but she had pride as an elf, and she couldn't do something as friendly as that with someone who was just a friend, although that was until a few weeks ago, before Bell and she decided to have a relationship. Now they were a couple, now she could hug him, she could fantasize about their future together, dates, kisses, a wedding, children, family, she could fantasize about all of that, and it wouldn't be wrong, because it was with her partner, and with whom she decided to spend the rest of her life. Ryuu. Bell, I love you, smiling softly. Ryuu pressed her face against Bell's chest and closed her eyes, feeling Bell's hand gently rest on her head. Bell. I love you. Bell closed his eyes and hugged Ryuu in silence, enjoying the moment. After a tedious day of work, there's nothing that a good hug from the person he loves can't fix. Both of them hugged each other in silence while they were seen by Chloe, Lunwar, Anya and May, who looked at them with cat eyes, almost with jealousy, none of them had a partner, and they also doubted getting one. Chloe. Hey. Night is supposed to be for celebrating, Naya. Not for dating. May. Ugh, too affectionate. Lunwar. Well, after all, they are a couple, nothing more could be expected. Anya. Hey Naya. Stop being lovebirds. You're making us look like the single women we are, Naya. Anya went with firm steps to separate Bell and Ryuu, she was drunk, so she was not in her five senses, nor could she think correctly. That's why I didn't notice when Ryuu drew one of his knives as a warning that Anya didn't see and came closer. Slash. Anya stopped dead in her tracks and looked in shock at one of the blades buried in one of the wooden pillars of the bar that was right next to her. A few brown hairs fell to the ground, cut by the blade thrown by Ryuu, who when Anya turned to see her, was still in the same position in which she had hugged Bell. It didn't seem like she had thrown the knife, but she knew perfectly well that it was her. Anya. Hey Naya. Upset, do you want to fight, Naya? If I wanted to, I can take them all on, you Naya. Anya received a blow to the back of the neck and fell knocked out again, this time by Chloe, who knew that if Anya started fighting drunk, she would receive a tremendous beating from Ryuu. Chloe. If you're just going to be hugging, you better go to your room, dragging Anya's body. May, Chloe and Lunwar walked away with Anya circling her as they gathered glasses of water to wake her up. They weren't going to throw them one by one, they were going to throw them all at once. Bell and Ryuu briefly ignored Chloe's words and continued hugging until Bell opened his eyes and saw Ryuu's knife in silence. Bell. That was a bad idea. Ryuu. My mom would know, curling up. Bell. Mama will know all this, sighing. Sir. Just don't interfere, any harm to the hostess will be their fault, smiling. Bell Ryuu huh? Looking at her. Bell sir, I see you're back, smiling. Sir. Yep, I made it back alive from a hike with my mom. Not everyone does that, you know. Smiling proudly. Ryuu sorprendente, aplaudi and olchibi. Sir. I don't know if it bothers me or not that you do that while you're still hugging Bell, laughing. Bell smiled calmly until suddenly he went blank and began to tremble. Bell. Mama's back too. Sweating. Sir. Yes, why? Curious. Bell was cold and looked at the whole bar in a mess, piles of dirty beer mugs, all the plates they used, a corner of Anya's, and a knife through an apple and the wall of the bar, courtesy of Lunwar and Ryuu's other knife, buried in one of the wooden pillars, along with some of Anya's hair. Bell. No, it's nothing. Bell gently separated himself from Ryuu who frowned and looked at him with a pout, wanting to know why he pushed her away. However, I watched with curiosity as Bell ran towards her knife buried in the pillar and brought it back to her. Ryuu. What not? Before finishing, Bell took her hand, blushing slightly, and led her by the hand toward the stairs, escaping from the scene of the crime. Sir. What a coward, empty look, although it would be better if I also ran away. Sir slipped quietly into the kitchen and disappeared, going upstairs to her room as well. And the bar was left alone with May, Chloe, Lunwar and Anya. Lunwar. Okay, let's do it at the same time, it would be. All high. The three girls looked at Anya's body in silence and placed some glasses of ice water on top of her, slowly turning it over at the same time. Finally the first traces of water fell on the Nico's body, who suddenly opened her eyes and jumped from the ground like a cat while a shiver ran through her body. Anya. How cold Naya. Anya ran as fast as she could trying to escape from the feeling of cold, however she didn't realize that she was running towards the entrance of the bar where a newly arrived mommy was opening the door. Pam. Anya. Naya. Falling to the ground. Anya shook her head like a cat drying itself of water and looked up in fear seeing the large and imposing figure of Mamma Mia in front of her, staring back at her coldly. Mamma Mia. Mommy Mia looked at her wet body because of Anya who was on the floor looking at her in shock. She raised her head and looked around the bar in silence, noticing the terrible mess that had happened. The dirty floor, dirty dishes on a couple of tables stacked and out of place, several dirty beer mugs still with some foam, the floor dirty and full of footprints, and a knife of those that Lunwar uses stuck in the wall with an apple in the middle. And the other three girls hiding behind the bar, only revealing a pair of cat ears and an embroidered Lunwar headband. Mamma Mia. Anya. Anya. Welcome mommy, smiling stupidly, how did it go? Mamma Mia. Probably better than it will go for you, cracking her knuckles. Mamma Mia slowly approached Anya who backed away, crawling backward in fear. Ryuu's room. In Ryuu's room. The aforementioned was standing next to the window of her room next to Bell watching him open the window. Ryuu. Don't you want to leave through the host's door? Bell was about to answer, but before he could do so, Anya's scream echoed throughout the bar, leaving them both speechless. Ryuu. I understand, see you tomorrow then, smiling. Bell hi, smiling. Bell climbed out the window with ease and turned around to close it, but before he could do so a thin hand stopped him. Bell looked curiously at Ryuu who looked at him as if he were a fool. Ryuu. Aren't you forgetting something? Approaching. Bell. Now that you mention it, thoughtfully, I think I lost my jacket. Before Bell could continue speaking, Ryuu grabbed him by the neck of his shirt and pulled him towards her, kissing him unexpectedly. Bell. Surprised. Ryuu enjoyed the kiss a little longer before separating, looking at Bell's surprised face with slightly blushed cheeks. Ryuu. Don't forget to say goodbye, smiling. Bell. Yes, blushing, but I really would like to know where my jacket is. Click. The window closed under Bell's gaze who looked at Ryuu lying in her bed with the light already off. Bell. Well, I guess I should also head home, walking, hey wasn't I on a rooftop? Confused. Bell looked down at him and felt cold seeing no ground beneath his feet. Hello. 5. Mamma Mia. We already have rabbit to serve tomorrow. Good job May, you saved yourself from your pay cut. His. Hostess of fertility. At the hostess, Sir was sitting at one of the tables closest to the window, boredly watching Bell and Ryuu outside the bar sweeping the street together. Both already had their work clothes, Ryuu the classic green maid dress, while Bell had a blue bartender suit with an orange tie of the same colors that Mamma Mia wears. Sir. There's nothing fun anymore, sighing. Sir continued watching Bell and Ryuu through the window. She wasn't waiting specifically for them, but for something else, but it was the only thing she had to see in the meantime. Sir. Maybe I should prepare them, standing up. Sir left the hostess calmly, drawing the attention of Bell and Ryuu who greeted her with a smile. Sir. Hey, what if you have a date? Smiling. Bell Ryuu confused. Bell. Well, we would like to, but that's why we're working, so that Mamma Mia lets us go out, scratching the back of his neck, and skipping work to go on a date isn't an option. I wouldn't want Mamma Mia to catch us and… Ryuu. That woman is capable of everything, darkening her gaze. Sir Fufu Ryuu-chan, you forgot one thing, smiling, I'm also capable of everything, turning around. Sir went back to the hostess under the gaze of Ryuu and Bell who looked into each other's eyes and shrugged, neither knew what she was planning and went back to sweeping. While Ryuu took both brooms to put them away and Bell threw away a large bag of garbage, they were suddenly called by my mom's voice inside the bar. Upon entering, they saw the supposed dwarf sitting at the bar calmly while looking at some bills and counting money. Bell. What's wrong, mommy? Curious. Mamma Mia. Looking at him, you can go, disinterested. Both Mamma Mia. They can go do whatever they want today. Are they deaf? Frowning. Bell. And no, but why? Confused. Ryuu. What's the trick? Mamma Mia. Do you think there's a trick? It's just kindness, closing eyes. Ryuu. The only time you were kind to me you put me in debt to you for life and forced me to work as a waitress, blank. Mamma Mia. Snorting, I just got 2 people to replace you for today in your duties, so you can go and do whatever you want or whatever, you can do your dirty horny things if you want. Ryuu my mom. Smile. Bell laughed nervously with a small blush on his cheeks as he remembered that my mom was never going to let them forget it, he was sure of that. Mommy. If you keep bothering me, I'll make you work twice as hard, darkening her gaze. Ryuu. That's why I said we were already leaving, pulling Bell. Bell. Bye, have a good sail, smiling. Mamma Mia of course yes, even more so after my new temporary acquisition, laughing sadistically. Ryuu pulled Bell to the hostess's exit, they weren't even going to change, it's not like he had a wide variety of outfits, and Bell didn't have any clothes here other than his work attire, so it didn't matter. Either way he looked nice dressed as a bartender, elegant and cute. As they left the bar they saw Sir arrive with 2 girls at his side. Sir I see they're already leaving, smiling. Ryuu. Who are they? Curious. Sir. His replacement. Smiling. Bell and Ryuu looked at the girls in silence, both with empty and annoyed expressions, quite cute, one had straight silver hair with bangs that covered only her right eye, leaving only her silver grey left eye visible, and her outfit was peculiar. If by peculiar we mean that in one part it was slightly open revealing a black bra, her gaze was cold and sharp, and Bell could feel that she was looking at him a lot, as if with anger. On the other hand, the other one seemed a little worse in appearance, she was also very pretty, she had reddish hair tied in 2 side ponytails and bright golden eyes, although it contrasted quite a bit with the large dark circles under her eyes that gave her the look of a dead fish, yes they would serve as a replacement maybe. Bell. I understand, laughing nervously. The silver-haired girl frowned and spoke. Tell go on, say it, you don't believe at all that we are useful for this. Bell. It's not that I believe that, it's just that you don't seem like someone who's really capable of living together and you, looking at the redeed, the truth is you worry me, you look like you're going to faint at any moment. Hythe. I appreciate the concern, but it's my usual appearance. Besides, this is better than curing a bunch of idiots every day I think so, tired. Ryuu sir where do you know them from? It would be. Sir. From my mom, smiling. Ryuu. Well it makes sense. Bell. Who are they? Curious. Ryuu. They are 2 members of the Freya family, one of them I had never seen in person, looking at Helm, and the other is known as the second best healer in Arario, the Golden Witch, looking at her. Hythe. I never really liked that nickname, entering the bar. Helm stood on the stairs for a few more seconds watching Bell, who tilted his head in confusion, slightly blushing the girl, causing her to snort, annoyed, and leave inside the bar. Sir. They would get along well, smiling. Ryuu narrowed his eyes, noticing the small blush the girl had while looking at Bell, and took him by the hand pulling him again. Ryuu. See you in the afternoon sir, I'll go out with Bell, looking at her. Sir. Bye. Saying goodbye. Sir smiled slyly and returned to the bar, calmly watching as Mamma Mia chatted seriously with the new temporary waitresses who listened to her attentively with their heads down, sweating at the imposing presence emanating from the dwarf. Sir. This will be fun, Fufu, laughing. And. Streets of Arario. They didn't know when they got there, nor why they got there, almost as if something was on purpose guiding them to that place. The Alfanejo couple observed a small orphanage with a deteriorated structure in a hidden alley of Daedalus. They both knew it, Bell had been here before with Sir, and Ryuu knew about the place after Sir, and Bell told him about it. Maria's orphanage. A small orphanage in Daedalus where several children lived without parents in the care of a single woman whom all the children loved. Maria Martel, a beautiful and gentle young woman who had dedicated herself to raising and caring for children for a long time. Bell didn't know how he got here again, he had been walking with Ryuu when they suddenly arrived at the place, it wasn't in his plan to suddenly come here today. But since she was there, the truth is that she wanted to greet the little ones, see if they were okay and spend some time with them, she couldn't just leave, it would be rude, and Ryuu thought it was fine. She was also curious to meet the little ones from the orphanage that Sir always went to visit. Bell approached the door and knocked softly, knowing that the buildings in Daedalus were somewhat fragile to say the least. He knew this. He had been living in a ruined church with his goddess some time before, and most of the houses in Daedalus were in that condition. Luckily for him, he didn't have to knock much, because very quickly the door opened wide, revealing a little golden-haired beast man girl with red eyes, who smiled excitedly when she saw him. Bell. Hello Fina, smiling. The little girl named Fina quickly turned around inside the orphanage and caught the attention of several other children with a few words. Fina. Bell and I is here. Moved. Almost the next moment, lots of children of different races, ages and appearances came out excitedly to greet the white-haired man with a hug, who responded to the big hug with a smile, greeting everyone. Bell. How are you, children? Has Sir been taking good care of you? Smiling. The child, the oldest in the orphanage, with human brown hair and eyes, raised his hand and called attention, his face was the most serene, and he looked slightly dirtier than the others, as if he played a lot. Right. That's amazing. He doesn't bring us those weird bento boxes anymore. Excited, he started bringing us regular food for a while now, and it's delicious. Bell laughed nervously, remembering some of Sir's dishes which emanated a suspicious aura, certainly not very appetizing for children. Kids, I told you to open the door like that. Suddenly a woman appeared in the hallway and ran worriedly towards the little ones. She was a young woman with soft features and a calm face, her hair tied back in a bun, brown like her eyes, and wearing a caregiver's outfit. It was Maria, who took care of all these children by herself. Maria looked at Bell in surprise before smiling softly and bowing slightly. Maria. It's a pleasure to see you again, Bell-san. I'm glad you're coming to visit us. Approaching. Bell. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner, the dungeon kept me busy and some things happened although everything is already resolved and I decided to stop by and say hello, smiling. Maria. Don't worry, I understand perfectly. It's enough for me that you come to see us a little, smiling. It's always a pleasure to receive your visitors, sirs. Bell scratched his cheek in embarrassment before opening his eyes and turning to see Ryuu behind him, who was looking at all the children in surprise. Bell. Ah yes, let me introduce you to Ryuu, smiling. All the children immediately turned to look at Ryuu, who took a step back when all eyes fell on her. Bell. She is Ryuu Lion, she is a friend of Sir who also works at the fertility hostess, smiling. Fina. That place Sir told us about with a grumpy boss and delicious food. Curious. Bell sweated slightly at Sir's description of the place, his laziness was evident. Bell. If that's the place, sighing. Boy. So you're also one of the waitresses who are Sir's friends. Curious. Ryuu. That's right, in fact, Sir-san took my life some time ago, without her I wouldn't be here, smiling. Everyone. Oh, curious. Girl. Nah, can I touch your ears? Ryuu. My ears. Suddenly a boy appeared among the others, drawing the attention of Ryuu, who immediately noticed his pointy ears. Ryuu, I can't let them do that, right miss? It's rude for an elf, looking at her. Ryuu. Yes, but I think those are a bit outdated ideas, right? Ryuu extended her hand towards the little boy who looked at her with shining eyes and extended one of her hands taking Ryuu's. Ryuu. What's your name? Ryuu, excited. Ryuu. I see Ryuu, I know you're an elf, but you don't have to stick with those elf stereotypes if you don't like them, smiling. Personally, I don't really like to follow those elf rules. Ryuu extended his hand and took Bell's hand, who gave him a soft smile under the gaze of all the children. Everyone. Staring. Maria. Oh Bell-san. Surprised. Bell. Huh. What's up? Curious. Maria. And I thought you had an affair with Sir, now I see why she said you had other interests, smiling. Bell laughed nervously, feeling the empty looks of all the children, including Rai, Fina and Ryuu. He knew perfectly well that each of them believed he had something with Sir, no matter how much he denied it. Bell. Don't look at me like that, we're good friends, she helps me a lot when I'm in trouble, like with my mom for example. Tina. I don't know, I say that Bell is a womanizer, staring at him. Right. I think the same, nodding. Bell. Hey. Let's go play something. Smiling. Right. Oh. Excited, very good. I like that. Smiling excitedly. Tina. Let's play catch. All. Done. Almost as if they were a team, they all pounced on Bell, immobilizing and trapping him before running through the orphanage while being chased by Bell, who modernizes his speed enough to make it more fair. Ryuu. I see that the children and him get along well, smiling. Maria. Better than you imagine, each of them managed to live very well with Bell, they received him like an older brother just like sir, smiling, why don't you go? Ryuu huh? Maria. Let's play, I'm sure the kids would have fun playing with another older sister, smiling. Ryuu. Well it's okay. Ryuu took a deep breath and walked towards Bell, who was pretending not to find any children, as if he were stupid. Bell. What's up, Ryuu? Smiling. Ryuu. I'll help you, smiling, let's hunt them. Bell hi. Although the correct word would be catch them but it doesn't matter. Bell and Ryuu began to chase and catch children quickly, while Maria watched with a smile on her face as they all played. It had been about 2 hours since Bell and Ryuu arrived at the orphanage. And now they were all gathered in the common room resting. Several of the children were asleep or tired and were simply resting on the couch or floor recovering energy. Several of them were also hungry, so Maria calmly got up and went to the kitchen and brought several pairs of sandwiches that immediately woke the children up. Each one sat in a circle around the table taking one and starting to eat. Bell and Ryuu remained expectant, they were level 4, so they weren't really tired and even less hungry. Still Maria fixed her gaze on both of them and gave Ryu some sandwiches on some small plates that she carried in both hands to Ryuu and Bell. Ryu. Here, eat a little, spreading the sandwiches. Ryuu. Don't worry, little one, you can eat them, shaking his head. Bell. Yes, I'm not very hungry, smiling. Ryu. Ryu stared at them in silence before extending the plates of sandwiches again, making Bell and Ryuu sweat drop, not seeming to accept no for an answer. Bell. Well thanks, taking the plates. Ryu nodded happily and returned to the other children to eat. Ryuu. If we had a son, would he look like this? Curious. Bell, who was barely chewing his sandwich, choked and coughed loudly before looking at Ryuu in surprise. Bell. I don't know, I guess. Nervous. Ryuu laughed softly and took one of the sandwiches, taking a bite. Ryuu. I'd like to see what it would be like, closing his eyes. Bell blushed in embarrassment, not knowing if that was some kind of hint or something else. Bell. Maybe in the future you can see him eating. Ryuu turned to look at him in surprise, noticing his blushing face as he quickly ate a sandwich. She smiled slightly and looked back at the children. Ryuu. Yes, maybe in the future, eating. They both continued eating peacefully without noticing Maria next to them with a smile on her face. Maria. Wow, they're getting younger every day. Don't tell me they've already reached that point. Bell and Ryuu turned to look at Maria in surprise as they blushed more at her words. Maria. Oh, that gave me a quick answer, laughing slightly. Bell was already seriously wondering if everyone they knew was going to constantly remind them of the fact that they had been intimate. Ryuu thought the same, the worst thing was that every time he remembered it, he couldn't help but feel a little hot. Maria laughed secretly and continued looking at the children with a smile, ignoring the blushing Ryuu and Bell. It was barely 12 in the morning, Bell and Ryuu were walking through the streets of Riveria in the commercial district, seeing different shops and food stalls on every corner. They had decided to take a walk after leaving Maria's orphanage and say goodbye to the children who made them promise to come back another day. They still had a lot of free time and were looking at things to do, it was very sudden that my mom let them go out, so they really hadn't had any plans in advance. Although visiting Maria's orphanage was a good decision that they both liked. Now they were just in the shopping district looking at anything that interested them. Ryuu had been looking at some wooden swords with curiosity, after his was destroyed by the juggernaut in the deep floors, he had seen several of good quality, but he didn't really buy any, his old sword was too special to replace with just any one. Bell on the other hand hadn't really seen anything that would interest him much, he had seen some knives and armor, but his equipment was already good enough to change it. So he didn't think he would find something that would interest him, oh well, that's what he thought until he stopped abruptly, drawing the attention of Ryuu who was walking next to him, holding his hand. Ryuu. Bell. Curious. Ryuu watched Bell look with a twinkle in his eye at a small bookstore, where a couple of thick-covered books with covers Ryuu recognized were displayed in the window. Ryuu. Argonaut, would you like to go see? Looking at him. Bell. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a look, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Ryuu smiled softly and shook his head as he walked over to Bell's side. Upon arriving at the bookstore, Bell looked through the window with a sparkle in his eyes at the various stories that were there. He had already had some of them, but they had been left in the out-of-hours cabin where he used to live with his grandfather. Bell. There are all the tales and stories of heroes, Excited, Argonaut, Sword Oratoria, Gilgamesh Heracles, Perseus Achilles, several of which I didn't even have before, with a sparkle in his eyes. Bell came out of his excitement when he heard the sound of a door opening and turned his head seeing Ryuu standing next to the open door while looking at him calmly. Ryuu. If you only see them through the glass case you won't be able to read, come on, extending his hand. Bell smiled excitedly and took Ai's hand as they entered the store together. As soon as they entered, a welcoming bell rang, attracting the attention of an elven woman with black hair and eyes sitting in front of a small wooden desk. The owner of the store was reading a book before looking up to see them. Owner? Looking at them, welcome, squinting. The owner automatically looked at both of them, especially the fact that they were holding hands. Bell didn't even notice her gaze, he was more focused on looking at the books than anything else. Ryuu was the opposite, she narrowed her eyes when she noticed how the owner looked at them with disgust. Maybe he liked her more than Bell, and he knew exactly why. Relationships between elves and other species were rare, especially because the elves themselves considered having a relationship with another species as an aberration to their race. Those who were half-elves were often discriminated against by the elves, they were called half-breeds. So she knew perfectly well why the owner looked at her, she looked at her as if she were a traitor to her race, to her people, as if being with a human was something horrendous. Still he simply decided to ignore her, even though her look and attitude bothered him, he knew there was no reason to start a conflict, so he simply looked away towards Bell, who was looking at the books with emotion. She immediately smiled, seeing him so excited made her forget about the racist elf who kept looking at them. Ryuu. Are you going to buy a book? You said there were some you'd never read, curious. Bell. Yes, but I want to buy one that I already had, more than anything out of nostalgia, smiling nostalgically. Bell took the book that was in the center, one with a simple thick cover with a Greek design and the name at the top. Ryuu. Argonaut is your favorite book, right? Bell. How do you know? Embarrassed. Ryuu. Hera told me the night I slept with you, smiling. Bell. It was her, laughing embarrassed. Ryuu continued looking at Bell with a smile on his face, he found it adorable to see how embarrassed he was by his words, however he frowned discreetly when he felt the owner's gaze intensify. She looked at her out of the corner of her eye and noticed her annoyed look, almost looking at her with hatred. She knew what she was thinking, she was upset because they had gone far enough to sleep together. For the black-haired elf, she was nothing more than a dirty elf who had fallen into the arms of a dirty human. Yes, that elf definitely didn't like them both. Ryuu sighed softly and looked back at Bell, almost immediately noticing the difference when she felt her anger calm down at seeing him embarrassed while admiring the book. She smiled again as she looked at it, it was definitely a good source of joy. Bell. It was the first story my grandfather read to me when I was a child, and also my favorite, smiling. I want to buy it. Excited. Ryuu mentally sighed knowing that she would say that and walked alongside Bell who walked towards the owner who looked at them coldly with her arms crossed, almost as if she was saying that she wished they would leave her store. Ryuu also changed his perspective, he didn't want any racist behavior towards them, he could look at them badly all he wanted, but he wouldn't forgive a bad comment or a scam, just because of who they were. Immediately she sharpened her gaze and looked at the owner with complete coldness, the owner of the store immediately realized as a chill ran through her body, and she looked down sweating in fear as she felt Ryuu's icy gaze on her. She hadn't realized it, because of their clothes she thought they were simple human and elf employees, but now that she had them in front of her she knew they were adventurers, and very strong of that she was sure, even the white-haired boy who looked at a story with the same emotion as a child. Owner? Would that be all? Putting the book in a bag. Bell. Yes please, smiling gently. The employee looked at Bell with slight surprise. She had been very obvious with her gaze towards them. Did she not care? Bell received the bag with the book and received the price from the employee. Ryuu narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the display case where the books were, checking the real price. He couldn't help but be a little surprised to see that the book cost almost 10,000 valis. He knew it was one of the most famous stories, but that was a high price. Still the smile never left Bell's face who paid for it with complete peace of mind. As the owner received the money, she looked at Bell intently before speaking. Owner? The book is for you, right? It would be. Bell. Hi, it's one of my favorite stories, smiling. Owner? Don't you think you're old enough to keep reading stories? Stories are for children. You're an adventurer. You should stop living in those fantasies. Closing her eyes. Bell looked at her curiously before laughing softly with a smile that confused the owner. Bell. Yeah, maybe I'm a little too old to keep reading stories, but I can never stop feeling happy when I read it, so if it makes me happy, what does it matter? Looking at her. The owner looked at him speechless, she didn't know what to say, and if she said anything too direct it would make her look bad, and as a proud elf, she couldn't seem inferior to a human, so she just snorted and looked away from the white-haired boy towards the shameless elf. Although that didn't help at all since the elf who accompanied the boy was looking at her with a mocking and superior smile, fully enjoying the fact that she was left speechless. That made her feel humiliated, and she narrowed her eyes in hatred as she watched them leave her tent. Tin tin tin. Owner. Damn disgrace, muttering. Bell and Ryuu were walking through the streets of Riveria after having bought the story. Ryuu was happily eating a crepe with cream and strawberries, while his other hand was intertwined with Bell's. Bell had felt a little bad for not buying her anything and went to a crepe stand to buy her one. She refused, saying that she could pay for it, but Bell insisted and ended up accepting. Besides, the truth is that she hadn't brought her money, so she didn't have anything to pay with, and Bell knew it. And here they were, walking among the stalls in the shopping area, still looking at everything there was, while both of them ate a cream crepe with strawberries. They saw many stalls. Quite a few. At a gun store, Bell had been desperately urged to buy a gun from the ones they had in stock. They seemed desperate to make a purchase, it made sense, weapons sold better at the Tower of Babel, but there you could only sell a weapon if you were from the Hephaestus family, because that area had been bought by the family. Situations like that did not end. Well, minutes later and with much insistence from the sellers, they made them enter a perfume store, giving them samples all the time, so they would buy one. Ryuu was the most approached, as an elf and a woman, they thought that her appearance would matter a lot to her, so they insisted a lot with the perfumes. His downfall was when Bell, nervous, tripped and knocked over one of the perfumes, breaking it. Obviously the staff took advantage of that and tried to charge them for the damage. What happened? Ryuu forced Bell to escape with her, blaming the staff for their insistence. Besides, who would pay that much for a 100ml perfume? That thing was worth more than 3 times as much as Bell's book, and that was too much. Bell didn't have enough to pay either. She had spent most of what she had on that book. And so the same thing happened in some other positions. It was already 5 in the afternoon. They had been walking around the shopping area all day and they only saw half of the stalls. Still, it was fun for both of us to be able to go out together and walk around, leaving aside the fact that at several stalls, they would try to scam you or force you to buy. Right now they were on top of the roofs of a building resting from the tiring day they had had. Even for a level 4 it was tiring to walk for hours and escape from desperate sellers who wanted to scam you every second. Although of course Ryuu wouldn't waste a situation like this. Ryuu. Is it embarrassing? Looking. Bell. Not at all, a little, but I like it, closing his eyes. Ryuu was sitting on the floor calmly while running her hand through Bell's hair, who was lying on the floor with his head in her lap. He seemed to be asleep, although he was only resting from the tiring day they had had. While they were resting, Bell opened his eyes slightly, seeing the clouds cover the sun faster and faster. I didn't pay attention to it and lifted my book a little, looking at it. Bell. Ryuu, looking at her. Ryuu. Yes. Brushing his hair. Bell. Do you think this is childish? Looking at the book in his hands. Ryuu. Of course not, hugging him, a story isn't just for a child, sometimes an adult can get lost in them too, and that's not a bad thing. Ryuu kissed her on the forehead and smiled at her, receiving an awkward smile from Bell, who got up from her lap, confusing her. Bell. I'd like to read it with you. Ryuu. I would love to, standing up, wouldn't you like to read it here? Curious. Bell. Okay, it's just that I spilled a drop of water, laughing nervously. Ryuu. Huh? A heavy drizzle. It was what was happening right now in Riveria. Something surprising, because it was not very common for it to rain during the day, so people liked the rain, since it was not something common and could even be considered good luck. Of course it depended on each person. Besides, who the hell liked to receive a heavy drizzle, even for just a minute? Exactly, only psychopaths. And Bell and Ryuu are not psychopaths. Well, they are almost suicidal, but that doesn't count. They weren't going to stay under the heavy rain getting completely wet, much less with the clothes they were wearing, since they were work clothes, and Bell had a book on him that he didn't want to be ruined by water. Anyway, they weren't going to be in the pouring rain right now. Returning to the hostess wasn't an option, as they were literally on the other side of the clock. Even running would take them 10 minutes to get there, and by then they would be more than soaked. So here they were. Under a stone bridge that was connected to the area wall, where luckily the rain did not reach them. They decided to wait there until the rain stopped and then return to the hostess, in case the rain came back. For the moment they would wait anyway. With such heavy and occasional rain as on a regular basis, how long could it last? If you wanted to know the answer, well, a lot. They were under that spot for 30 minutes. Bell even read aloud a bit of the book to Ryuu to distract himself while the rain passed. Something that didn't happen. 30 minutes under the bridge and the rain hadn't stopped, much less diminished. And from what they saw, it wasn't going to diminish or disappear anytime soon. Large puddles of water were already starting to form, and slowly the water began to splash more and more inside the bridge. It wasn't until they began to splash Bell and Ryuu a little that they decided to leave the place before the water reached any further. However, they had nothing to protect themselves even momentarily from the rain, so they simply looked for the nearest building that was open and decided to run towards it. They cursed the fact that some shops had closed because of the rain, mainly those closest to them. However, there were a few that were open, and the closest one was a large building that looked like a hotel. Maybe because they were so quick to get out of the rain or simply because they ignored it, no one realized that it was a rather peculiar hotel. A lodging hotel, better known to many as a love hotel. Love hotel. They didn't know why they had stayed there. Probably because I didn't want to go out in the rain again and because the other nearby places that were open before had already closed because of the rain. Still, it was a strange experience. They were both lying in a bed with white sheets that were quite soft and padded. They had to be a little grateful for the fact that it was a love hotel since it was cheaper. The night here could cost 5,000 valis less than in a normal hotel, and that was very lucky for Bell, who already had a somewhat empty wallet. Another reason not to leave. The place was good. It had a bathroom and shower, magic stone lamps, windows with curtains for more privacy, a black armchair and a shelf to leave things. Something simple at least until they noticed that on the shelf there were also certain accessories that embarrassed them both a little. What were the handcuffs and chains for? One way or the other. It was already 6 in the evening, at the time of year they were in. It got dark earlier, and the sky was just turning orange, and it was still raining, just as hard or even harder than before. They would stay the night there. They could no longer repent. Bell sighed with a blush on his cheeks before sitting on the bed being watched by Ryuu, who remained lying on the large bed. Well, they have dorm service too, so we can order something to eat if you'd like, smiling nervously. Ryuu. Doesn't that have an additional cost? Bell. I still have enough money so don't worry, smiling. Ryuu. I'm not sure. Bell. Don't worry, I'm hungry too. How about something simple? There are even small desserts, reading a banner. Bell read calmly under the gaze of Ryuu, who got up from the bed and sat next to him, resting his head on Bell's shoulder as they read together. Ryuu. I don't want something so big. A meat dish with rice and vegetables is enough for me. Bell. Okay, let's order that, smiling. After ordering the food dish they took advantage of the time to read the book. And even when the food arrived Bell continued reading with complete happiness for Ryuu's attention on the. It was already 8 o'clock and in the last 2 hours they had been eating, reading, and kissing. Don't ask for the last. After all that, they had decided to go to sleep early. It was already completely dark, the rain was the same as before, and strange noises were coming from the room next door. Ah. Clap. Clap. Fill me all up. Clap. Bell and Ryuu turned to look into each other's eyes. They were lying in bed, the lights were off and they were in their underwear. Because of the rain they were cold, but the clothes were very uncomfortable to sleep in, so they preferred to sleep in their underwear and hugging each other for warmth. Still, they didn't expect that in the middle of their night in the room next door, they would start having action, quite noisy action. Neither of them said anything when they looked at each other's faces, both looked away, embarrassed, with a blush on their cheeks, and remained silent. The action continued in the next room. Bell and Ryuu couldn't help but remember when they were intimate, their naked bodies, what they did, the words, everything. Bell closed his eyes, swallowing saliva with sweat, feeling his body heat up. Ryuu pressed her face against Bell's chest to hide her embarrassment, but it could be seen perfectly just by looking at her red pointy ears. Ryuu was also perfectly remembering her intimacy with Bell. She couldn't help but rub her legs together a little, feeling how she was getting hot down below, the whole situation, the comments from Mamma Mia and Maria, the memories of their intimacy, the noises from next door, the love hotel, them hugging each other almost naked. It would be an ideal place with the perfect reasons to repeat what happened that day. Besides, Bell was also aroused, she knew it perfectly because of the bulge in Bell's underwear that touched her belly. Bell. Embarrassed, I swear it was unintentional. It's just that all this and the memories of that day. Nervous. Bell couldn't even continue speaking when Ryuu hugged him by the neck and connected their lips in a passionate kiss that surprised him. Even so, Bell also hugged her by the waist, continuing with the kiss in which Ryuu dominated. She could be an elf, but she was very intense. The noises in the next room had stopped, the couple next door had already finished, but Bell and Ryuu were about to start. Bell knew what was about to happen when Ryuu kissed him like that, she agreed, she shared the same feeling as him, that of lust. Bell slowly stopped hugging Ryuu's waist and began to run down her body, reaching her butt and holding it firmly. Ryuu was slightly excited when she felt Bell's hands playing with her butt, but she continued kissing him with more passion and moved her hands away from his neck, slowly moving them down Bell's torso. She was excited by what they were about to do. They both broke away from the kiss and breathed heavily, trying to control their breathing as they looked into each other's eyes. At that, Ryuu gave a seductive smile to Bell, who understood what it meant. Continue. Bell approached her again, but this time not to kiss her lips, but to kiss her neck. Ryuu raised her head, letting Bell kiss her softly, feeling Bell delicately take her panties and slide them down, moving them out of the way. The black underwear fell to the side of the bed as if it was in the way, and Ryuu could feel how her privacy was slightly wet from the excitement that was growing inside her. Bell raised his hands again, this time going to the bra, unclasping it and removing it with simplicity, leaving Ryuu completely naked. Again Bell stopped kissing her neck and went down her skin until he reached her breasts, kissing them slowly before licking them and playing with them, kneading them with his hands. He loved Ryuu's breasts no matter the size, he enjoyed them just the same, and it was obvious. Ryuu moaned softly as she felt Bell's wet tongue lick her nipples and hugged his head, so he wouldn't stop doing it. Bell understood the message clearly and began to suck her nipples while he lowered his hands over Ryuu's body, shaking the elf who already felt her intimacy almost on the verge of having a small orgasm. Neither slow nor stupid, Bell passed one of his fingers through Ryuu's crotch, touching her intimacy and feeling it completely wet. She was ready for action. And she wasn't the only one. With his other hand, he quickly removed his boxers as if they were in his way and placed himself on top of Ryuu with his completely erect member, pointing at the elf's intimacy, who looked at him with a red face and panting. Ryuu, breathing excitedly. Ryuu looked into his eyes and received a kiss on the lips, a kiss that she immediately reciprocated while she felt Bell's member brush against her intimacy, which quickly moistened the tip of the member. Again they both separated their lips and looked into each other's excited eyes with a thread of saliva joining their mouths. Finally the action began. Ryuu. Opening his eyes. Ryuu moaned loudly when she felt Bell's member easily enter her intimacy until it reached the bottom of her, shaking Ryuu strongly, who felt a wave of pleasure run through her body. Ryuu beat Bell, panting. Bell became more motivated upon hearing Ryuu's excited tone and began to thrust, taking his member in and out, letting both enjoy the moment. They both knew the other was enjoying it, the moans and gasps of both were a clear sign of that. Bell let himself get closer to Ryuu, standing a little above her, who hugged his torso while moaning, hiding his face in one of Bell's shoulders. Suddenly, an idea came to Ryuu's head, who opened his eyes slightly approaching Bell's neck before biting it hard enough to leave a noticeable mark. Bell felt the bite on his neck, but the excitement prevented it from hurting or even thinking about it. He didn't understand why Ryuu liked to bite his neck in the middle of the act, but it wasn't like he cared at that moment. I didn't know that Ryuu had done it with the clear intention of making the hostess's client see it and know that Bell already had a partner, to see if that way the harpies would stop approaching. Bell continued thrusting into Ryuu with a little more force, listening to her sweet moans of pleasure that indicated that he was doing a good job. But the action had barely begun and it had started off softly. They had changed position. Now Ryuu was on all fours with her butt raised while being rammed by Bell, who gasped excitedly every time he put his member deep inside Ryuu, shaking the elf every time she was rammed, feeling her insides shaken. Ryuu had her face buried in the pillow, preventing saliva from dripping from her mouth in pleasure and silencing her loud moans, not wanting other people to hear her nighttime activities. I can't help but feel embarrassed every time I heard the clap that sounded every time her butt hit Bell's hips, producing an obscene sound that many would recognize if they heard it at night. Finally, her attempts to silence her moans failed when she felt her insides tighten with Bell's member and a strong shudder ran through her body, drawing a loud moan from her as she arched her back. Ryuu moaning. Ryuu came with Bell's member inside her and panted heavily, letting her body fall on the bed, trying to regain her strength after coming. Bell also breathed heavily as he saw Ryuu's body in front of him lying on the bed with his legs open and slight spasms in his waist and legs, with organic liquids coming out of his intimacy and jet staining the bed. She was resting after coming, Bell knew it, but in that position, he simply couldn't help but get more aroused by the sight of her. Ryuu panted heavily and tried to recover from the orgasm she had just had. However, she opened her eyes in surprise and moaned loudly when she felt Bell's member re-enter her intimacy with the same ease as before, but with greater effect. Ryuu. Bell, panting, I'm still sensitive. Contrary to what she was looking for, Bell began to penetrate her faster, causing loud moans from the elf who couldn't even gasp from the action she was receiving below. She crumpled the sheets with her hands and bit the sheet, trying to silence her moans again. Was the point of ramming into her while she was sensitive so everyone could hear her? Why else would he hit Bell? After they finished, of course. Ryuu's moans diminished in volume, but Bell was still able to hear them, and he liked hearing them. Ryuu shuddered when she felt Bell's hands grab her waist and turned her head, looking sideways at Bell with a blush on her cheeks. She knew it as soon as she saw him, she wasn't going to stop, at least not soon. Ryuu, panting. Bell gently took Ryuu's hips and used them to help himself push his member deeper inside her, eliciting loud moans and gasps that were barely muffled by the pillow. Bell continued to thrust hard inside Ryuu until he felt his member swell slightly, warning him that he was reaching his limit. Bell. I'm gonna come, panting hard. Ryuu couldn't even answer that, he kept moaning loudly every time Bell's member reached its deepest point, he couldn't even silence his moans with a pillow anymore, and he moaned into the air without caring if anyone heard them or not. The devil no longer cared about maintaining decency, the hotel was supposed to be for having hex, and that's what they were doing. All she could think was that she was about to come again too. Ryuu. Bell rammed Ryuu one last time, putting his member as deep as possible, holding Ryuu's hips to push it in further, coming inside her, and filling her intimacy completely with his semen. Ryuu also had an orgasm and let out the loudest moan of the night as she felt a wave of pleasure reach deep inside her, losing her mind in pleasure. Ryuu panting. Ryuu and Bell collapsed on the bed tiredly and looked into each other's eyes before kissing again with passion and recovering energy. The excitement was still in the air, and as level 4s they still had a lot of energy to burn. Bell hugged her waist and reinserted his member inside her, while massaging Ryuu's completely aroused butt. Ryuu also hugged him excitedly, and with a seductive smile on her face from which a little saliva came out, she approached Bell's ear and whispered a few words that excited the fervent rabbit. Ryuu. We have all night, let's take advantage of it, BLL, smiling excitedly. And with that said, Bell once again rammed Ryuu with fervor, drawing sweet and loud moans from the elf who enjoyed every second of the night. Before, the black-haired elf from the bookstore had seen her as if she were a disgrace to her race, for falling for the charms and lust of a human. Maybe it was true, but so what? She loved him, she would love him forever and enjoy every moment with him, so what if Bell was more perverted than an elf? She shared that same lust with him and enjoyed it, she had already been through many things with him, and she had completely decided he would be the one she would give everything of herself to, her body, her being, her trust, he would be the one she would spend the rest of her life with. And who would you start a family with in the future? Next day after Ryuu and Bell's departure. After that exciting night at the Love Hotel, they slept until the next day when they got up early to return to the hostess. Fortunately it was no longer raining, there were only puddles of water, but nothing that really bothered them. They had taken a shower at the hotel, and once dressed in their work clothes, they went down to the entrance of the place where the receptionist who had attended them yesterday was waiting for them. Receptionist. Oh, those from last night, I hope you enjoy your stay and the hotel service. Remember that it is always open to the public and we will provide you with the services you require before you have any action, winking at them. Ryuu blushed slightly and coughed to hide it, handing over the room key they had been given. Receptionist. Here, your stay was 1 hour less than what you paid for, so I'll reimburse you for the extra hour by giving you a bag of suitcases. Bell. Why yes, thank you, smiling embarrassed. Bell and Ryuu thanked the receptionist and headed towards the hotel exit, slightly embarrassed to be seen leaving there. They knew what these hotels were generally used for, and if you saw a boy and a girl leaving together in the morning, well, it was pretty obvious to think that they had done. At least they hoped that with the heavy drizzle yesterday, people would understand why they had gone to that place and not see them as a couple of horny young people getting off their high. But they took a deep breath preparing to leave, but before they wanted to touch the door handle the receptionist stopped them. Receptionist. Wait. Bell Ryuu huh? Confused. They both turned around and saw the receptionist who stopped in front of them with a cloth bag in her hands. Bell. What's wrong? Curious. Receptionist. You paid for the full night package, right? Bell. Why yes, blush. Recep. Oh, I'm sorry, this was supposed to come with the overnight package, I was supposed to give it to you yesterday, but I forgot, here, it's for you to keep, smiling. Ryuu took the bag with curiosity and opened it slightly, seeing its interior, blushing strongly and closing it immediately. Ryuu. I don't think it's necessary, holds it out. Receptionist. Oh don't worry, it's a gift that comes with the overnight package, it's yours, shaking head. Bell. What is it? Curious. Receptionist. Something for the young lady, smiling, keep it, you can use it another night with your partner Fufu, leaving. Ryuu was embarrassed and reached out to the receptionist, but she had already walked away from her without looking back. Bell looked at everything with curiosity and turned to look at Ryuu, who noticed his gaze and looked away in shame. Ryuu. It's nothing, let's go back, embarrassed. Bell nodded without understanding, and they left the hotel in the direction of the fertility hostess. Host of fertility. The day had passed since Bell and Ryuu's departure. When they arrived the next day after their departure, it was curious to see the girls that Sir had brought lying on the ground, completely exhausted with their souls almost coming out of their mouths. It seems they had underestimated the work of a waitress, and they were really sorry. The day had passed normally. Since they arrived at 7 in the morning, my mother did not scold them. She seemed to understand the fact that they could not return with the heavy rain. In fact, she told them that it was a good thing because she did not want them to return all ragged and dirty the bar. They didn't know whether to be offended by it or not, but they accepted it. The day continued normally. After Sir took the exhausted Helm and Hythe to their homes, Ryuu and Bell returned to work immediately. Mamma Mia forgave them for not arriving last night, but quickly put them to work. That didn't bother either of them. They were already expecting him to do that, and they got to work quickly, the main thing being to clean the bar. They were already dressed in their uniforms and also showered, so there was no need to do anything else. They simply stored their things they brought in the kitchen next to some drawers where they could store things, and well. Sir saw what they brought with curiosity. Once Bell and Ryuu went to clean the bar, she sneaked into the kitchen and opened the drawer, seeing what they bought. At first, he saw the book that Bell had bought and couldn't help but chuckle, knowing perfectly well about Bell's childish and noble desire to be a hero and his fondness for hero stories, so he found the book adorable. Obviously, he knew that Bell had bought it. Then she saw the second thing. Ryuu had brought that and hadn't shown it to anyone, and she seemed slightly embarrassed when they asked her what it was. That intrigued her more. Just like the very noticeable bite that Ryuu had on Bell's neck, everyone noticed it. Of course they noticed it, but they preferred not to ask. No one wanted explicit details. Anyway, Sir opened the bag with curiosity, seeing what could make the serene elf look like that. Almost immediately she closed the bag once she took a look, and her cheeks blushed intensely at the sight. Sir. Wow, action awaits me, but not so much daring. Blushing. Sir opened the bag again, looking closely at the black lingerie set inside. Had Ryuu worn it? She didn't know, but it would definitely have been fun to see Bell's reaction and Ryuu's embarrassment at wearing something like that. Surely, with that, Ryuu could immediately incentivize Bell to take action. I was almost jealous of Ryuu, almost. Still, she couldn't help but get excited when she saw the lingerie in the bag, wondering when her friend had become so daring. She had to ask her. The bar had just opened, so it was empty and uncrowded, but all the hostess's girls were still there cleaning and picking up trash from the night before. Clearly there was no shortage of questions for the Alfaneho couple, who simply responded that they went to an orphanage and strolled through the commercial district, discouraging the girls who were expecting something more lively or daring. Finally, it seemed that the day was going to continue peacefully. At least until the kitchen door opened abruptly, revealing Sir, who was carrying Ryuu's bag in her hands, and from which everyone could see how she took out a piece of black lingerie, surprising and slightly blushing all the girls in the bar. Sir. Ryuu. When did you get so daring? Did you use this at the hotel you stayed at with Bell? Excited. Ryuu blushed even more, turning completely red up to her ears. Bell couldn't help but imagine Ryuu wearing the black lingerie during their night of action. Bell looked down in silence and continued mopping the floor with a completely serious face while a trickle of blood came out of his nose. Ryuu, sir, could you please put that away? It's something personal, shy. Sir, I didn't know they were so perverted, Ryuu-chan fufu, and I thought I would have to encourage them to use things like this, but I see they are more active than I thought, laughing, blushing. Ryuu, sir. Red. Ryuu chased Sir, who was running through the bar with the lingerie in her hands, being seen by everyone else. May I see that you took advantage of the exit that my mother gave you, looking at Bell. May looked at Bell, who had a completely serious face while mopping the wooden floor. A trickle of blood was coming out of her nose. She was thinking about Ryuu and that lingerie. May. Perverted rabbit. Bell hung his head in shame and said nothing. He knew May was right. Bell. Sorry. And so Bell's day continued, with the constant teasing and congratulations from her companions for igniting the lust of a noble elf, and with Ryuu reminding her every second of that exotic piece of clothing. Mamma Mia didn't react when the others told her. She just looked at them like a couple of perverts and didn't say anything. That was a good thing. They didn't want to receive Mamma Mia's complaints again. And so his normal life continued. At least until a week later, when my mom forced Ryuu to get a checkup with Ermit and discovered she was pregnant. Hostess kitchen. All the girls from the bar were in Ryuu's room talking about the baby news. Each one reacted well and congratulated her for becoming a mother. There was no shortage of mockery towards Bell for the clear difference in age and responsibility, but they still congratulated him and supported him. For some reason Sir seemed the proudest, but they had to say goodbye to her soon because Mamma Mia had called her to the kitchen, so she left, leaving everyone else with Ryuu giving her support and talking to her. Already down in the kitchen, Mamma Mia was rubbing her temple as if she were feeling the pain on her head and turned to look at her with a serious face when she saw Sir enter the kitchen. Mamma Mia. What the heck did you do? Sighing tiredly, elves are supposed to have a low fertility rate, so I didn't care so much if they had hex since they were so ignorant on the subject. It was enough for me that they took care of themselves a little. Standing up, so, do you want to explain to me how there's a baby in her belly now? Sir Fufu. Sir opened her eyes slowly, revealing a strong violet flash that made Mamma Mia squint. Sir. One of Freya's abilities is fertility. It was lucky that they became intimate that day as I had planned. Why can I only use my fertility ability on a person once? Smiling amusedly. Mamma Mia. You just noticed that you gave them a huge responsibility that they are not prepared for, it would be. Sir. That's what I'm here for. If you need it, I'll support you with whatever you need, mentally, physically, or financially. Besides, didn't you see them? It's true that they seemed scared at first when I heard the news, but they quickly got over it and accepted it. They're happy about their future baby, and I'm more than sure they'll be great parents in the future, smiling proudly. Mamma Mia. Really? Okay, fine, I accept that, turning around, but I just lost a very efficient employee and a bartender I was training to replace me when I needed him. Tell me what I'm going to do about that. Sir. Well, thoughtful. Mamma Mia. I would have to distribute the activities that Ryuu and Bell did among you who can still work, but that would be very kind to you, squinting. Sir gulped nervously and looked at Mamma Mia. Sir so? Mamma Mia smiled sadistically and crossed her arms. Mamma Mia. It's simple, from now on you will be in charge of all the tasks that Ryuu and Bell were in charge of. Wait. Mamma Mia and Sir turned their gaze towards the kitchen door and saw Bell enter with a serious face. Mamma Mia. And you? Staring at him, shouldn't you be taking care of your pregnant fiancé? Bell. Fiancé. Blushing. Mamma Mia. Of course, don't expect me to sit back and accept as if nothing happened that they've impregnated my star employee. You're going to be responsible and marry her. Or do you have any objections? Sharpening her gaze. Bell. No mom. Saluting. Mamma Mia snorted and nodded pleased before grabbing Sir who was trying to sneak away. Sir tee-hee, laughing nervously. Mamma Mia. Grrr, growling, what did you want? Looking at Bell. Bell. Take responsibility like you said, approaching, why you know I don't have the best funds and I wouldn't want to break my promise to take responsibility, so I would like to keep working and saving money to give Ryuu and the baby a decent life, bowing, I'm not going to abandon them or anything, on the contrary, I will spend every second I can with them and giving Ryuu my support, so, let me keep working for you, bowing. Mamma Mia stared at Bell before letting go of Sir who sighed in relief before looking at Bell closely. Mamma Mia. Fine, I'll be generous with you and you'll continue working for me, but now it will be different, squinting, first, Ryuu is going to move to the fireplace mansion where they will give her and the baby all the comforts during her pregnancy. Sir and Bell looked at Mamma Mia in surprise, but Bell immediately nodded seriously in agreement with that. Mamma Mia. Secondly, I'm going to give you an advance on your pay so you can take responsibility for the baby right now and not have financial problems, but in exchange for that, from now on you're going to work for me fully. Do you know what that means? Bell. I'm in your debt. Mommy. Exactly, smiling with pleasure, I'm going to pay the debt for your knife too. Bell. But. Mamma Mia. It's to get more into debt with me, I don't care if it takes you a lifetime, you're going to pay me back every single volley with work, understood? Bell. Hi mom, serious. Mamma Mia. Out, would be. Bell bowed again and left the kitchen, returning to Ryuu who was waiting for him and Sir, which was why he had asked him to go down and see what was happening. Sir. Wow, I didn't think you'd give them so much support, are you really going to pay off their knife debt too? Surprised. Mamma Mia. Oh. Looking at her surprised, what the hell are you talking about? Sir. But you said. Mamma Mia. Do you think I'm crazy? I'm not going to pay a bucking debt of 200 million valis. I'm not stupid, by the way, squinting her eyes. Sir. What? Mamma Mia. You said you'd support Bell and Ryuu, emotionally, physically and financially if they needed it, didn't you? Well, you can prove that by paying off their knife debt. With such a powerful family, it shouldn't be a problem, right, Freya? It would be. Sir. Nervous, well I think I can pay for it if I say it's for a whim of mine and. Mamma Mia. Well, then there's no problem, smiling with satisfaction, thank Bell too, now you will only take care of Ryuu's duties, since Bell will return to work, both of you will divide Ryuu's duties, since both are responsible for her pregnancy, you for fertilizing her and Bell for impregnating her, crossed arms. Sir. Hi my mom. Mamma Mia. Snorting, go with Ryuu before he sends Bell to look for you again, turning around. Sir. Hi. Leaving. Mamma Mia stood alone in the kitchen before sighing and looking through the window. Things changed in the blink of an eye. One day they were working like anyone else, and the next. They were about to start a family. Mamma Mia smiled slightly and sat at the bar pouring herself a drink. Mamma Mia. Well, I guess I should congratulate you on finding happiness, suicidal elf, drinking. Deep down inside, even if she didn't say it, my mom was also happy about what had happened. That one of his daughters will find her happiness. Already up in Ryuu's room was the aforementioned sitting on her bed while she was surrounded by all her friends and with Bell sitting next to her holding her hand with a smile on his face. The girls were calling him stupid and that he was very noble because Bell had told them about the deal he had made with Mamma Mia. Ryuu just shook his head already knowing that Bell would do something like that. But I accepted, I knew why Bell did it and I was glad that he thought about them and their future. Still, she couldn't help but scold him a little for being so reckless. But well, what can you do? Ryuu hugged Bell softly and kissed him on the cheek, making him blush. Ryuu. I also have some money saved, you know, you didn't have to go into debt with my mom, closing her eyes. Bell. Sorry, I wanted to take responsibility for all this too, smiling embarrassed. Ryuu. Silly. And with that began Bell and Ryuu's new life as a family. And. Extra. It had been 6 years since Bell and Ryuu had become a couple. He had started working occasionally at the hostess to earn some extra money and be with his beloved elf. Well, that was at the beginning, although later for a whole year she had to replace her by working daily because Ryuu had not been able to work during all that time. Reason. Maternity. The only reason my mother would accept for Ryuu not to work for a whole year, although of course Bell didn't escape from replacing her. The good side is that even though it was very premature and even a surprise for everyone, including him and Ryuu, everyone accepted the news quite well and gave them all their support. Although Hestia was a little upset by the news, calling him irresponsible at first, she still gave him her help and support with the baby. As the goddess of the home, she was a great support and advice and morals for both of them when they thought they would not be ready for the responsibility. The pregnancy went well, ignoring Ryuu's mood swings, who on more than one occasion slapped Bell, cried on him, forced him to sleep with her every night, or simply stayed with her for long periods of the day. Sir seemed the happiest with the news when they found out about the pregnancy, she almost seemed as happy as Ryuu, almost. How they realized it wasn't very pretty, because the one who realized it wasn't actually Ryuu, but Mamma Mia herself, who only by seeing Ryuu could know that something was wrong, and after forcing her to get a checkup they discovered her pregnancy. Speaking of the girls, they received the news excitedly, each one became like an aunt to the little one, Anya the lazy aunt, Chloe the aunt with strange tastes, Lunwar the most responsible, May the angry aunt, Sir the funny aunt and Mamma Mia the grandmother. After giving birth, Ryuu could always be seen with a beautiful smile on her face while holding her baby. The beautiful half-elf girl with blonde hair and red eyes named Allies, in honor of the late captain of the Astria family who was like a sister to Ryuu. And after that they continued their lives differently than they thought. Bell let go of his dream of being a hero halfway, he obviously helps people whenever he can, and Ryuu encouraged him by telling him that he was a hero to her and those he helped. Of course, it was enough for Bell to be Ryuu's hero, but he liked to think that the people he helped thought the same. Above all, he liked to think that he was also his daughter's hero, her father and her protector. Ryuu had not been the only one happy about Allies' birth. Bell was on par. He truly abandoned the dungeon and the adventurer life to be with her, Ryuu and Allies became his new unwavering motivation. If his former team needed him, he would go help them in the dungeon, but in general he preferred not to get involved there, and they understood. To his surprise, he somehow reached level 6 despite not going to the dungeon regularly, although it was true that he trained frequently, because if something dangerous happened, he had to protect his daughter, it was still a surprise that he reached level 6. The only reason he remained captain of his family despite no longer being an adventurer. Talking about his family. Shortly after Allies was born, Bell and Ryuu got married, and once they took their vows they had to live together, so Ryuu moved from the hostess to the fireplace mansion. The hostess's girls received the news well, as it seemed right to them to raise a baby in a better environment than a very noisy bar at night, and also Ryuu was with those he loved. They could also go visit them when they had free time, something they really did. Leaving that aside, the Hestia family also took it well that they moved there, and although it was uncomfortable to hear Bell and Ryuu's passionate nights, that's why they desperately tried to isolate their room from the noise. They managed to adapt quite well to a life in the mansion together. Which led them to live 6 long years in the mansion, raising a very energetic little girl. He brought out the best of both parents, Bell's determination and will, his desire to be a hero, and his mother's courage and bravery, along with her desire to do justice. She was a very passionate girl. Ahaha. They're so slow. Speaking of the devil. There she was. running through the halls of the fireplace mansion, with her long blonde hair tied in a ponytail dancing in the wind. While a huge smile spread across her face from end to end as she watched 3 people behind her chase her exhausted. They were young boys, by their attire low-level adventurers who had just started. The boy with brown hair and eyes with a somewhat intimidating appearance, of good height and features, he looked to be 16 years old. A little behind him there were 2 more people, both looked like girls, although the one on the left was not certain, it was also an elf, one with green hair and medium long blue eyes with a peculiar outfit that looked like a long dress, the elf was panting heavily. The weakest of the 3 while at his side was a beast-man girl with blonde hair and red eyes, who ran almost at the same speed as the brown-haired man with a tireless face, a beautiful girl with soft features and simple adventurer clothes that reminded some of the former adventurer Bellcranel. The 3 of them were Ryuu Flova, and Fianna Flova, the 3 adopted children of Sir Flova and currently rookie adventurers of the Hestia Familia. Sir had given them the confidence to have their children in their family, knowing that each one longed to be an adventurer. She trusted her friends, Bell, Ryuu and the Hestia family, and allowed them to be in her family, something that made them happy, and of course even more so, since they could play and take care of the little allies they had met months after she was born. Although taking care of her was a problem. She was very energetic, no one doubted that. Bry. Stop. Breathing heavily, we've been running for an hour. Tired. Tina. Come on, allies. Don't you want to train a little? We won't be able to train if you don't stop running. Allies. To train, they have to catch me first, haha. Happy. Yep, very energetic. What's going on here? Almost immediately, allies stopped as if nothing had happened and whistled innocently as she saw in front of her a large man with white hair and red eyes. His father. Bellcranel, current strongest level 6 of Riveria and a former adventurer, although he still served as captain of the family. Bell. Allies. Staring at her. Allies. We were just playing, laughing softly. Bell sighed and shook his head before pointing to one of the hallway windows, revealing that it was nighttime. Bell. It's time to go to sleep, young lady. You've been making a big fuss all over the mansion, just like you, Vaktanado. Bell turned to look at Ryuu and Fianna, who lowered their heads in shame because they could not complete their task of the day, catching allies. Allies. And don't scold them, I was the one playing, embarrassed. Bell looked at allies carefully before smiling softly and placing his hand on allies' head, shaking her hair a little. Bell. Okay, let's go, it's time to sleep, and your mother is waiting for you with your favorite story, Walking. Allies looked up excitedly and ran to Bell's side as she looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes. Allies. Argonaut. Excited. Bell. Yes, that one, smiling nostalgically. Allies. Let's go. Let's go. Pulling Bell. Bell laughed, amused by his daughter's insistence and increased his pace, but not before saying goodbye to the rookies who bowed in respect and said goodbye as well, returning to their rooms to sleep. Already in Allies' room, Bell opened the door seeing Allies run in and lie down on the bed, seeing her mother sitting on one of the edges calmly while looking at a clock, as if she was waiting for her to appear. Ryuu smiled softly and turned her head seeing her daughter lying in bed as she looked at her excitedly. Ryuu laughed amusedly and looked at the book in her hands, a book they had bought more than 6 years ago on that outing she and Bell had. Bell. How long did it take? Looking at her. Ryuu. About 10 minutes, closing eyes. Bell looking at Allies. Allies knew what they meant and lowered her face in shame before apologizing. Allies, sorry mom. I promise to go back to bed faster next time. Embarrassed. Ryuu shook his head and approached his daughter, sitting next to her while combing her hair tousled by Bell. Ryuu. Okay daughter, let's read, taking the book. Allies yay, subtly celebrating. Ryuu opened the thick-covered book and began to read the story aloud while being listened to attentively by Allies and Bell, who watched everything. But the smile from the doorway. Finally, Allies fell asleep, Ryuu closed the book and left it on her nightstand, giving her a kiss on the forehead and saying goodbye to her before leaving the room and taking Bell's hand. Ryuu. Let's go back to our room, smiling. Bell. I wish you would finish reading that story, laughing embarrassed. Ryuu. It will be another day, another night when Allies wants me to continue reading, for now, kissing him, let's go to sleep. Bell and Ryuu held hands and walked quietly to their room where they had lived for the last 6 years and where they would live for many more years. End. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.